Yeah, I mean, it's just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. And he's an introvert, incel or whatever. And when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream and the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I can do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello and welcome back to Weekend Review with the one and only Doooovid. Very exciting couple of weeks. Did we go live last week? Yes. It feels like it's been 2 weeks because so much has happened. What an exciting time to be alive. I love the debate culture. All the new ideas coming out, fallacies, jokes about fallacies. I really can't get enough of it. So with that, I'll hand it over to Doooovid for introductions. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh yeah, great. Good to be back. Is that James in the chat? Is that Amy Newman's streaming partner?
It is the Amy Newman channel co-host, James. Nice to see you there, bud.
If he wants to pop on, that's fine. You have very excitement. We'll be talking about possibly, I'm excited for the Science of Consciousness conference.
Oh my God, that's going to be great.
Covering, and this year it's free. And it's online on Zoom. So me and Jennifer and anyone who registered will be on the Zoom call with Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff. And we're going to discuss with Jennifer my idea to do post streams, maybe even every day, Tuesday through Friday, and maybe even try to get the big man himself, Stuart Hameroff, to join our post stream, or put it out there on the Zoom call that we're doing a post stream. I said one of the big names in panpsychism that I shared his link only has like 700 subs, and I see Stuart Hameroff doing interviews on channels that even sometimes only get tens of views. So I would not be surprised if the big man himself might come on our stream, or some of the other people, because they probably want to talk about it in great community, and it really doesn't get that much news. I would not be surprised if no major news source carries the Science of Consciousness conference, and even like the science journals, at most probably nothing. God forbid, even with Roger Penrose, a Nobel Prize winner, still. Science just isn't that interesting to people, and consciousness. And so, me and Jennifer would not be surprised if we're from the bigger streamers out there covering it. And, so I thought we should take...
oh my God. Get 1,000 subs and all of a sudden you're big pin. But yeah, I guess you do kind of have a point. I mean, could there be anything less appealing or less popular than technical consciousness studies?
I mean, Charles Moskowitz mentioned that he got in touch with Rudy Giuliani's people, and they're thinking of coming into a show, but they're looking at his numbers, and it's like, his numbers just aren't big enough. Rudy Giuliani isn't going to waste his time talking to Charles Moskowitz for his low numbers. Okay, I mean, Rudy Giuliani's a big name. He was mayor in New York. He's on Fox News, and major news all the time that gets hundreds of thousands of views. If he can't get millions of views, you know, like certainly he could get tens of thousands. Like maybe he's not big enough to be on Fox News every night, but you know, every few weeks. And but you know, Charles Moskowitz, just a few hundred views. You know, he probably isn't going to be able to get a name that big. But you know, the science of contrast, you know, people want to get their message out. And you know, me and Jennifer for 2 years now have been talking about this. I reviewed my video that I did before talking with her on my channel about reincarnation, her scientific proof of reincarnation, where I went over the Penrose-Hammond hypothesis, and I got over 500 views. There really just isn't that much stuff out on it. And I constantly search the web for stuff on this.
Are you talking about your own thing, or the first time I came on your show?
The first time you came on my show. I mean, if you look at the official, you know, put in the chat, the official Science of Consciousness conference. If you want to put it up, you can. You know, their YouTube page. Most of the stuff has tens of views. The official, you know, main part of the conference. A few of the planetaries got, you know, like close to 3,000 views. Most of them in the hundreds. Deepak Chopra 4 years ago got like, you know, close to 100,000 views. You know, Deepak Chopra is the biggest name they got. Even Roger Penrose himself, only 1,800 views. So you know, I would not be surprised, and they might not put it out there like we're just going to be on the Zoom call. Last year they waited months till they released it. But even if they did it live, you know, even you know, the big man Roger Penrose himself probably would only garner a few thousand views. And if, you know, Deepak Chopra is not part of it, you know, he's the biggest name. Brian Keating is going to be on Friday. Maybe he's a slightly bigger name, but you know, like maybe tens of thousands of views. But I was saying relatively, there's just not that much interest out of it. And you know, a lot of these people actually have PhDs or professors or appointments at institutes and have more, so to say, official credentials than me and Jennifer. But
I shared it to the TOE Discord, so we'll see if any of them show up, see if they're actually serious. I'd be curious to see what the popularity is, to be honest.
Yes, I was recommending.
There's no barrier to entry; it's free.
Yeah, I was recommending to Jennifer that it's a good opportunity, and you know, it's like, you know, so I'll mention the week in review about it, saying, so yeah, it's a big week. We're going to talk about it, like, you know, obviously, Jennifer, we got time zone issues, and you know, like, it's easy for me to stream a post show. I might, if Jennifer can't do it, to try to do it myself, like a public study session. But it's hard to you know, do a show and you know, and just do some PowerPoints. But you know, I really need Jennifer's backup probably if I'm going to do it. So if she could fit her schedule and like time zone issues, because the conference is 9 to 12:30 Pacific time.
I'm touched to hear you admit that you need backup from me. That warms right down to the cockles of my heart.
Yeah, I mean, just for the nature of what we're trying to
accomplish. You don't have to go further. Don't spoil it. I'll just enjoy the moment.
Yeah. Well, okay. You know, I don't need you Doovid's constant reminders of humility and you know, not getting a big head, and the negative character trait of humor and laughter and even happiness in general. So you know, don't need Doovid to give those constant reminders. But you know, anytime you get too happy, Doovid will have to give those reminders of taking that as not being serious. So
what if the reminders are funnier than the original joke? Then
I forget who I was talking to. Where I said, like, people, you know, like, I'm on the chess interview, that Russian woman, I said, people find me really funny, but I'm serious and have no sense of humor, although most people find me pretty funny.
It's deadpan. It's not like everything you say is hilarious. It's just that you're saying stuff in a monotonous way happens to be indistinguishable from deadpan humor in the delivery of certain things. You're really telling me you don't realize that?
Well, your average, basically the best method to deal with the dissonance that you know, maybe what I'm saying causes is laughter. So you know, like the basic understanding from what we understand about the purpose of laughter, what causes laughter, or the benefit physically, psychologically that laughter causes is a dissonance releasing mechanism. So if what Doooovid says causes dissonance to the person, the easiest way, most common way to handle and release the dissonance is through laughter.
So the best way to release unavoidable dissonance is through laughter, which is degenerate.
Well, it's a sign, though, of saying not being serious. The reason the person, you're saying it's better to confront the dissonance and be like, oh man, I need to take life more seriously. I need to work harder. I need to concentrate further. Would be the preferable way that a person would deal with it. But it's very difficult to so to say, blame the dissonance on myself, on yourself, and say, well, the reason I feel dissonance is because I didn't take life as seriously as I should have, because like I didn't work hard enough. I'm not concentrating hard enough. I'm not focusing hard enough. So laughter is the mechanism saying, okay, you're not serious. You're not going to focus. You're not going to work harder. So just release the dissonance by laughing.
You're sort of presupposing that absurd things don't manifest naturally, which would appear to be not the case.
Yeah, I mean, we belabored the point multiple times. Like, obviously the Bible, Sarah is punished for laughing. It's a sign of not taking God seriously that she laughed. Aristotle straight up says that laughter is a sign of bad character. And even say the most.
What's so great about Aristotle anyway?
The most best scientific understanding of laughter is that it's a dissonance releasing mechanism. And from the places I studied in, Donald Trump used to say these people, very serious. They never laugh. They never smile. That laughter is a sign of not being serious. So the person's laughing. If you're going to take it to the level of saying, that it's a sign of bad character, versus okay, you're not serious. Like you're never going to get this. You're wasting my time. You're not taking things seriously. Look, you're laughing. And like if you were in a very serious situation, where it'd be like, is that a smile I see in your face? Like you're fired. No smiling. And saying like a graveness, a seriousness. That's what I prefer.
Yeah, sounding like a comic book villain. IRL is hilarious. So it's like, stop laughing, but it's like you're doubling down on the hilarity. Why?
Well, it's just because you're not going to understand this. You're not taking life or these teachings seriously enough, and it's unfortunate.
Well, I can throw that around and say, well, you're not taking it seriously enough if you can't have a nuanced view on laughing.
No, that's the proper view on laughter. That laughter is a sign of lack of seriousness. More serious people don't laugh.
Oh, but aren't I serious?
I think that's generally to a level. Like, no, I mean,
I'm more serious.
Seriousness is relative.
Right, as in
You're
one's as serious as me, because I have a unified field model and no one else has that, even remotely close, except what's his name?
You may have some level of accomplishment, but every time you
Like?
laugh or smile is a sign of your lack of seriousness.
Oh, and every time you bring that up, I consider to be waste of fucking time, because I'm never going to agree with you, because Leela's a thing. I have to have a nuanced view on this. I mean, come on. If you're gonna...
so we don't have to waste our time talking about this every week. But that's my opinion. That's we look. I've shown some of the evidence. Before we've covered some of the historic documentation on the issue, and the science of laughter is also dependent upon the heart problem of consciousness. What's the nature of humor and laughter? At the end of the day, is dependent upon the solution to the heart problem of consciousness. So there's some studies, brain mechanisms that said that most evidence points towards laughter being a form of dissonance resolution in a similar way that music is. And and also the evidence that laughter is factually a form of less seriousness. That laughter is an inverse to seriousness, and possibly, said like all the trolls we get are bad behavior. That laughter even as a negative quality, that you could just take laughter as a sign of a person having bad character or bad intentions. That say like, nah, I can't really trust this guy. Did you hear that guy laughing? No, I can't trust him. Sorry. But we've argued this many
Yeah,
times
then it's
now.
like, oh my god, that guy's paranoid off someone laughing. He must be fucking nuts, right? It kind of goes both ways.
No, it's not paranoid. It's saying it's just a factual observance of character.
To me, it sounds paranoid. Now, you can say it's not paranoid, but it sounds it. So I guess it's a sort of subjective evaluation I'm doing here.
No, I'm saying it's the dissonance resolution, because you have actual understanding of the state of human nature and what causes someone to laugh. It's just like in terms of violence. It's okay, the natural.
I largely agree with what you're saying about laughter resolving dissonance. I just sort of disagree that you can avoid absurdity even with the best of intentions. That's all. That's why Leela is a thing. But I see your argument.
The evidence is that basic laughter usually comes in terms of suffering. They're saying that the reaction to seeing other people suffer is laughter. Saying bad character, they're saying, okay, I see a person laugh. I could assume that if I was in a bad situation and suffering, that is how the person would respond to my suffering, is through laughter. As opposed to helping me, or as opposed to sympathizing with my suffering, they would laugh at my suffering. The
person who laughs gets over the cognitive dissonance fastest and can deal with the situation with the most clear head. Stephen James said that your performance on Luke's was absolute nectar.
Yeah, say, okay, God forbid, did you hear that this person, was tortured to death? And you're saying, oh, that's so funny. So it resolved the dissonance. As opposed to, no, that's horrible. What are you talking about? What happened? You're saying like, okay, like, okay, Sarah, what was, whatever will be. So laughing is just is the way to, so to say, resolve the dissonance of other people's suffering. So it's actually a violation of the ahimsa principle to laugh, because it's
so because other people are
diminishing other people's suffering.
I have to suffer along with people because they're suffering, basically.
You don't have to suffer along with them, but the dissonance release of laughter is a violation of the ahimsa principle.
No. It's a violation of the ahimsa principle to insist that I should suffer because others are suffering. That doesn't diminish the net suffering. Okay.
You don't have to suffer.
Their suffering is
just saying that laughing
that's what makes it sad, clownish, because it's like you literally are punching yourself in the face, but it's like, far be it for me to get in your way. But maybe I'm going to laugh occasionally if it's funny and absurd, and I don't want to carry that dissonance. It's not worth carrying the dissonance, the unresolved dissonance. You're saying, just repress it all. Don't laugh. It's not funny, but it's like that's going to make you a paranoid, grumpy codger, isn't it?
No, a realist.
Hey, Samish, nice to see you. I hope you'll pop in. I'll send you the link in hopes that you will pop in. Go ahead, Doooovid.
Okay, so we don't get too sidetracked, but no, that's my view. I'm sticking to it. I think the evidence supports that, and I do look at laughter as a sign of bad character, and whether to the extent of saying a person's a bad person because they laugh. I'm not saying that, but laughter is a sign of bad character and lack of seriousness. That's my opinion. That's been my opinion largely my whole life, and we can continue to argue if evidence supports that.
Well, say that it's probably true 99% of the time.
Well, if it's true 100% of the time.
Which is why I'm saying it ain't true. Because if it were true, Leela wouldn't be a thing. But it is a thing. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not sure that even to...
It's just logic.
If you say that even Leela or Krishna laughs, like, I'm not sure if Krishna laughs.
Well, I am. and the proof is that Leela is a thing. And I mean,
Leela's
what do you think he was
pastimes.
doing with all that butter thievery if that wasn't trolling? Not saying I want to be Krishna-esque or anything, just saying, like, what was that if not trolling? And
Well,
the
and
whole
one that's
universe
in his youth.
the whole universe in his mouth thing, spooking out his mother.
Even that's in the baby in the youth, even to show that
But he's still
even that demonstrates that it's a juvenile thing. That it's aspect
Yeah, but
it's an
Krishna is
aspect.
like-
I mean,
Krishna
if you take the Krishna aspect that's manifested it's only manifested in the youth and is associated with the youth. So okay, Jennifer, because she's a woman, has a limit to her level of understanding, and you know, like as you know, Judas, you're saying like Maimonides, that women can't see beyond reward and punishment. True altruism is beyond the ability of women and children, and so like yes, Jennifer as a woman confined to a female's body is beyond the ability to be humorless. And that's Krishna as a youth.
Because that would be an egotistical thing. If I submitted to
Krishna
that
as a youth,
that would be
to say yeah, laughter, or you know, the Leela is specifically an aspect of Krishna's youth.
Oh, but it
And
ain't.
when he's in the hand of his mother,
it ain't.
you're saying that the Leela is
Gopis,
directed towards women. Is
Gopis.
directed towards
How
women
old was
and
he when the
children.
Gopis? Huh? And wasn't Leela with the Gopis? Come on, Doovid.
No, I'm saying it's directed towards women and children. And so okay, so that's confined, and you know, that's why I mentioned that you know, the Talmud says it's punishment to have to learn from a woman, and you know, certain
Punishment for what though?
punishment for not being serious.
Being wrong and doubling down on it, perhaps.
Punishment for not being serious. And you're saying because you weren't serious, now you're being punished by, you know, not having a serious teacher, a woman. And you know, it's because you weren't able to overcome things like laughter and you know, take things to the serious level, or to see human nature or reality for what it is. You know, didn't make the cut, but you know, God is merciful. There's still you know, mercy out there for you, but it's going to come in the form of a woman. And you know, you know, the greatest teaching, the biggest wisdom is beyond the understanding of women.
All right, so James says, I drink the tears of mainstream physicists. I may let them pass through my lips in a non-attached way, but I won't swallow. Thanks for joining Jack's Law, Lambie, Jason, Stephen, James, Samish, to whom I've sent the link. Great to see everyone. And if anyone would like to come on, and I don't have a DM history with you already, you can either reach out to me on Twitter at Church of Funtrapy, or just put your email in the chat, and I can send you the link. But
Yeah, so
yeah,
you know, do the week in review.
cool.
So yeah, so that we're previewing the big conferences this week, starting Tuesday. Hopefully, you know, we'll talk about it. We'll see if Jennifer is able to commit. I was actually thinking I paid the StreamYards the $25 to be, you know, a little bit more professional, so it wouldn't have the StreamYard stamp on the video, and so it might see, you know, quite a bit of streaming this week. But you know, this week, so I was on Charles Moskowitz. We talked on Thursday. You know, interesting. We talked about Rudy Rockman and Nigeria, and you know, Israeli arms dealing, and the Ben and Jerry's, you know, pulling out of the West Bank, and so if anyone, you know, finds that interesting, the weekly Partners in Torah. Earlier today, I was on Luke Ford, and I was debating, you know, Judas Maccabeus about authentic Judaism and various things. So you know, if that's interesting, we could talk about that a little bit more. But I spent most of this week preparing for the Consciousness Conference. I have a whole bunch of information I sent Jennifer in you know, preparation for the conference, some papers, you know, like 10 papers that came out this year, the most recent information. So hopefully we'll go over some of that. I hope Jennifer, she prepared some good visuals, so we'll see the latest status of the orchestrated objective reduction hypothesis, which is going to be the focus of this year's conference. At least the first day is going to be on Penrose, and I think Penrose's Nobel Prize had to do with the black holes. So the first day might be more on Penrose and his physics. The second day is on objective reduction, and then which is the waveform collapse concept of physics that Penrose had related to consciousness. And the third day will be the orchestrated objective reduction, which is the Penrose Hameroff hypothesis of how the waveform collapse could be harnessed by microtubules as a way to produce consciousness. And then Friday, the fourth day, which includes Brian Keating, will be about black holes, which is also related to similar physics to the objective orchestrated reduction and possible implications to consciousness, and but also more related to what Penrose actually got his Nobel Prize in, because he didn't get his Nobel Prize for the orchestrated objective reduction. In fact, I was watching today Hameroff's video, the second to last video from 2 months ago, Anesthesia and Consciousness. And there's actually evidence for retroactive consciousness and anesthesia, where once a person, it's a consciousness in medicine is under the field of anesthesia, and consciousness is a medical definition for, is a person conscious or unconscious, like in terms of an anesthesiologist that puts a person out for surgery. And there's levels of consciousness, and there's different measurements. I think they actually said Hameroff was one of the very first people to bring the EKG machine into the surgery room. That I guess he's been in anesthesiology for decades. In the 80s, they didn't even have the electronic wave measuring machine in the surgery room. They just put a person out. And now, usually they have the electronic waves connected to a person. But
Didn't they just give you a bottle of rum and cross their fingers?
Well, he talks about the history of anesthesiology, and so in ancient times, like there's evidence that they pressed up against the blood. Like you could cause a person to lose consciousness by pressing up against their chest or pressing up against their certain blood arteries, which is extremely dangerous. Or you could have given a person marijuana, or peyote was used, alcohol was used, or God forbid they used
Peyote.
to just hit a person very hard. To like dental surgery, because things like abscesses on teeth is can be deadly. So having a tooth extracted is a common procedure that goes back to Roman times that they had anesthesias for, and then they even had like cocoa powder. So in the video he talks about the history of anesthetics, but then eventually it's actually Lister. I have the book here on Freud and Lister, who used cocaine for the first time as a local anesthetic. And like if anyone, most problems happen with the teeth is usually the first and most common thing that people have difficulties with, just cavities and fillings. But they shoot you up with, usually Novocaine, which is similar to cocaine, and it functions as a local anesthetic. So about 100 years ago, I think it was Lister at Johns Hopkins, who was a cocaine addict, is credited with the use of cocaine as a local anesthetic, which works quite well. You could inject a person with cocaine in, like I said, a dental procedure, but anywhere in the body as a local anesthetic, and the person largely can't feel what's happening in the area of the injection. And we could go into the exact biochemistry of what neuroreceptors it blocks or whatever, versus a full anesthetic. But the point that Hameroff was making is that there's this retroactive consciousness where that now could possibly be explained by quantum effect, where the person is believed to some sort of inverse time reaction where the person is unconscious, but some sort of a time phenomenon where time flows in a way that in a non-straightforward way, and like there's the zombie effect where the person is clinically unconscious, where they could still respond to commands. And there's levels, if you're a doctor and you perform surgery, that there's levels of being unconscious in the terms of accepting commands. Like if you're at the dentist and there's like open in the chess the game we play, Crazy House, the common expression is rinse and repeat, which is like a dentist. If you're at the dentist and they're drilling your teeth or they're cleaning your teeth and they spray the water in your mouth and they tell you to spit, and it's like rinse and repeat as a dental procedure. But like when you're at the dentist and they give you basic commands, so if you're having a full surgery where you've had an anesthetic and you're unconscious, there's levels where a person could still accept commands and respond to commands while they're unconscious. Like if you say open your eyes or move your arm, that a person is, so to say, clinically unconscious, but they could still respond to commands. And then there's levels where a person has the electronic signals where they can't even respond to commands, but they still somehow respond to commands. And so Hameroff has a hypothesis of some sort of inverse time sort of relation. So I have to look more into that. You could watch
I would
the
suggest
video.
watching the one where he's interviewed by Kurt Jamungal. He's so good at interviewing. Like honestly, just like it gets pretty intense at times. Like basically, probably best explanation of the ideas. Like you've got this microtubule thing, and when consciousness is under the effect of the what are they called? Sorry. The thing that makes you unconscious.
Anesthetic.
Sorry, when the consciousness is under the effect of the anesthetic, because I don't want to say unconscious. That's why I keep being so specific. When it's under that,
I think it's a medical term.
It
That's
is
why I meant that
essentially
consciousness.
recoiling into a matrix. Its energy is recoiling into this mitochondrial matrix. It's not mitochondria. It's something else. It's microtubules. It's recoiling. This is wrong, but I think he's ultimately incorrect. But yeah, he says it's recessing into microtubules, and that is causing delocalization, therefore quantum effects, therefore the perception of time would be different, as well as you wouldn't notice consciousness in the signatures associated with like what anesthesiologists are actually measuring. So basically the idea is like it only is there's a conservation of energy. It's just not happening in the conscious nodes anymore. It's being recoiled into purely the microtubule matrix in potential, quote unquote, yada, 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 time, something, something different, quantum. This is not really how it works, but I'm assuming this microtubule matrix is part of the relay system of the photonic waveform that is the consciousness. Hopefully everybody will be fine with soon. But yeah, he's trying to say that, yeah, that the mechanism for consciousness is in the microtubules, which is, interesting,
factual
but
elements.
not factual.
Well, there's factual elements of observable anesthesiology that the time cause and effect relationship appears to break down, where the person is clinically unconscious but still reacts, still responds to command, and it's believed that it's from Hameroff's explanation that it's a breakdown in the time cause and effect relationship, that the person responds to a command because somehow that the consciousness, that they're unconscious in their body now, but the command somehow precipitates that time where they're conscious, or some I have to look more into
It's
the
absolute
explanation.
nonsense, right? It doesn't make any sense. The only thing that makes sense is quantum mind. If the
Well,
whole
quantum
thing's
mind is
not
still a theory.
working,
We're talking about an observable effect where the
well,
person's
it's not
clinically
really a
unconscious
theory.
but still responds to command. And
Uh-huh.
I mean, I
Which
still
shouldn't
want to.
happen. If it's inhibited, if it's truly inhibited consciousness in the microtubules, they shouldn't be able to respond, right?
We're talking about a factual, observable effect where a person is clinically unconscious, doesn't display the electronic, signals of the various measurements that is deemed scientific consciousness, but still responds to command. And so, it's a contradiction.
But now you have to say that
If
the
they're
thing
clinically
responding to
unconsciousness,
commands
how are they
isn't
responding?
conscious. That's touch ridiculous, isn't it?
No, I'm saying, and you're laughing because you're saying you don't
It's
want to work hard
ridiculous to
enough
say that
to
the thing
concentrate to
responding
understand
to
it.
you're saying the thing responding to commands isn't consciousness. That's absurd. Not really laughing, but it is absurd.
Well, it's what I say in the introduction that scientifically consciousness doesn't exist. So in the field of science and medicine, consciousness is purely a field of anesthesiology. That the only field of consciousness study in university, possibly in the philosophy or theology department of the universe, has it. But in terms of science, consciousness studies is housed in anesthesiology and has a medical definition of consciousness as the controller, that a person is conscious when they're in active control of their own body, and they're unconscious when the person is not in active control of their own body. Then that's the medical definition. So medicine will be mute on the point of the hard problem of consciousness, and is more leaning in the direction, so to say, that maybe free will or consciousness in reality is an illusion and doesn't exist. So consciousness is generally considered medically the ability to control your own body, the ability to respond to command, and a person is deemed medically unconscious when they can no longer control their own body or respond to command. So this paradox that Hamrov was talking about is the case where the person is clinically unconscious but is still able to respond to command, which is a medical paradox because, by the very definition of medical consciousness, is that if you're unconsciousness, you can't respond to command. And that's why the current science is actually leaning in some sort of breakdown of time in reverse time mechanism to explain the phenomenon.
No way. That's kooky.
Well, I forward you the research. This is a proper preparation prevents poor performance, and the video. I'll put the exact video in the chat. I mean, it's the second to last video. I'm saying this is what's new in consciousness. Just put the link to the video in the chat, and so we got the big man himself, Hamarov, comes onto the channel. It'd be good to have researched and even to read these papers, and to even to use the terminology that people use. They say, okay, we have less credentials than the people in these conferences. Hamarov is an MD. He's part of University of Arizona's Center of Consciousness and in Department of Anesthesiology. Almost all of the participants are PhDs and affiliated with universities. So proper preparation of preventing poor performance would be to be able to use the technical terminology that is accepted in the institutes where these people are housed.
Such as? You're talking about retrocausality?
Yeah, I don't. That's what I don't even know. So it's like if Hamarov comes on and I'm trying to be like, what's this thing? And it's saying like, and if it has a name, if it is retrocausality in the correct term, it would be instant. I could just say, what's this phenomenon? And I use the correct term to describe the phenomenon. It would be easy to converse as opposed to saying with this thingamajiggy that I try to put in my own words that he may not be able to understand from my attempt to explain in my own words what he's talking about. So that's the proper preparation effort that that I'm trying to put in, and hopefully tonight I forwarded Jennifer quite a few papers, and hopefully we'll be able to look at some of the stuff, and some of the other people, if they want to take this more seriously, will do some homework.
Yeah, cool. I've got a John Joe McFadden article here.
Is that one I sent you?
I'm not sure. It might have been something I just saw on one of the groups I'm part of. So, yeah, I mean, I'd say the argument is basically least action principle. Mother Nature is very frugal. The existence of this field is not contestable. As we can see here, it just can't be contested. What you're measuring in it can be, the interpretations can always be, argued, but it's not something whose existence can be contested. So as far as I'm concerned, the burden of proof is on the people denying that this is consciousness. Because I'm just tired of, well, what if you're wrong? Did you ever think about that? I'm not going to become conversant in nonsense, but I will do my best to address my issues in a professional manner. But I mean, do they deserve my respect for how much they've botched this?
I mean, and most likely they've never heard who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Or that saying that me and you are
it's not
even
about me.
interested.
It's hypothetically.
I was saying, if you put the question, does anybody deserve anybody's respect? And saying like, no, there's very few people who even care about these issues, let alone people in academic positions. You say academically, there's very little academic interest in consciousness. So the people academically who are interested in consciousness are generally not respected among their fellow academics for their interest in consciousness. Just saying that Penrose getting the Nobel Prize is related to his work in physics and black holes and mathematical permutations, and not his relation in consciousness. And almost none of the people in the consciousness are popular mainstream names in science, besides for Penrose. And Hameroff is the head of say the Department of Anesthesiology at University of Arizona. In University of Arizona, relatively, it's not the greatest, most recognized school. University of Michigan has a Department of Consciousness in the medical school within the Department of Anesthesiology, and it's purely related to anesthesiology. They don't talk about what me and Jennifer talk about. It's purely related to the medical science of anesthesiology, that they're concerned with consciousness. Although I'm sure some of the people at University of Michigan, the medical school Department of Consciousness in the School of Anesthesiology, find some of this stuff interesting. Is not the type thing that gets respect in mainstream scientific journals. So in theological, religious circles, there's much more interest in consciousness, although even in theology and religious circles, the question of consciousness is still not one of the bigger issues. Like in Kabbalah, that has science of consciousness, books on consciousness, ideas on consciousness. Within Kabbalah, the Kabbalah of consciousness is a minor part. Most people who study Kabbalah, are familiar with the Kabbalah of consciousness, but that's a minor part of Kabbalah, and most Kabbalists don't focus on it. And even in Hinduism, that or Buddhism, that has the most extensive literature on consciousness, that it's not a big field. That even ISKCON, the Hare Krishna movement, there's relatively more focus on consciousness than anywhere else I go, and even there at ISKCON, the Hare Krishna movement, maybe like once every 2-3 months, there'll be a talk on consciousness, and usually it's related to decision making and avoiding sinful behavior in the processes that a person goes through towards some sort of perfection. And it's not usually just like what is the nature of consciousness. So people like me and Jennifer that purely are interested in the nature of consciousness are pretty rare phenomenon. And you have a crossover of interesting type people, of panpsychists, people who believe in reincarnation, or mediums talking to the dead, Buddhism, mind reading, and various things that have an interest in consciousness that usually causes it to have a negative view scientifically. That so if you do have people like Hamerov, who probably has some spiritual leanings of Buddhism, I think it diminishes the scientific aspect of consciousness. That the majority of people are interested in it are people who are interested in things like reincarnation and panpsychism and talking to the dead and things like that.
I take somebody, like Aiken Drum, who probably doesn't consider himself, I mean, he said as much, he doesn't consider himself religious, probably isn't super interested in consciousness, but if he's, the way he describes he's interested in computers is like, the reason computers work that way is because of consciousness. So it's like you're saying you're not into consciousness, but maybe you just haven't realized that the thing that you think you're into is actually an aspect of consciousness, like this ordered, this well-orderedness, centeredness stuff. Yeah, that's attributes of consciousness. Or
because consciousness,
if you want to call it photonics, it really reduces to the same exact thing.
Well, saying like the Big Bang or something is more theoretical cosmology, as opposed to consciousness is directly related to everybody's lived experience. That everybody has thoughts on consciousness, because the question of who am I, of what makes me function, how do I go about making decisions, is directly dependent on this question of consciousness. That do I have free will? How do I go about choosing one thing over the other? Why do I do what I do? Who is that me in the first place? And the question of like the soul, what is the function of the soul? The soul is a controller. Does the essence of what I am survive death? The deepest theological questions all depend on some level of consciousness. Although most, even like Lipton Matthews, very intelligent man, he really didn't think about the soul as a controller, or you just had some sort of general spiritual thing, and hadn't necessarily thought that much of the nature of free will. And people who follow because they're intellectual keep up maybe with AI and computers, and largely figure that the mind works in some way like a computer. And if they even are aware of the hard problem of consciousness, think that the hard problem of consciousness will be solved in a term like how the computer produces what would appear to be thought. Chess players, strong chess players, are all familiar that with computers and computer programming and the latest computer stuff, and generally have a misperception that the mind produces thought in a similar way to the computer. And even some of the very intelligent people, very educated people, like my father, like Aiken, like Lipton Matthews, that generally have this misperception that the hard problem consciousness is basically very close to being solved, and it is going to be something to do with AI and computer networks, even though the actual evidence for the research into the hard problem of consciousness has pretty conclusively demonstrated that the mind does not produce thought in a way similar to the computer. That's a big misconception of very intelligent people that tend to, and educated people that haven't actually researched the subject, that this misconception. So hopefully, me and Jennifer will go more on that tonight, and be able to actually get in contact and speak with some of the experts on the field of consciousness. And we'll see that no one really listens to these people. That even like Deepak Chopra is more popular, saying like the multiple truth hypothesis.
Yeah, with like wine ants, with people who don't matter.
Well, saying as a mental technique, and saying like a math magician, or memory techniques like chunking theory, that the actual science of chunking theory, almost no one is studying it. In fact, like people do studies on chess or something, but almost no one is actively studying chunking theory. However, chunking theory is extremely well known among mental exhibitioners and people who compete at any extreme form of mental Olympics or gymnastics like math and memory, chess, or any form of mental competition. Almost all of these people are familiar with chunking theory because chunking theory is the basis for basically all memory techniques, and even in basic psychology of short-term and long-term memory, people usually learn the basics of chunking theory, but the actual research that there's not really, like I mentioned, Gobet, who was a international master chess player, is one of the leading people, and a psychiatrist or professor of psychiatry is one of the leaders in chunking theory. And in Finland, a few of these names are actually chess players, most of the leading thinkers in chunking theory, and are more interested in the competitive use of chunking theory for improving chess play than the pure science of chunking theory, even though, in my estimation, chunking theory is probably the one of the greatest paths towards the solution of hard problem consciousness. And hopefully I'll have a chance to ask and mention and bring up chunking theory to some of these people. And I would not be surprised if someone even like Hamerov or Penrose may not even be more than vaguely familiar with chunking theory.
It's too vague itself. It's not specific enough. It's like, what the hell does that mean, chunking theory? And you can't define it clearly enough. I've heard you try. No offense, you can't.
Yeah, but they've heard of Chase and Simon and saying, and Herbert Simon got a Nobel Prize not for chunking theory, but saying, like, I'm sure that Penrose and Hamerov have heard of Herbert Simon, and they're probably familiar with the Herbert Simon 1973 study on chess players and chunking theory. That no, I wouldn't have.
You want to bet?
I mean, I'm not a gambling man, but yeah, I would.
No.
I would say it's over 50% chance that Penrose and Hamerov are familiar with the 1973 Herbert Simon study on chunking theory.
Anyway, they're going to give you a fucking blank look because it doesn't mean anything. You have to say, either rephrase what they're thinking in terms of chunking, or prove to them that you need the chunking framework to make a necessary critical prediction that no other model could make. Other than that, and even if you meet those criteria, they may not even care. But if you don't, there's no chance they're going to give a shit.
Well, even if the Penrose-Hamerov hypothesis proves to be correct,
which it's not, which we already know it's not, because we know it's right? This is correct. This is what's real. Okay?
The quantum phenomenon.
The light body is a quantum phenomenon. It's photons. You can't disprove this. It's been established as existing, period. It simulates cognitive imperatives. They can't not exist either de facto, even though they don't literally exist in the same way that this exists. Right? That's the end.
It would still be manifest through chunking theory.
Exactly. The question is, Doovid, where are the chunks here? So what I'm suggesting is try to phrase this chunkily. Because I could phrase this chunkily. I could say there's a large sphere, which is subchunked into 5 subspheres, or 7, depending on whether you subdivide the head one. Because there's like 5 or 7. See what I mean?
I mean, we're talking Avogadro's number.
We're not.
We're not. I mean, we're talking much smaller. Avogadro's number is like
it doesn't apply because it's a light
23.
Field. The
light field we're talking about like 10 to the negative 35.
It's entangled. It's 1. It's 1. Light fields are entangled. They act spontaneously. They're delocalized throughout their geometry. There's no number of photons. There's no number of photons because the photons are all in the same state. Because you need to remember this, bosons aren't subject to the exclusion principle.
There's still an equation, and it's the Planck's constant, which is like 10 to the negative 35th.
And what does Planck's constant tell us exactly? It tells us about something about how massive things behave. Light isn't massive.
Yeah, so if at whatever small level these phenomenon are going to be chunked together in order to form larger phenomenon. And so it's
again, that's a presupposition, and you need to Not, you don't want to just assert a presupposition. You want to set up a bunch of strategic arguments and then conclude with the thing that you're now presupposing. You're saying, yeah, it breaks down to this. Is like, why the hell would anyone believe that?
I'll go over some of the slides. I prepared slides, for Tuesday. We look at them tonight. I asked Jennifer to load up some of these diagrams from some of these papers, but talk about the microtubules and the harnessing of this, and we'll see that it will be chunking, that the microtubules, if the collapse of the wave function is harnessed in the microtubules, that the effect that goes together with perception, that there's going to be an intersection of perception and consciousness. And if perception is coming through the nerve cells, through sense perception, and consciousness is also coming through the microtubules in the nerve cells, even though it's manifested from, we'll say not perception, if you say whatever the collapse of the wave function, this objective reduction, orchestrated objective reduction, where you have some sort of field, if it's electromagnetic photonic field, that collapses, and the effect of the collapse is harnessed in the microtubules in the nerve cells.
It's not a collapse. It's a reduction. It's not nothing. It's a teeny tiny little click. Like, think of it as a lake, and a single drop falls on it, and it's like, the lake is collapsed. It's like, no, it didn't collapse. It just it just had a mini tiny little reduction, and it wasn't even a reduction because there was a confirmation. It was a
collapse
local
referring
reduction.
to the collapse of the wave function that you
collapse
have.
Sounds like something someone does after doing a really long race. It has a certain dread to it.
Well, whatever the terminology that is common is saying that it's a wave function. The wave function has a probability curve, and it collapses, so to say, because one of the choices is given, that it's a probability curve of multiple possibilities, and it collapses to one of the given possibilities, and that if it's the photonic field that has multiple possibilities, and it's collapsed to one given possibility, and that's harnessed in the microtubules, and that would be combined, chunked together with the same neuronal signals that
it's a series process,
that direct sense perception.
Chunking to me implies parallel.
Did you load up those pictures?
I'm not sure which pictures you're talking about. I know you sent me a bunch of links, but it wasn't clear to me what you wanted me to do with them. It might be better if you bring them up, because my computer probably can't handle much more. And I'm still trying to. I apologize for the people who can't comment on the channel. We had some problems last week, so I'm going to hopefully resolve those. Are you able to screen share, Doovid, and I can just make your screen really big? Because I think that would be a lot better.
Yeah, let me do a chant.
Oh yeah, we forgot about that. We got so excited. Damn.
But you did. I wasn't excited.
Oh, I did. Yeah, you were, but you didn't remember either. And it's only an hour into the show, so we could still arguably say that this is the intro. Anyway, I made you super huge, and I'll just shift the comments over here. I think that should be good.
This one's like a common wedding song. It's a verse from Jeremiah 33, 10, 11. Oidi Shemaya Ba'ori Yehuda Uvachutzos Yerushalayim Kol Sasan V'Kol Simcha Kol Katan V'Kol Kala. Yet again there shall be heard in the cities of Judah and the streets of Jerusalem the voice of joy and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride. And in Jeremiah, it's probably the allegorical, the bridegroom and the bride, but it's commonly sung at weddings. And Oidi Shemai Bor Yehuda is kind of like, I heard it through the grapevine in the walls of Jerusalem, that that the voice of happiness coming from the bride and bridegroom. And Jeremiah, it's referring to probably like messianic times, and the bride is usually like God and the bridegroom Israel. But in this case, it's kind of like, I heard it through the grapevine the happiness that's caused by the union of man and wife. And so it's a very common wedding song, probably the single most common wedding song. There's hundreds of tunes, and usually, I think it's usually the first song that's sung right after, in a Jewish wedding. A wedding's a legal formality, and there's multiple parts to a wedding, and there's a legal written contract and signatures and witnesses, the signatures of the bride and groom, the signatures of their parents, and the signatures of witnesses. There's an actual mantra and ritual, like breaking a glass, and the parents of the bride walking around with the daughter around the bride groom 7 times. And then there's the actual sexual relations. And so contractually, someone could be considered married or somewhat married with any of these 2 or 3 elements. The ritual is actually the least, but the actual contract and the actual relation. So at a wedding, sometimes in a very Orthodox culture, it's separated, where the contract is signed at like a engagement party, and then months later will be the actual wedding, and then the ritual, and the culmination of the wedding through sexual relations. But in most practice, even in contemporary Orthodox Judaism, usually it's all done on the wedding night, where you'll have the contract signed, and then the ritual performed, and then there's what's called the yichud room, which is like a room of seclusion after the ceremony, where the bride and groom go to be secluded, and not that they have, but for ceremonial purposes, just that they're secluded, is like the culmination of the wedding, and then later they would fully culminate the ceremony. But this tune is usually chanted ceremonially after the ritual, the signing of the contract, and then the formal ritual of chanting the mantras, and the parents of the bride walking around the groom 7 times. This is the most common mantra that's chanted as people, so to say, escort the bride and groom to the seclusion room. And so there's a lot of different tunes. This is a pretty lively tune. Chant this tonight. I guess I was thinking last week. I should have done it last week. But the 15th of Av is historically a date of the Jewish matchmaking, that the temple ground was open to all the singles of Jerusalem, where they would match up the singles of Israel in Jerusalem on the 15th of Av, which was actually last Sunday. And I was trying to come up with a tune that I hadn't chanted before. And actually, weddings, Judaism is generally an our selected strategy. So if you're in Orthodox culture, there's constantly weddings and life cycle ceremonies, because it's our selected religion. And even big rabbis that are never laugh and never smile are still constantly at weddings, and you're even required to try to make the bride and groom happy. So even if you're a good Jew who never laughs and smiles, you will break that rule and try to cause happiness at a wedding. Oidi Shema V'Ar Yehuda Uvachutzos Yerushalayim. Oidi Shema V'Ar Yehuda Uvachutzos Yerushalayim. Kol v'sasan v'kol simcha, kol v'chasan v'kol kala. Ay-ay-yam, ay-ay-yam, ay-ay-ay-ay-ay-ay-ay-yam. when I was in Israel and in New York, I went to like hundreds of weddings because it said like in Orthodox culture, there's constantly, it's our selected strategy, so there's constantly weddings, and so like I sung that a bunch of times, and so with that, and I said that the verse actually comes from Jeremiah, and isn't actually talking about a wedding in terms of male and female. It's talking about the relationship between God and the Jewish people. So with that, let's further delve into the concept of consciousness, and it's similar to the Judaic texts talk about the difficulty in finding a match that's compared to the splitting the miracle of God splitting the Red Sea for the Israelites to leave Egypt is comparable to the miracle that God does that allows a man to find a wife. And the allegory of God in the Jewish people, or the soul in the human body, that also the parable of the bride and groom in Scripture could also sometimes be looked at as the nature of the soul entering the human body, and sort of a miraculous nature. In Judaic, some Kabbalistic concepts will talk about the half soul, that you're actually born with a half soul, and the completion of the soul, like a complete soul, is a couple of male and female. So with that, I thought it might be somewhat related to consciousness, and so it was mentioning that consciousness scientifically is aiming to not exist, that what we think of as consciousness from a historical level of theology isn't what science thinks consciousness is. In the scientific field, the only field of consciousness is within anesthesiology, and refers to the conscious control of the human body, that the person is conscious because whatever the controller person that you communicate with that controls the body, and scientifically would aim to being a physical phenomenon, because you could, through anesthesia, eliminate the control of a person's body by drugging a person up. You say now they're unconscious and have no longer conscious control of their own body. So, let's I do not take the atheistic approach, although I think it's important to the direction of science to the atheistic approach that Jennifer has in the introduction to the show, that according to science, consciousness doesn't exist, and consciousness purely refers to the ability to have some sort of super control of the person's body, and even scientifically, what does it mean that a person is in control of their own body? That science is more dictating that it's some form of just sense, perception, response, and some maybe higher function decision making, that there's consciousness on the lower level of qualia, where a person has sense perception that turns into perceptions like a vision and smell, or okay, I recognize Jennifer, I recognize Sammy, sure, anybody in the chat as someone like a qualia, that's Quebecois or Lambie, as a recognizable phenomenon in my mind, but that on the higher level, that there's some higher level cognitive function that allows me to make sense of all these various sense perceptions, and even have higher forming rules. So most theories of consciousness don't have a controller, like there's an I that makes decisions on my own and decides what to do, but somehow either through genetics or through chunking, that these higher level cognitive rules are put into place, and that it's not like the Doooovid internally has a decision and decides that this or that, but that these preordained cognitive rules, most likely from chunking and neural connections, take the qualia and together through some decide the way that my body is going to be controlled. In this feeling that there's an I, the I think therefore I am, or that there's an I that controls my own body and makes my own decisions, is scientifically say it's just an illusion, it's a figment of my imagination. So I'll let Jennifer respond.
A figment of the imagination that's an illusion.
Yes, I'm going to get tea, another drink, so that I microphone out, so I'll be able to hear what Jennifer says, and then I'll do a screen share.
Awesome. Alrighty. Well, I've been talking to some people on the T-Jump server. A lot of really horrible arguments. So it sort of turned into like, I have this like long-term thing with, the Socratic method. It's like, I just realized earlier, it's like masturbating with two people. Because the person asking the question gets to, sniff their own farts and feel smart for asking questions. And the person answering the question gets to feel big-headed for, oh my God, I got so much attention from being asked questions. Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, so I don't want to continue to be part of the promotion of this horrible, pretentious, go nowhere mode of. It's not a mode of achieving. See, the problem is that it's a mode of something, but it's being treated as being a mode of acquisition of knowledge. If you don't get smarter by doing it, you actually get dumber. You actually get less able to tell what's correct. Yeah, it's not a way to get to knowledge. So it's just like this really long list, and it's hilarious because these atheist people are saying, oh, the Christians are precepts. It's like, you're precepts too. You presuppose that chaos is possible. You presuppose that free will is possible. You presuppose that choice is possible. You presuppose, honestly, the way you get to essentially the same place as the Christians. That's why I'm saying atheism, what we understand as atheism, is actually a sect of Christianity. Prove me wrong. You can't. It's extremely weak, and this sort of the Socratic method is condescending. It's belittling. Oh, great. It looks like the brigade is back, so I have to go ahead and just prevent anyone from making comments who isn't already subbed to the channel. I'm sorry. I thought that things had moved on, but apparently I'm you back there, David?
Yeah, and I guess if Gandalf is here, I showed last week, the climate, the fire, the forest fires, and the wind and the smoke, being able to smell the smoke in Detroit from the forest fires and all this rain and climate action that unprecedented here in Michigan. It's actually very cold in Michigan right now, even though relatively to the rest of the country that is much hotter, and there's been a ton of rain and flooding, and so I showed some of those maps last week. So if Gandalf wants to come on and talk about that, I think from the Freudian account, like T-Jump when Claire came on. So if T-Jump is saying really the only thing that motivates him is hot blondes, and I guess Claire asked him, what about hot brunettes? He said, well, in theory, but he prefers, blondes, which I guess, Freudian to say, like JF, that basically reproduction is the main motivating factor in humans. Like Freud being asked, you're going to tell me that, the person who's, getting a PhD, reading these books, trying to understand these complex topics, that their only motivational factor is reproduction? Is a yes. In fact, that is the only factor that causes somebody to do anything or have any motivation. So T-Jump was kind of just straight up, he's an atheist, and the only thing that interests him is reproduction. And I guess if you want to take like a racist view on it, that figure, okay, that the pinnacle of reproduction is light features, and anybody in the right mind reproductively will prefer to reproduce with lighter features. So so say that, okay, if you could reproduce, your first choice will be to reproduce with someone with lighter features, which there's substantial, Jennifer, I've argued with her in the past, but Jennifer seems to be of that conclusion. JF even pointed to that conclusion, and there's scientific evidence, and even in terms of genetic engineering or artificial insemination, that it's actually lighter features that is the most preferred option when people get to choose options. So if it's actually something like IQ or strength, that of the list of the most preferred thing, it's actually lighter featured. So the fact that T Jump is sitting there saying that basically his only motivation in life is to hot blondes, that is essentially evolutionary science atheism at its best. That and then you say that if you don't believe in the soul, if you don't believe in free will in the conventional sense, and you're saying that sense perception, that we know biologically that reproduction is the prime motive of people, that maybe a fight or flight, the primal instinct to live, and that if a person, obviously you can only reproduce if you survive, but past survival, the primal instinct of a person is to reproduce, and biologically, for whatever reason, as Jennifer wants to call it, the universal aesthetic, that for whatever reason, in terms of reproduction,
Did I ever say
there's
that universal aesthetic?
blue
Something
eyes.
I've never said.
You said that.
It sounds like
blue
something
eye-
you said.
Well, I said that blue eyes aren't pretty. You said that blue eyes are pretty, and it's a universal
I
aesthetic.
never
And I
said
said
that.
that's racist.
That is
to blue eye.
completely not what I said, and I'm sad that you are misconstruing what I said to mean that. That's very sad.
But it has been at least tested on predictive power of human choice, that generally people make reproductive choice in terms of lighter features, and evolution explains lighter features largely as some form of sexual selection, based on the fact that people will sexually select for a lighter feature. So I just mentioned that T Jump, was kind of straight up about that, and JF was saying the reason why you can't allow people to make their own reproductive choices is because people will make the wrong choices. That if you allow people to genetically engineer for reproductive choices, that they're not going to make wise choices. Everyone's going to want their kids to have blonde hair and blue eyes, as opposed to what's best for humanity. And there's substantial evidence that that is the case. And in fact, you said that through artificial insemination, or what's been doable in genetic engineering, is that the primal thing that people want is for their kids to have blonde hair and blue eyes. However, that is the case, that at least on a factual occurrence of what humans decide, that for whatever reason is what humans most commonly decide.
A lot of conflations there. A lot of conflation.
But
I would
yeah, I mean,
appreciate it if you could acknowledge that what I said was that aesthetics has to do with contrast. So anything that is considered aesthetic, blue eyes being one of those things, one of many things that would be considered aesthetic, there could be some explanation which would employ the term contrast thereof.
lighter
That's what I
features
said.
in general.
I am not even sure I would go that far, because what I'm saying is contrast. Now, lighter features, you're not quite a contrast there, are you? You're at half a contrast.
There haven't been enough tests in various circumstances to say that universally people will always choose reproduction with the lighter featured person, but there is substantial testing and evidence that there is a general preference in reproduction for lighter features. although even within evolution and reproductive science, there's dispute among evolutionary psychologists on the issue. But I did think that was, that T Jump, the great intellect, saying that his only motivation is for hot blondes, was kind of telling of the state of atheism. And that's what a rabbi said, kind of like Freud, and and saying like if you reject the soul, basically you're going to be chasing reproduction, and part of chasing reproduction is the preference for lighter features. So it's like everybody's competing for for the lighter featured mate, and in terms of mate selection, that so if you go to a bar or something like that, and it's that's all compete for the lighter featured sexual companion.
It sounds like the plot of that Russell Crowe Math Genius movie.
Well, he does say that. I mean, that's
largely myth, I think. The idea of
there's been studies and tests.
professor.
There's been studies and tests on it, and so obviously, in contemporary society, women that are desiring to attract a mate will dye their hair lighter. That dyeing their hair lighter is some sort of form, if it's a deception.
Of saying, I'm down to fuck, yeah.
Well, I mean, saying that they're more likely to attract a mate by deceiving the mate into thinking that they have lighter features.
That's a good sign when the
it's a form of deception, but it's saying the deception
of the relationship is deception. How romantic.
Well, it's saying that's evolutionary science.
Hold on.
It's saying, so T Jump saying that.
Talk to Doooovid for a while. I need to get a drink, and I thought we would have Gandalf or Samish or someone come on so I could just. I'm sorry, I don't want to leave Doooovid alone here, and I want to hear what he's saying, but.
That's fine. I was like, I'm not. Jennifer's the one who wanted to talk to T Jump. I wasn't that interested in modern day debate, or I'm not against T Jump. He's a professional debater. He's a smart man. But like atheism is atheism, and there's really not much to garner from atheism. Like debating JF to sharpen my intellectual skills. Like I would debate T Jump. I'm not seeking out. I'm not going to promote myself to do it. But saying that, okay, if you want to demonstrate that there is a God or theism, or just convince myself for the people that I talk to that debating an atheist, and so the fallacy of T Jump, this great mind that openly admits the only thing that motivates him is hot blondes, is in my extent telling, and that's why I usually translate atheism as selfishness. That in essence, T Jump is just saying, I'm selfish. I only care about myself, and there is no God. There is no karma. There's only me and the best possible attempts that I could make to fulfill my desires. And evolutionary, you're saying that he doesn't even understand his own atheism. JF at least has a PhD in biology and understands why T Jump, all he does is think about hot blondes, is because you're saying that all he does is think about sex and reproduction. And in terms of sex and reproduction, he would prefer sex and reproduction with lighter features, in terms of that being looked at as a better reproductive choice. That when he wants to reproduce, like if he could reproduce with a brunette, he might take it because it's still reproduction. But in terms of competitive reproduction, that evolutionary lighter features are considered superior. And so obviously T Jump would prefer, from an evolutionary point of view, to reproduce with, so to say, a hot blonde. So
that's his way of status signaling, that he's, so evolutionarily advanced that the only two questions he cares about are hair color and eye color?
Well, I'm saying JF at least understands biology to know why T Jump thinks like that. T Jump is just an atheist who doesn't have a PhD in biology and doesn't even understand his own desires.
I'll be right back.
The fact that that's
thanks
what
for
T
joining
Jump.
Gandalf.
the fact that that's what T-Jump is thinking about is obvious. So say, okay, I'm not an atheist, and I believe in purpose and impulse control, and so I'm not just thinking about random reproduction, and I'm not just thinking about reproduction in what would be considered the most evolutionary adaptive way. So saying like T-Jump as an atheist, obviously the only thing he thinks about is sex, and that's the most motivating factor behind everything he does. And when he thinks about sex, he is going to think about light features, because evolution will say that just kind of evidence will dictate that people select towards lighter features. So I think that's I think JF has mentioned that many times and would agree with the point. And he even mentioned that I think in his video I watched, he broke up with Mama JF, and he was talking about why he opposes the ability of whatchamacallit, of artificial not artificial insemination, but genetic engineering, because people are fickle and people are not going to choose what's adaptive for the best of humanity. People are going to choose lighter features. They're going to choose blonde hair and blue eyes. And I took the course even at Harvard. At Harvard, they had an online course on the bioethics of genetic engineering, and they mentioned that the most common thing that people want to bioengineer, want to do, is select for their children to have blue eyes and blonde hair. That is factually, of the people that do go through some sort of artificial insemination or genetic engineering, that the most common thing that they choose is blonde hair and blue eyes, as opposed to various other things that might actually benefit humanity. And so the T-Jump not even being aware of the cause of his own desires, to my extent, was somewhat telling. But welcome, Gandalf. I'm not sure if you want to comment on that, or if you want to. We got Samish here also. I said that colorism is a huge issue in Judaism. Definitely in Israel, colorism is a very big issue. Besides worldwide, or if you want to move straight into talking about the crazy weather.
A meta question that comes to mind: how do we know that there is a template or a picture that we can determine is that represents what's best for humanity? I mean, how do these Harvard people know that people don't choose adaptive traits that is evolutionary best for humanity? There's a lot of loaded qualitative assumptions and assertions built in there that I don't think people have the authority to comment on.
I put in the link the Harvard course I took on bioethics, and I'm saying factually, people select for lighter feature, blonde hair and blue eyes. Whether that benefits humanity, saying that's what JF is saying. Like, no, it's not going to benefit humanity if the smartest people or the most reproductive, successful people all select for blonde hair and blue eyes, or if we could genetically engineer where all of humanity all of a sudden had blonde hair and blue eyes. But there is evidence that factually that is what people select for. And so JF was saying that it's not adaptive, and that if you allow people to select on their own through genetic engineering, that's going to be bad, because everyone's going to select for blonde hair and blue eyes, as opposed to what's actually going to benefit humanity. And if you're going to question, is it possible to genetically engineer or select for things that are IQ or strength or any of these various other things are actually going to benefit humanity? And then your question, why is it that humanity sexually selects for light features, is it's a debate among scholars, but factually it's evidentially demonstrated that people do select for lighter features.
Can I inject something here?
You inject your darker features?
No, I was just.
Are you injecting your darker features when everyone's selecting for lighter features? How are your injection of your darker features going to help?
No, I said I want to inject my opinion on this, my comments. I'm not
Please.
so sure about I'm not so sure about this idea of people wanting lighter featured blue eyes and blah blah. Although I understand in evolutionary biology, there is the underpinning that people try to, in a sense, present themselves in a good, physically well, in order to perpetuate their genes, right? That's what it is. When you look at the evolutionary psychology, people go into bars and try to meet up with people. Yeah, they're going for consensual sex or whatever, but deep down, the underpinning is to perpetuate your genes, to let them go further and further. That's what biologists talk about. Now, the issue about the whiteness of the skin and the blue eyes is a most preferred way to attract significant others seems to me a little bit off stretch. I mean, you've seen people, society becoming more and more multicultural. In fact, people are switching, going to other sort of features in order to sort of like be more multicultural or something of that nature. So I don't know. I mean, I understand the issue, the evolutionary biology related to dating and sexual mores or whatever. But in terms of
What a
the
factual
whiteness
statistical
of blue
evidence of
eyes,
artificial insemination, that it's factually statistical that in terms of artificial insemination, that a hugely disproportional amount of people prefer lighter features. And if you give a person a choice in terms of artificial insemination, that people across all races are going to choose lighter features. And also in terms of genetic engineering, if you gave a person a list of things that they could choose in their kids, that people across all different races would choose among significant percentages to have their children have lighter features. If you say it's adaptive, because what I don't,
is it possible that this subject goes against the YouTube terms of service?
No, I don't think any chance.
No.
I could bring up like the academic, or there's articles about it in I would just do a Google search and you'll see all types of articles about the
It just
demand.
sounds really goofy.
So let me Doovid. It's all about reproduction, right? Having babies, right? It's not about just.
I'm talking about things that have been well documented statistically.
That's
artificial
what it is,
insemination has been around a long time. So the ethics. If you allow a woman,
right?
If you
It's
allow
eugenics.
a woman to
It's
choose,
eugenics.
yeah, it's basically
It's
eugenics.
eugenics.
If you allow a woman
It
in
is
terms
eugenics.
of artificial insemination to choose light features, that that women will choose lighter features significant, proportionally a significant amount of the time, and also in what's known about genetic engineering, or even in terms of abortion. In various factors, it's been well documented that women prefer to select for lighter features.
I mean, okay, that's
I mentioned that because JF, that was one of his points on why he thinks that genetic engineering should be outlawed, because he said everyone's just going to select for blonde hair and blue eyes, and that's not going to help humanity.
Well, it's racial. It's a little bit almost like the Nazi eugenic program, trying to get rid of everybody that does have any kind of gene.
There's never been a eugenic.
So
I mean, theoretically, you could say, but no. I mean, eugenically, eugenics has always been a selection for lighter features. That theoretically, you could have eugenics selecting for darker features, but historically, eugenics has been connected with white supremacy, and it's connected with some sort of evolutionary. Jennifer says just contrast, but factually,
I didn't say it's just contrast. The lighter skin is complicated. Mainly has to do with geography and the whole, polar bear thing, right?
I really don't understand that, because
well, like imagine a polar bear being like, I'm better than a brown bear.
Sure.
I'm white.
Sure.
It's like
I'm just looking. I'm talking about humans basically. What we see now, it's really not the issue of light skin. We see like brown and Latinos and Sephardic, and I mean the blonde stuff is probably passe now. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of puzzled by this overwhelming research apparently finding evidence that everybody wants a lighter skin. Well, what lighter means what? I mean, is this white or just brownish white
Well,
and
generally
blue eyes?
blue eyes and
You
blonde
know,
hair.
I don't know, but anyway, but I do understand there are people who are going through what we call selective surgery to change the colors of their eyes, and mostly you've got some Latinas and blacks going and doing all these surgeries in India for $2,000, changing their eyes, and apparently the results are just so great that they love their eyes, and it certainly changed everything, but I don't know whether that really related to what you're talking about, Doovid.
Well, I mentioned just a T jump that said the only motivation he has in life is hot blondes, and so I said that evolutionary that could be true from a Freudian point of view, that the main
Point of view,
motivating
yeah.
factor is reproduction, and in terms of reproduction, for whatever reason that the experts could debate about, that reproductively wise people prefer lighter features, so that all he thinks about is reproduction, and then he wants to reproduce with someone with blonde hair and blue eyes. So he might reproduce with a brunette, but his preference is to reproduce with some blonde hair and blue eyes, and that's just what he was talking about with Claire. That's why I mentioned it.
Okay, all right.
Just
I just
a quick kind of meta ethics question. I mean, wouldn't the highest ethics be to promote people being happy with whatever their features that have been passed down from their genetics manifest in? I mean, so let's say people have more caramel colored skin or brown eyes or different kinds of hair texture, and like, shouldn't the diversity of different human phenotypes just be celebrated as just nature unfurling her gifts? And shouldn't ethics support that, and people being happy with what they have? That, because there's beauty, I think, to some degree in all human races, and this kind of weird obsession with colorism seems a bit, well, odd to me.
Well, I mean, because
I
it's
guess
related to the hard problem of consciousness and what motivates people, versus a study and saying we know factually that people are motivated towards sexual relations, and we know that factually in terms of sexual reproduction that there's your general preference for lighter features. And so giving an explanation or morals and ethics, I mentioned the Harvard course, which would be, should people be allowed to know the race or features of the sperm donor? So in terms of so if statistics show that like only 10% of sperm donors have blue eyes, but 30% of women are going to choose blue eyes, should you make it that they're not allowed to know the race of the donor? And then would it be IQ though? Like, is it okay to choose IQ and height and strength, but not race? And what does it mean that that people select for race, if it's factual that there is a sexual preference based on race, and say it's immoral, it's unethical, and it's immoral, but it's a fact at the same time, that all of our tests show that even though it's like racism's wrong, but factually we see all the tests show that people are racist.
I think some people are never happy, Gandalf. They would never be happy. Even you could see it in Hollywood, people changing their appearances all the time, although they are themselves pretty good looking, but they just go on and on and on with all these selective surgical stuff procedures that seems I think that just some individuals, not all, but that there's just that they're never happy with their appearances, and so they will change it, whatever. I mean, your idea of everybody should be looking for the happiness and just take whatever you have and live with it and be content and so on. But that's not the case in America. It's just everything has to change. It's never satisfied with whatever you got. And the problem is when these individuals are role models for other individuals, that's really going to be terrible. Let's take, for example, the Kardashians, which is like, I've never seen stuff like that, but they go on with all these procedures, and who's seen them? You got, teenagers, 18 to 25, just completely absorbing all that lifestyles. And so they're going to go with what the research have suggested, the whiteness, the changing colors of their eyes and whatever. So it's an ideal to have this idea of everybody should be content and be happy with whatever they have, but I don't think it's the case in modern society.
What's religious idea? I mean, Perciava's Ethics of the Fire, who is a happy man, the one who's happy with his lot, and versus a seen reality, and saying like, okay, that if intelligence, people are interested in science and mathematics, and the infrastructure, like you're saying, society's collapsing because we don't have people to maintain the infrastructure, but no one selects for science and math. That
Sure.
And so if it's human nature in a way that's destructive, like I was mentioning about humor or various things, that if you have an accurate depiction of what human nature is, and obviously human nature is what it is, and so if you have theory of consciousness or impulse control, that I recognize that the nature of the body draws me to make bad decisions, but the controller of the body, the soul, or whatever power that allows me to exhibit impulse controls and control my body despite the natural desires of the body to make higher order decisions. And so evolutionary, if you don't believe that there's an external soul controller, you might look at more in terms of long-term planning, that whatever reason, in short-term decision making, people are going to prefer light features or strength over intelligence or math and science skills, but someone making long-term decisions might recognize that being good at math and science is more important than being an athlete or having light features, even though the immediate impulse of the body might say choose the physically fit or the lighter featured one.
It's true.
Church
By the
of
way,
Entropy.
guys, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gandalf. I'm sorry.
I said you asked the question, which I thought was a funny quip. Do shallow people care that shallowness is repellent? As if it seems like a lot of people don't. They'd rather have, I don't know, the big boobed woman or the muscle headed guy over someone who has knowledge anyway. So why would we expect anything different?
But I mean to pick on T-Jump, because T-Jump's obviously a smart person, but if he's quintessential shallow, that he debates, he's an atheist, and but then all he really wants is money, so he doesn't have to work, and so that he could go to the bar and try to hit up on hot blondes, in his own words. So he's saying by definition he's shallow, and he doesn't really have any great ambitions or desires, and his theology says that basically great ambitions or desires are nonsense anyways, because atheism is the truth. But so I mean, maybe you could come up with a defense. So if I'm straw manning atheism and I'm using T-Jump or even JF as the example, JF is maybe a counterexample, but T-Jump is the example of atheism being selfishness and shallowness, that because he's an atheist, of course he's shallow, and of course he's selfish, because why shouldn't you be?
I don't think his atheism is associated with his wanting only hot blondes.
Well, of course, it
We
says
don't
they want to
know.
sin and get away with it. People do believe they profess atheism because they don't want to have to pay the consequences of their actions. That's why they say they don't believe in karma, and they don't
Well,
want to believe in morality because that way they think that they can get around the consequences of their actions.
Yeah, that's what my rabbi said. Like Freud is basically the people, basically are perverts and want to get away with perversion. And that's why they believe in evolution. No one in their right mind is going to believe that evolution is true. And the only reason a person would believe in evolution is because they want to behave like an animal. And usually that means in terms of sexual perversion, that you're believing in atheism or evolution is an excuse to you be able to behave sexually immorally.
are you generalizing that in terms of everybody who is atheist? It's going to
Absolutely
be
not. It's just a tendency.
okay. Good.
That's what my
It can be.
rabbis in Jerusalem said, but it's
Okay.
it's a
Okay.
good, it's a
All right.
general good heuristic.
Yeah, I'm not so sure Richard Dawkins goes to the bars and act immorally or anything like that. But I mean, I do understand T-Jump is probably kind of trying to push the buttons a little bit further, trying to get elicit response from other people. But I don't believe. I'm glad, Jennifer, you sort of said that, because I was worried about you guys saying, well, they're atheists because they don't
Yeah,
believe
Doovid,
in
what's up?
karma.
Like, are you high off your debate with Judas and now you're just gonna push your luck or whatever with the troll comments? Or because yeah, it's like
No, I'm not saying that I
you're
was just
taking a
trying.
pretty insanely harsh stance, like a pretty hardline stance.
That's why I told JF and saying this, but my rabbis told me in Jerusalem, and I essentially agree that, like, I mean, Claire even messaged me that Jennifer said there's no such thing as atheism. And I said, yeah, atheism is generally an excuse to be able to sin and get away with it. And generally, the sin that people want to get away with is sexual immorality. That it could be like violence or other or power seeking, but generally, atheism is connected to the sinful desire for sexual immorality.
Maybe a better question is under what conditions? Because Jen, you said that your comment about atheists being having this certain tendency to immorality is just a tendency. Under what condition then would atheists be moral? Would it be perhaps they're ignorant of God and haven't
Well, I
been
mean, I
shown
think
something
atheism is
directly?
something like it just comes in phases, like depression. It's like in order to feel the high highs, you need low lows to calibrate them by. So no state, as its nature in a fluctuating reality, may be said to be permanent, right?
If you want to get Edward Dutton on you, but this actually atheism is correlated to higher morality because atheism is correlated to higher levels of intelligence and education, and higher levels of intelligence and education are correlated to higher morals and ethics. But compared, so there is a little bit of a counterintuitive there.
But couldn't you question that though? Because Edward Dutton is taking that sample of atheists being more moral and intelligent from a period of society which was industrializing, and in the wake of Christianity, which destroyed all sorts of, let's just say, more naturalistic and scientific approaches to religion.
Well, I mean, saying that atheism is that if you look at a survey of atheists, that the education level among atheists is much higher than the average level of education of your average person. And because of that higher education level, that atheists, even though are generally atheists, from my view, due to a desire to have a moral behavior, because of the higher education and intelligence level, recognize that you can't sin and get away with it, not necessarily because there's a God or karma, that's what they're rejecting, but they have a greater understanding of utilitarianism or karma or law and order, that the street person who only has a grade school education and doesn't realize that like there's surveillance technology, or the police are gonna, like, God forbid, if they rape somebody, that there's like DNA tests, or the police have some chance of catching them, that the person who has a university education and maybe secretly desires to rape, but they don't, because they have the intelligence to recognize the long-term planning, that they're not going to be able to get away with it, not because there's a God and a system of karma, but just because they have a larger understanding of society or long-term planning in general.
Can I just hop in with something real quick here? Atheism is a negative axiom. Do you understand what that means, Samish?
Yeah.
So a negative axiom is not considered a defensible position, traditionally speaking, in a debate. But if something is not correct, then obviously you're going to want some way to state that. So if people are atheistic towards religions that are false, that's rational, right? So it's like a question of, to what end are you atheist? Because you have to be careful when people are using a negative assertion to make a positive conclusion, they've made some error somewhere, logically speaking. And like what Doovid said, it's like, I don't want to say it's always because people want to sin and get away with it. It's just that it lends itself to that. It can be used that way, is
It's because
used
they
that way,
did sin and get away with
but
it
may
already.
not be that way as a general, obviously, pattern, because then you're into the domain of like claiming to know why people do the things that they do in all cases,
So
which also seems absurd, right?
right.
Well,
I'm thinking.
Well,
I'm
just
sorry. Go
to
ahead.
say quickly on that, it's because they already have sinned and get away with it. So the atheist says that there is no God, there is no karma, and I know that because I have done things that, according to traditional karma, I should not. Like the woman who had an abortion, and it's like, okay, I killed my baby and I didn't get struck down, and nothing bad happened to me. So there can't be karma. Or like the man who cheated on his wife and didn't tell anybody and got away with it, and his wife doesn't know that he cheated on her, and say like, no, certainly atheism is true. There is no God, because I know, because I sin and get away with it all the time. And so it's still logically like that. You're asserting a negative, but from the person's perspective, and also the suffering. The atheist is saying, I know there's no God, because the righteous don't get rewarded and the wicked get punished, because God forbid, when I was getting beaten by the bully, I cried out to God for help and no one helped me. And so like there definitely is no God, because I know that there is unjust suffering, because I unjustly suffered. And most atheists have that aspect that they say like, no, you could do bad things and get away with it. Trust me, I know, because I do bad things and I got away with it. Or they say that there is no God that listens to prayer and stops the undeserved people from suffering, because I have suffered and God didn't help me.
Isn't the Jen, you had talked about, I think maybe a more psychological approach is better. You had mentioned, and maybe you could repeat and or expound upon it, like these periods of let's say mass atheism among the educated classes. Maybe it's that experience that Nietzsche talks about with the death of God, the sense that maybe
atheism is basically denying reality. Because if you accept pantheism, because the thing is, we're not separate. We're in the same planet. What we believe, we are subject
You're missing
to
my point,
each other's beliefs.
Jennifer.
You can't
Atheists are
stop people
asserting
believing
reality.
in God, is the point. Now you got people
Atheism-
who want to deny the basis of reality. It's like, yeah, that's going to be fractious.
Atheists are
Especially when they're
asserting
convinced
reality
that they're
because
right.
they know that you could sin and get away with it. It's saying like the woman who aborted her child and nothing bad happened to her, or the man who cheated on his wife, or steals, and saying like, no, I know reality is that you could do messed up things and get away with it, because I do messed up things and I got away with it. So that's the assertion of reality, that I know there's no God, because the people who postulate a God, I should not have been able to get away with what I got away with.
I don't think there's any way that those people could know that they quote unquote got away with their sexual immorality or whatever sins you're listing here. I think that's a huge assumption. I mean, I think and that assumption itself seems to suggest in the very question that you're not putting appropriate weight on the law of karma. I mean, I think what's really the problem is, at least from
We're
what
saying
I
they know that karma doesn't
people
exist
don't-
because according to their experience, karma doesn't exist.
then they just have cognitive dissonance, I would think, right?
They don't have cognitive. It's saying like the woman who say aborted her child and nothing bad happened to her doesn't have cognitive dissonance. It's like, well, if there is a God who's going to punish me because I killed my child, God forbid, it doesn't appear that it happened because she had the abortion and nothing bad happened to her. Or so to say that people do bad things and say that, well, life is going on and heaven's not falling down on me, and so it doesn't appear that the karmatic reaction of action reaction works in that way. Or even bad things happening to good people is saying that, like, that dude who just beat me up for no reason and got away with it, there's no way that there is a God or karma because that person beat me up and got away with it.
So they're making that argument, and you seem to suggest that it is an invalid argument they're making.
Well, I think it's a valid argument. That's why atheism is so popular, because it's based on experience within the material realm that negates theism. That to say that it's asserting a negative, but you're saying if theism implies that there's some sort of karma, and my experience dictates that that karma doesn't actually exist, therefore atheism.
Okay, yeah. It's like a Primo Levi. You know Primo Levi, right?
Yeah, I'm not a.
Primo, what did he say? What did he say? He said they asked him, "Is there a God?" He said, "God was not in Auschwitz, was absent. Therefore, I don't believe in him." So, and he was a prolific writer, but he was an atheist. Has nothing to do with the issue of not getting the rewards or getting punishment and something like that. And I think most atheists are mostly against organized religion on how they explain reality. They're probably not really an atheist in terms of saying there is no God. What they are against is the institutionalized way organized religion explain reality, all realities, marriage, love, punishment, whatever. That, or even explaining the nature of human biology, how we evolved. They are against that. Like Charles Dawkins he's against the idea that somehow God created everything. So that's what his atheism come from. He's come from his biological learning that, okay, I'm a Darwinist, and and I believe that evolution is the key process by which species evolve. God could not have created all the species. He could not, because they are evolving right now. Some new species are emerging. Therefore, he has a case about how religion explain the origin of species. Others use other arguments. So basically, atheists sometimes really they're not saying that God does not exist. They are against mostly the epistemological way people explain things.
Well, I'm
When
saying it's more about karma.
resorting to theological argument to explain certain social realities.
It's like Ben Watkins said, the universe is indifferent to our suffering. So a question like cosmology, how do we get here in terms of God? But you're saying atheism and saying that there is no karma, there is no external spiritual factor that sees to it that the good are rewarded and the wicked are punished, and that the universe is factually indifferent to our suffering. So like Primo Levi saying that, no, there is no God that answered our cries, that we suffered.
Right.
He saw,
That's
in
right.
Auschwitz or whatever, God forbid,
That's right.
this suffering,
That's
and
right.
there was no God that answered our cries of pain. And
That's
your
right.
average person, they didn't have to go through Auschwitz. They're just saying that they've been in pain and they cried out to God and God didn't answer. So it's obvious that God doesn't exist. And saying that if you had like T. Jump or Ben Watkins and say karma just doesn't exist. There is no factor within the scientific realm of material universe that sees to it that morals are balanced out.
Yeah, I mean, morals. I
Say like
grew
if
up
the
in a
tree falls in a forest and no one hears it, referring not to the sound, but to karma. That if someone does something messed up and doesn't get punished with it, yes, they got away with it. That
I got
there is no
so
external factor that's going to balance out and say like, no, you can't get away with that. Saying like, no, the tree fell in the forest and no one heard it, they got away with it. It's done.
yeah. I don't know what to what to say. What
Well, I'm saying that's
about
the logic of atheism. That the atheist is the main logic of atheism is that their experience dictates to them that karma doesn't exist, and for whatever reason, like I gave the example of the woman who had an abortion, or the person that cheated on their wife, and just saying like no, like as I said, like like you could like Samish, I don't want to let you in on this, but you could do really messed up stuff and get away with it. I do messed up stuff all the time, and like thank God, like I've been getting away with it for a long time.
Sure.
And so,
I
like,
mean,
I know as a fact there is no God and there's no karma because I know a whole bunch of secret bad stuff that I've done and got away with.
I'm not so sure. I understood
Or the opposite,
what.
that I know all this bad stuff that happened to me and the people that did these bad things to me got away with. Or a combination of both. That I know that I do bad things and got away with it, and that people did bad things to me and got away with it. So experience dictates that karma is impossible, doesn't exist, hence atheism.
Some people don't even know what karma is, let alone understanding what it is, but
Yeah, I hear
because they
something
never
like
really.
that, and I think like, well, gravity is part of karma, so are you denying gravity? It's like it's just a misunderstanding of the word, But some
There's
religious
morals and
stuff
ethics.
is not
Karma
credible.
referring to morals and ethics, not material laws.
I mean, I understand karma in terms of your karma means all the deeds, all your thoughts you had all your life, and it depends against whether the bad outweighed the good, and then when judgment comes in, okay, what is your karma? Well, maybe
No,
you have to go
the
back.
judgment idea, that's an Abrahamic idea. The
It's Machiavelli in
karmic
politics.
idea is just cause and effect, and you attract the things that you already espouse.
You see, like
Right.
Machiavellian politics that lead to atheism. Like I look at our leaders are obviously scum and just portray themselves to be good people, even though they're not good people, and somehow convince the masses that they're good people, and it works because there is no such thing as karma. So Machiavelli principles work. You can just lie and pretend like you're a good person and not actually be a good person and have the benefits of being a good person without actually being a good person, because karma is a farce, it's a fantasy, it doesn't exist.
I guess civilization's an illusion too, and is about to get flushed down the toilet consequent to these kooky beliefs.
Right, and that's
Well,
the
it's
prevalence of
permanence.
atheism. That the logic, you're saying, okay, so you're asserting a negative, that there isn't, say God, there isn't theism, and when I say essentially, those people are asserting that there is no such thing as karma, and the reason that they assert it is because it is the patterns of their experiential, nature in the material realm. That with what they see, if there was external moral ethical being that enforced morals and ethics, that it wouldn't correspond with the way they understand the world should operate. Hence, there is no external being exerting morals and ethics. Hence, there is no morals and ethics.
It doesn't have to be only experiential,
Because you're prima
knowledge.
labia. You're saying the
It
person
could, yeah,
experienced that there is
experience, but
God that answered to the suffering of the people of Auschwitz. Hence,
others
there
have
is
to
no God.
experience wrongs, but they could read about the humanity's history, of all the evils that have happened. They could just learn it on their own and decide that, okay, look, this world is really, really messed up. There's no such things that you do a good deed, you're going to get rewarded. You're going to do a bad deed, there's no supreme judge up there deciding how to reward people. but they could learn it through learning history. They don't have to have the experience themselves. They could be sitting in their library all their lives without even having to worry about working because they come from the rich family, and they come up with all philosophies, writing books about deism or whatever. So it's not really have to do with experiential
Yeah, so high
experience or
birth, low
whatever.
birth, rich dad, poor dad is also one of the big factors that causes atheism. Like this person just has everything, it didn't work for it, as opposed to me who wasn't given these things, like because I took low birth or high birth, and
Right.
some sort of fairness. That's saying if there was a God, presumably things would be fair, but my experiences, things are not fair, or my understanding of history is things are not fair. Hence, there is no God.
Yeah, well, that's a that's a really good conclusion if they believe that. And if they socially construct that reality as real, it becomes real in themselves. So you can never do anything about it. They believe it because that's how they perceive it. Now, how are we going to change their view that there is a God when all they read and experience is against what the Bible says? Even the Bible's job story is not a very good story about why evil happened. I mean, yeah, well, I'm going to let this guy suffer to see how he could really sustain, my worth against him. I'm not going to intervene. So it's not a. I mean, it's good. It's a good story, but it's not convincingly enough to suggest as to why you don't. Why do you test this person? Why do you? But I don't know who wrote that the job story. Certainly, it's not part of the Tanakh, but it's still that's what people revert to see to explain why evil happens. So they reduce it to only one person job in terms of him being having leprosy and all the diseases and losing that and lose that, and he still have faith. It's incredible, but is it convincing enough for a lot of people, especially modern people who do things that evil comes from individuals? It doesn't happen from the above. Therefore, they might have a good argument that God is not really a supreme, all-knowing, all omnipresent, all justice person. So,
By
so
the
there
argument
is
of
that.
Gandalf, and Ben Watkins in general, that it's spiritual dualism, that karma, moral weighing, has to be an action that occurs in the spiritual realm, not the material realm. That if you do something good or bad, and the action reaction that is caused for it is not a material phenomenon. Hence, it's an argument for the spiritual realm that say, like, no, I do believe that action, reaction, and karma exists, and there's no reasonable material explanation for how karma works. Therefore, it makes sense to believe in a spiritual realm where there is some sort of recording of this was a good deed, and a conservation of conservation principle where good deeds are rewarded and bad deeds are punished. But this measurement of good deeds and bad deeds can't occur in the material realm. It has to be this dualistic, separate spiritual realm that records and conserves the equality of good and bad deeds.
I truly
Church
agree.
of Entropy, your vision of God is not one where there's somebody doing, say, like an accounting ledger of good deeds and bad deeds and accumulating this in this spiritual realm that's apart from this material realm at all. So, like, how did you reconcile the fact that people make moral choices for good and evil with, I think, your much more pantheistic conception of God, for lack of a better term? Because you've probably, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think you've always had an intuition that God exists. Am I correct?
I do not believe Jennifer is in.
Oh, she might have left. I was going to ask her. Yeah,
She probably off a little bit. I guess it's me and you.
Yeah, I think
So
Doovid walked off too. But
yeah,
yeah,
Sorry about that, guys. Just warming up my coffee. I'm back.
oh,
I don't know what's up with Doovid today. He's not budging an inch.
I wanted to ask you a question. Let me repeat my question.
Maybe he never does, and I'm just noticing it more today. Sorry, go ahead.
You know, well, let me just start with a much more basic, maybe somewhat personal question. Have you always sort of had the sense that God exists?
Yeah.
What was the 'cause I bet your experience of it might be somewhat similar to mine. What was the was there like a moment when you were like 3 or 4 that it's like, okay, like or some experience in your life where it's like, okay, yeah, God definitely exists. Do you have one of those moments?
It's more like I just never occurred to me to not believe in God. The concept is inconceivable, so it was never like you don't seek to anecdotalize your axioms. You just presuppose them, right?
Well, I guess that's how it works. When you're 3 or 4, it just seems I'm just imagining you as a 3 or 4-year-old for purposes of argument, I guess. I mean, you just, some things are just as plain as the nose on your face. Is that kind of what it is?
It's more just like the idea of not believing in God never occurred to me.
Yeah, I don't think I was ever as conscious of it as you, but I think I have a similar experience. I don't remember ever, especially when I was young, ever really doubting that God or something like what God is exists.
But as far as the first time I ever like positively axiomatized God, is that what you're asking?
Okay, but yeah,
I don't
answer
know if
that
I could
question.
answer that. Because that would imply that there was a time where I didn't feel that way, and I don't have any recollection of ever not feeling like God is real. Because to me, God is just reality. There's no way to doubt that reality is real. So
Yeah,
but
I think,
reality is also socially constructed, right?
there's an aspect of whatever you want to call it.
It's
I mean, I think
human.
it's definitely not a good idea to say that stuff is socially constructed, because that's largely not the first
Yeah.
assumption you should make. You shouldn't
Okay.
necessarily assume that, but I mean, it is fair to say that there is an element of subjectivity and judgment, and that human language speaks mainly to relative truths, not absolute truths. You have to sort of
Right.
go to
So,
philosophy intentionally. It's going to be rough
but I
with
know
problems to get to,
you.
semi-objectivity.
Okay. All right. I think that your conception of God is the same. It's the same conception as Spinoza. I mean, Spinoza was against the Abrahamic God,
I think he
right?
thought that it was more of like a non-dualistic
Right.
monism. Like
Right. It
I
was
don't
just when
I
I
don't think
say
we had the
socially
exact same opinions. I don't
right.
think me and
Well,
Spinoza
but
felt the same way
my
exactly. No.
point about Spinoza. Spinoza was just really against all these conception of God as a lawgiver, and in fact, laws are created by man, and institutionalized religion are created by man, and so on. So that's what I say is socially constructed. And I was going to bring the point about democracy. Democracy is a human creation. The conception of, okay, let's have a system where everybody have a say, let's vote. I mean, it is socially constructed.
It's not socially constructed in the sense
It
that
is.
it exists.
Where does it
It's
come
like
from? It
just the
existed
fact
before
of
humans.
existential tautological. It's like there's a certain number of people exist. Okay, well, a certain number of people exist. They each have an influence on something. There's your quasi democracy. It's just like that's the default position. It's just like, yeah, there's a bunch of people, they all want stuff.
I don't
And
know.
there's
Jennifer would
some
agree
sort of
with.
struggle in there.
See, Native Americans had a democratic system, but they didn't call it democracy.
But I think,
like the
if
Huron.
if
The
you put
Native
it at a more
American
base level,
had a true blue democracy, but they didn't call it. So they created a system where even women, Native Americans in the Northeast, like Canada and Huron tribes and so on, Senecas and all those people, they had a democracy. I mean, a true blue city hall democracy.
I
They
think you got to
created
put it
it
on a more
because that.
base level that.
So-
But you mean like everybody agreeing on the dictator? Is that really democracy?
But it
No,
doesn't
no,
matter.
no.
It doesn't
Dictators
matter.
had nothing to
These
do with
things are
democracy.
secondary, because if you say like, okay, when I turned 18, I went to Israel, it occurred to me that the voice in my head, consciousness, derives from the non-physical and from God. So since I was 18, all of my experience is, so to say, spiritual and God. So occasionally I might think maybe the voice in my head and consciousness, comes from evolution. I went to school and I studied science, but basically it was a realization when I was young, and I had thoughts of like that I was younger, the source of my consciousness. But this way that I interact with the world in terms of consciousness does not derive from the material realm. So any of these things like politics, consciousness, what I decide to do with my mind is irrelevant, because my mind itself is from the spiritual realm and proof that God. So as long as I'm thinking and making decisions, that's proof that there's a God. And so all of the other stuff is secondary. And I don't know if Jennifer looks at it differently.
Well, just before you finish, you
from the
said two
spiritual
numbers
perspective,
there.
you say that.
You said 14 and 18? So you're saying that it first occurred to you at 14 and was cemented at 18?
When I
Or
went
did
to
you just mix
Israel,
up?
when I was young, I always talked to God and the voices in my head. But I had a period of atheism where I just, okay, there's voices in my head and I make decisions and I think, but it didn't occur to me that was God and proof of spirituality. And then it was a realization in Israel and education and being told the classics that no, the voice in your head is from the spiritual realm and from my soul and from God. And so since that point, I have never been an atheist, because my interaction and experience with the world is, in a sense, God is always part of it, because I recognize the voice in my head and my consciousness is not coming from the material realm.
Nice. So it's like a revelation type thing?
I mean, it's kind of the Descartes, I think, therefore I am. And so it's
Well, it's a
essentially
little
that.
more than that. You're saying it's something about the quality of your thoughts that you realize somewhere between 14 and 18 convinced you of the existence of God. That's not what Descartes is saying, per se.
Well, I think it is. And we don't have to argue what
It's really
Descartes is
not.
saying. But
Otherwise, you
but
would
it's saying
say
that,
God's
yes,
somewhere in it.
that I thought about consciousness and the nature, and I had towards God. I had a bar mitzvah, and even before I was 14, like at young ages. But when I went to Israel, I found God, and I found God in myself, and I never lost that, because I realized that my consciousness is God and comes from God, and therefore atheism has never been a possibility, because there's always consciousness in me, and the consciousness in me is always a reminder that there is a God.
That's so
And so,
nice.
anything like democracy or anything else, as long as I'm thinking, as long as there's something guiding me, which obviously there always is, because there's me, that is consistent reminder that there is a God, and the way I experience the world is through my own consciousness, and I experience and understand my own consciousness as proof of God. And I think most religious, or say enlightened spiritual people, it's that understanding of consciousness, that Plato and the soul, that the controller of me, like if it's the Hare Krishna, I'm not my body, that this I that is the me is not this body, it's something else, and that doesn't derive from the material realm. And once you have that realization, atheism is impossible. And so if Samish is a grown man and he disagrees with me and he says, no, you are your body. The I, I am not, my body is inaccurate. You
'Cause
are
I
your
think that
body.
was Spinoza's position, wasn't it? Or maybe he never actually put it into those words, but yeah.
I'm saying that that's essentially the I think therefore I am is this recognition of Cartesian dualism, that the I is non-derivative of the physical body, that the I who I am is not a derivative of the human body. And
Can you use cogito to prove non-dualism too? Like, I don't think cogito proves dualism.
I don't think it proves anything.
I read Descartes in high
Yeah, I
school
would
also.
argue it proves.
I actually read
fuck
Descartes in high school. Like I read Kant and Descartes, A Good Father. He had these books
all.
on the
What
shelf.
is dual? Maybe you can tell us then. What is dual to what? Dualism implies something divided into two.
Yeah, I mean,
Where's the
the
division?
I is not my body. The I is derivative of this dual, separate, non-material spiritual realm. That when I say I,
Where
I'm
does it
not
say that in
referring
cogito
to this
ergo
body.
sum?
I am referring to the I that is the controller of my body and exists in a different realm than the material realm which my body exists in.
They're saying the best evidence for your existence exists in a realm which is non-physical.
That I had the full realization at 18 in Israel that this I is not my body, and that whatever this is inside of me that is Doooovid, that thinks and that controls this body, does not actually come from my body, and since then I've never had any question about atheism, because this I that is me, I don't experience as something that originates in the material realm. Hence, atheism is impossible.
Well,
I'm a spiritual person.
Unless consciousness comes from the brain, Oops.
Well, so I mean, I could be wrong, and I went to university and I've studied still evolution and neurology and these various things, but my experience is, since this point at 18 when I found God, is that this I is not a derivative of my body, and so atheism is impossible, because atheism implies that the I is my body, and that's not my experiential understanding of who I am. I don't know. I mean, if Jennifer doesn't have a similar type experiential understanding, that's the point I was trying to express about saying like, no, I'm absolutely not an atheist, because I do not think that I'm my body. I think that the I is clearly some soul force that derives from the non-material realm, and that's my experience with the material realm, and it's my experience with myself. And it's most strongly that it's my experience with myself, that the voices in my head, I don't think are coming from my head.
Sorry, that was just
Ramesh, you're muted.
not a great way to phrase that, but okay. Did you want to say something, Samish? Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you, Samish.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you have to. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
We
I
can
was
hear you now. It's
muted
okay.
because I was talking to. Okay, but I was saying, Doovid, is that your I, your subject, the I, is part of your body. You say it's outside. It's in your mind, okay? It's your brain, the neurons, whatever. It's part of your body.
No,
You're
that's
just
not how I
thinking
experience the
somehow
world.
that it is disassociated with your body,
Well,
and
that's not
therefore,
how I experience the world. That's not how I
but
perceive
that's
the world. I
okay.
understand that you might look at it that way, and I could see me myself in my younger years looked at me as my body. But the Doovid who is interested in talking about these subjects, the Doovid that is interested in talking and hearing what you have to say, is not this body. It's the Doovid that comes from a separate spiritual realm.
Is it fair to say, looking at this conversation from the outside and just making an evaluation, that Jen, never had any reason to doubt God, and therefore, and she's always believed in God according to her own testimony, and I think she's been pretty consistent with that in the course of her life. That she's more godly than Doovid, because Doovid doubted God until he had some sort of revelation of, I guess, Cartesian dualism while in Israel as an 18-year-old. That would seem to be that Doovid is more atheistic than Church of Entropy.
What you're saying, that if you're saying that, like Augustine or something, I changed, that I had been an atheist in my younger years, and if Jennifer was never an atheist, and if she agrees with my experiential explanation that the I that is Jennifer, she never affiliated with her body, that that the I that that controlled her cognition and thought, that she always experienced as some connection towards God, so she never doubted God because her experiential nature with the realm, and whether me as a born again believer, if that makes a difference, that, I mean, it might, but not necessarily. That saying if Jennifer never had the experience of being an atheist, that she can't remember what it's like to be an atheist, as where Doovid could
I had a
remember.
quasi-atheistic moment with my bestie when I was 18 on his couch, and it just sort of popped into my head, like, the universe has no meaning. So you could call that sort of quasi-atheistic, and it was just like one of those, like, it wasn't even a creeping realization, it was just like a punch in the face realization where it was like, I'm not gonna even, react to this.
So can I ask you a question, Jennifer? I think I did ask you this question before, but I don't recall your answer. If somebody asks you to define God, your conception of God, what would you say? I know you said reality.
I would usually tell them, what are you really asking me?
Okay.
That's like,
Well,
I mean, in general,
no,
but if someone's asking, like, can you just tell me about your religion so I can get a
no,
basic idea of it, I would just say God's the universe, but it's significantly more complex than that. But I'm not gonna, like,
right,
get out the, papyrus scroll, right?
right. But you see, the problem is we talk about God all the time. We use that word all the time without really explaining its definition.
That's why I
What
always
is
try to not use it, because
okay,
it's
but
this exact problem. So you'll notice my teachings are presented scientifically, where
yeah,
if there's a mention of God, it's as it's not as like a
yeah.
presupposition or
It,
anything. It's like, well, I think the quantum periodic table demonstrates that that God is perfect, but it's not a presupposition. It's more of a conclusion. I completely acknowledge your point. That's why I
it
don't
is
even
no.
I don't even
What
try to go. I don't even
right?
try to circumvent it. I just say, perhaps I'm not the one to surmount this issue.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the
Right.
Cartesian dualism, as opposed to like the God who chose the Jewish people and gave us the Torah, that I may have doubts about my Judaism and whether, the God who created the universe chose the Jewish people and cares that we do these rituals. However, I do not have doubts that the I that experiences and interacts with the world is not my body. So that the God question um, is secondary to the I question. As long as you answer the I question as the I not being derivative of the body, you're going to be theistical in a sense, that a believer in some sort of spiritual realm, because you don't look at whatever my consciousness is as a derivative of my body, as opposed to like the God who spoke to Moses. And then I'm going to question like, oh, like I see these contradictions and I'm doubting Moses, and therefore I'm doubting God. And so maybe I am my body. So even if I doubt the Jewish tradition, I'm not doubting that the I is not, my consciousness is not derivative of my body.
Why do I have this intuition? Like the whole idea that God chooses a people just seems completely antithetical to everything I've ever sort of really deeply thought or felt when I've had sort of, I guess you could say,
It's
God.
really not
or
that
something.
unusual because it's like, oh, I understand this obscure thing about religion. I'm special. You can't see how someone would feel that and how it may
What
not
is the
be
Jewish religion?
unusual.
Yeah, so I was saying if Gandalf, we're talking like you're right, Gandalf, like this, like the Jewish religion has some serious logical questions and flaws. And now I'm doubting the veracity that God chose the Jewish people and took us out of Egypt and commanded us to keep these laws. That could sow doubt. However, that's why I'm focusing on the Cartesian dualism of the I factor. That even if I have that doubt of the nature of God, I don't have the nature of the I and the consciousness not being derivative of the body. So even if I doubt the veracity of Judaism, I don't doubt the veracity that I is not derivative of the body, and hence there has to be some sort of spiritual explanation or understanding for who this I is, and so the understanding of the God who created the whole universe, who created me, who created religion, is secondary to my experience that had the realization that I am not my body. I don't know if that's making sense to you. So like if you were raised as a Christian, you say you used to believe in God, and then you saw Christianity, you say it's ridiculous and it can't be true, and therefore you no longer believe in God, as opposed to you had the realization that your consciousness is not derivative of your body, and you had connected that to Christianity, that your I and your essential you is related to like Jesus and cosmology of the Bible, and then you change your mind about Jesus, the Bible, and the cosmology. But your experiential nature, that your I is not derivative of the body, as long as that realization stays, your doubt about one religion or the other isn't going to turn you into an atheist.
Well, I've never really formulated it in my own mind as the I is not derivative of the body. In fact, I remember the first time I read Descartes, I thought, this man is effing insane.
Well, I read Descartes in high school also. I was familiar with the idea, but it wasn't until I was in Jerusalem that I had the experiential realization that I am not my body. And I agree. The first time I read Descartes, also like it's like no, I mean, the I that feels pain, the I that pain and pleasure, and is clearly through the body, and just because I read Descartes, I didn't experience it, and I had to have some sort of spiritual experience to feel that this I isn't my body. And so if you haven't had that experience, or maybe you had spiritual experiences where you do feel that the I that is you is not your body, but then you say, okay, maybe that was just some sort of experience and some sort of spiritual high, and then you came down where the I returned to your body, from a more intellectual term of Descartes, where you're saying the I that is interested in philosophy and ideas can't be derivative of the body, that this body that contains me is not what drives me to be interested in these ideas, that this essential I has to come from someplace other than my body.
Jen, this whole approach to religion, I don't know. To me, it just seems...
Can you start over? It sounded like you said this whole religion thing. I was like, that's not a word.
And we could talk about this as long as you want. I mean, you have Gandalf and Samish on. We need to talk about like what the hell's going on with the weather, because we Samish the environmental sociologist and Gandalf the weather expert. This is me and Jennifer's favorite topic, but we want to turn to your area of expertise and what the hell's up with the weather too.
Global warming, okay? But anyway, Gandalf, I was going to respond to your question about this, your idea of why is this the Jewish people were chosen to, well, think of it as a group, as a message given to a group versus to one person. Jesus Christ, one person, Muhammad, one person, Moses, one person, Revelation stopped, gave it to them. Why don't you think about a group? Okay, God, okay, I want you to be an example to humanity, not the chosen people, no, but as a group. Go ahead, I'll pull you out from Egypt, do something, show the world what you are doing. And that's why it is sort of, that's how I understand it. I understand as a group sort of cohesion kind of thing, as not all of them prophets, but as a group that carries on the message to humanity. Is it clear?
I guess it's clear, just the idea that God would choose a particular group or culture and then
Right.
transmits a message that then
Well,
that group is supposed to transmit to all of humanity just
he
doesn't
chose.
comport with my understanding of God. That's
Sure,
all.
I agree, but it's not really something strange. He chose Moses, he chose Jesus, he chose, if we think of it as choosing really deliberately, chose Muhammad, chose Buddha, chose Mazda, Aruda Mazda for the Zoroastrians. He chose people apparently through revelation and give the message to send to the people. Then why can't we understand or accept the possibility that he gave it to a group of people, despite the fact that they had their own religion, their own prophets, and certainly the group gave him a hard time. I mean, Moses really had to deal with a lot of complaining. I mean, it's not like, you take the message and shut up. No, I'm going to discuss with you why you did this, why God wants this for us. There's a whole discussion, the whole, verbiage, and that's how it's so rich about the message to humanity. I don't know whether the Jews did a really good job, but certainly that's a possibility to give the
Well, I agree
message
with
to.
Gandalf on this, that you could, like saying that from the God's eye perspective and everything I know about logic, that it doesn't appear that the God who created the world, who had all this power, would have went about it in this direction, just like suffering. If there's an all-powerful God, how come there's so much suffering? It's similar. If there's all-powerful God, why would he go about this method of choosing one people and giving this set of law as opposed to the spiritual nature of the essence of the I that experiences the world? And we go back to the T jump as the atheist to say, okay, that is everything that I do simply for the sake of reproducing and the continuation of this body. And you have the realization like, no, I'm not having this conversation and interested in these ideas because I think it's going to benefit this body. That there has to be something inside of me that pushes me to understand these ideas and think about these topics that is unrelated to the body. And like the Freudian question of, is the PhD student that's breaking his head trying to understand how the weather works simply for the sake of being able to reproduce and find a mate? And Freud is saying yes, that in essence the person studying climatology and ecological sociology is doing it in order to reproduce and continue their body. That my experiential nature was like, no, that is not. And I also read Freud in high school, and it just didn't comport with my experiential understanding of what is driving me, to the nature that I said what's driving me is not derivative of my body. And so if
I
you take
think,
the logical, like like Judaism,
well,
religion.
Doovid, a better answer might be Freud wanted to do cocaine and screw his mother, and you didn't.
We're saying that it's a question of the I being the body. That what part of your body would really drive you to understand these ideas? And so, okay, if it's the climate, you say, okay, because I exist in the world, and climate is important to my survival and my children's survival. Therefore, the I that is this body will do extreme research into these topics. But at a certain point, you're saying like, no, I don't think the I that causes me to be so interested in these ideas and study these ideas and think about these ideas is connected to my body.
Well,
saying you're
it's
an intelligent being.
controlling your body in the sense that it's making you talk right now. So, body is a subset of the mind. That's the thing people have a hard time with. That the mind is larger than the body.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to express
Larger?
to Gandalf. Is
Well, I
that
don't
you're
have a hard
saying that
time with Jen's
that the
comment
derivative of
there.
all of your desires to think and understand ideas is derivative of your body. And you're saying that your experiential nature of whatever it is inside of you that thinks about these ideas and drives you to study these ideas is derivative of your body. Is that actually logical? And does that actually correspond to your experiential nature of the controller of your mind?
Well, I mean, I think an anecdotal, I don't want to say it's proof, but evidence in favor of Jen's argument, which I substantially probably have always agreed with, that the body is a subset of the mind, or some formula there too, is that, you know, look at psychosomatic illnesses. If your mind is tormented by something, gradually other parts of your body start to degrade and suffer pain or malfunction or something there too. I mean, that just the existence of psychosomatic illnesses, in my view, is a pretty powerful argument against Cartesian dualism. You know,
Saying it's for it, but Jennifer is saying is
good
that I'm not
anecdotal
my
evidence
body.
for Jen's
She's saying that
understanding of the relation of
body
and
is a
mind.
derivative of mind, and mind is not the body. So I mean, Jennifer is not using the expression, but essentially she's saying the same thing when she says that I am not my body, I am
That's
my
not what
mind,
Jen said.
and my body is not it. My mind is not a derivative of my body. My body is a derivative of my mind.
I didn't talk about
That's
my
not what she
absolute
said.
identity relative to all these ideas. What I said is that you could argue the light body is more real than the cogito. That's all.
Well, so are you saying that I am not my body? You're saying you are your body.
I'm saying it depends what you mean by I, man, and you're into like the, you know, sort of core questions of like all these Eastern existentialism, right? Like I
Well,
have an
saying that it's the atheistic.
but I don't think
Once
it's
you
right.
have the realization that I am not my body, I am my mind, and my mind is not a derivative of my body, then atheism is impossible.
Why would you say that?
We need to define atheism
I mean,
relative to consciousness,
it
right?
is impossible just because you think that your mind is separate from your body.
Yes,
That's
so
only
they're saying if you think that your mind is separate than your body, atheism is not a possibility.
atheism, meaning there's no God. Okay, so I don't see the
Okay, that
association
there's no
between.
spiritual realm. They're saying
Okay.
that
Consciousness can be part of the universe without God being a thing.
Okay, guys,
Right.
listen. I signed up for the consciousness debate
Oh,
on
That's
tomorrow.
gonna be so
The
much
reason why,
fun.
the debate. You signed up for
the
the
reason,
conference with Penrose and Hamrove.
yeah,
Okay,
I
I don't think
signed up to
there's no
attend the
debate.
lectures.
I mean, it's not a debate; it's a seminars.
No, I know. I signed up to listen to the
Just wishful
lectures.
thinking. Debates, I mean lectures.
I mean, it's Tuesdays through Friday.
Yeah.
Well,
Is
good
that,
for you.
am I missing something?
No, you said tomorrow and you said debate, and I said it's not debate, it's not tomorrow.
No. I said I signed up for. I thought it was it started. I think August 2nd, and then they changed it to the 3rd, right? They did the
Oh, is that
change.
right?
I think so.
Yeah,
But
last I
I know
checked, it
it's
starts on the 3rd.
the 3rd, right?
Yeah.
So I signed up, but I'm not going to attend all the lectures. It's open to everybody, right? I'm really what I'm interested in. This is really I've been reading a little bit about this quantum 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 mechanics and
Mécanique
psychology.
quantique.
Yeah, la mécanique
Beaucoup
quantique.
plus facile à dire en français, hein?
So this issue of Penrose getting involved with the neurobiology, to me, is mind-boggling. How would the like Nobel Prize astrophysicists trying to connect. And I mean, I do understand. I mean, to me, it's like really strange, but I see the connection of why you want to put some theories about how the mind work at the quantum level, right? In a sense, they're trying to make us understand that the mind work in the same way as the quantum mechanics. So it's kind of really strange. I'm kind of curious to listen to see what Penrose and Hamroff are going to talk about. But I believe that listening to some of the YouTube that I listened to, they really are not explaining things. They are describing things. And one
C'est à
of the
cause qu'ils savent pas de quoi qu'ils parlent. Ils ont
what I'm
aucune
saying,
idée parce qu'ils
what
comprennent rien à part ce qu'ils ont déjà étudié. Fait
peut-être, je
qu'ils
sais
savent
pas.
beaucoup, 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 beaucoup par rapport à une chose. Mais à manière de comprendre le domaine, là, il faut savoir assez beaucoup par rapport à plusieurs affaires, puis ça existe juste pas. Ça existe pas. It's gonna be
Well,
us.
Je sais pas.
We're
Bon,
gonna fucking save it.
listen, I'm just really when I look at those YouTube's snippets and I listen to them, they are very, very interesting, but at the same time, they're not really explaining things. One of the major function of science is to describe things first. Descriptions of a certain phenomenons is very important. You get more information, you describe them. But the second phase is to explain why those phenomenon exist in order to find causes that
It's not about causes.
makes those
It's about meaning.
right. So,
It's about
yeah,
meaning.
and then
So it's always been religion giving meaning to consciousness. And for science to now go ahead and do that, it seems like it's just not working. Something's not connecting up.
But it's fascinating, to see it. But it's just only description. But I believe that they try to think that they try to push the idea that somehow they are explaining the cause of how the mind works, how the neuron beyond the neurons, how the electrical signals goes on. It's the same thing as the quantum mechanics. Well, okay, tell me how. How are you doing it empirically? Are you wiring people's brain? Show me the data. You know what I mean? It's just like, okay, it's really interesting. It's a new door to examine consciousness if we're ever going to be able to do that. But I'm just kind of curious to see what sort of information they're going to give us during the lectures.
So how familiar are you with Hammeroff's theory? Because he has a model, but it's like, yeah, probably not at the prediction stage yet.
Yeah, listen, I've read a little bit of his stuff. I'm not really familiar with. Sometimes really it goes over my head, and really.
Well, we're gonna do the
all
after
looking at the
shows,
future.
and
Huh?
I'll try to explain. Like Doovid and I will try to explain what they were talking about on the after shows. But sometimes it's just
okay.
There's nothing to understand, right? Sometimes it's just somebody's understanding of a topic is just not that great, and that's why you get someone like Hammeroff who's like, he's wrong, but he's got it more right than most because he's interdisciplinary to a point, right? He has to know stuff across more domains than the average person by quite a bit. So he's got that leg.
Penrose is also very clear in terms of why he
I
tried
don't know
to
to what
connect
extent, but is he like multidisciplinary, or has he just been a theoretical physicist for most of his career?
He's a theoretical physicist, but he's really entering the field of neurobiology, collaborating with neurobiology, using the quantum theory to understand how the consciousness and the mind works. He did work with someone.
It's not going to be an explanation of their theories. I mean, it's a conference, and it's probably supposed to be new stuff, and it's not going to be that much Penrose and Hammeroff. If you look at the itinerary, there'll be opening remarks. Penrose will probably speak for an hour tops, and then there'll be other speakers, and it's purposely interdisciplinary, saying one person is not going to solve the hard problem of consciousness because this hard problem of consciousness.
It's so ironic that you would say that.
That one person's not going to solve the hard problem of consciousness?
Yeah, because I have solved it. So it's like, what more do you want? And I'm one person, and I didn't have any help. So, yeah. What's missing? Nothing.
But your model is not really published or seen by
It's on the
everybody,
blog.
right?
Yeah, it's published by me.
Okay.
And if I'm the authority,
I think I've read it. I've
then
read some of it, but
it's a question of like, does it make predictions, right? So what you're complaining about with science is you're saying it's an explanation as opposed to what? A description, which is a model that makes predictions. And what
Yeah,
type of predictions a model makes will define whether the model is scientific or theological or something else, right?
Yeah, I think we have the discussion before. When you said prediction, anybody could make prediction, but a prediction could only make sense if it's tested and it becomes real. Yeah, everybody can make prediction. I can predict tomorrow there will be a tornado here in Detroit. Of course, I probably would be wrong.
So you want the
but if I-
model that
I can
is
make the
never
prediction,
wrong.
but making prediction by itself is not sufficient evidence for the truthfulness or of that theory. That prediction you can make
Pretty
prediction,
big part of it.
Yeah, it's true. When you make prediction, you always make them based on some premises and some data behind it, which that's understood. But then predictions also lead to empirical research and analysis that allows you to say, yeah, the prediction is right. Right on. I'm in. That's what I'm afraid.
And many scientifically not true, maybe isn't not true.
The irony with this
flagrant misunderstanding of science.
The irony of science, the I call it Higgs boson stuff, 1950, 2015, when the colliders did what, I don't know, $200 million test in one day, and they found the God particle, the Higgs boson. Okay, all of a sudden, yeah, it predicted what Higgs suggested in his equation. But then when they asked the theorists that came up with it, not the scientists, I mean the engineers that created all that hardware to analyze the data, the mathematical equations that physicists made, they were so thrilled. But then when they asked them, what did you say? Oh, it was God particle. So what did it do? Well, it sparked the Big Bang. What? I'm sorry, I don't understand. It sparks? It was the spark for the Big Bang? No, it was the spark. It was not the Big Bang, but it was the spark. Wait a minute. What are you going to do next now? Okay, Higgs was really emotional. I don't know whether you saw that documentary where they actually documented the experiment, and when all the engineer comes in and show the data, they show it right there. Look, and then the Higgs was crying. Higgs guy the person was crying. I mean, it's like, I'm glad that they find evidence of my equation. All right, what does it mean? Okay. The media called it the particle of God. So it's Higgs boson, the God itself? No, it's not God. It's actually the spark of the Big Bang, or the sparks of God, I guess.
There's no particles, though. Oops. No particles.
The key what you said was interdisciplinary studies.
Oops.
The key what you said is interdisciplinary studies. It's bigger than any one person. So Penrose had a theory that it was called objective reduction and is related to what they call the collapse of the wave function being a possible derivative of consciousness. And then Hameroff, as an anesthesiologist, added that it could be these microtubules that are able to, so to say, harness the photons in the effect of the collapse of the wave function into a neurological method that the brain could receive. And so that's called orchestrated objective reduction. Objective reduction is a pure physics theory that doesn't have anything to do with the brain. It's just a understanding about the collapse of the wave function. And then what they call orchestrated objective reduction is being orchestrated through microtubules that are a physical phenomenon that is found in the brain. So this is just one theory of, and that in and of itself is not, so to say, a solution of the hard problem of consciousness. It's not a working model of how consciousness works, and it's because it's interdisciplinary studies where you need all sorts of experts in all different fields. So Hamarov is not a neurologist. He's not a specialist of the brain. He's an anesthesiologist, and so the conference aims to bring together experts from all sorts of different fields that are necessary to explain the phenomenon of consciousness, and they don't necessarily agree. They're not necessarily working towards proving one model. They're just bringing forward their expertise, and a lot of them have so to say models. And I still didn't even do the screen share of this article Hamarov wrote last year, where OR is the most complete and most easily falsifiable theory of consciousness, or these different models that I popped up just to give a little bit of an understanding. And so this year, the conference, previous years, they had a whole bunch of speakers. Like last year, if you check the YouTube page, there's 50 hours of speeches, and they have all sorts of people that have expertises in microbiology and chemistry and psychedelics and various fields that are all talking about consciousness, because they're all related. Consciousness basically draws on all the major sciences and major fields, let alone someone who's going to claim to have, so to say, a solution, a complete working model that explains consciousness, and you say like a working model that explains human consciousness, or working model that could explain all consciousness. And so Penrose Hamarov is not that at all. Penrose is saying is a physics theory that he claims is related to consciousness, and specifically it's quite complicated to some extent. And Jennifer doesn't even agree with the main terminology of what does it mean, the collapse of the wave function, and which is basically a wave function, which is like a wave,
a wave is something something does. It's not something something is. Okay, I don't know how many times I have to keep coming back. Wave is a verb. So
yeah, so the collapse would be
something that's waving.
The collapse would be a change from from something, the wave is something, what it does, to something that is, that a wave mathematically is like a potentiality as opposed to being an actuality. And if they refer to that as the collapse, and then Penrose hypothetically saying that that could be related to consciousness, and it's more a mathematical hypothetical understanding of a physics concept that didn't have a connection to the brain. It's just saying maybe this could be related to consciousness, and so you needed a mechanism. So that's why it's the Penrose Hamarov hypothesis, because Hamarov supplies the mechanism of the microtubules. So it's an interdisciplinary theory that has experts of different unrelated fields working together to solve a problem that is larger than is solvable by any given field. Because like obviously consciousness is related to the brain, and even if you had a physics theory of how the collapse of the wave function could be related to consciousness, it still has to explain how that's related to the eye that exists in the body, and through the sense perceptions that's related to the brains and what my body perceives. And even Penrose, the anesthesiologist that adds the microtubules, it's a lot more than just microtubules. You need so that's why you have a conference that brings together experts of all different fields. And but all these experts are not working to prove the Penrose Hamarov hypothesis. A lot of them have their own hypothesis, or a lot of them have alternative theories, or might even reject it. But it's still a conference, because that you really need to understand the expertise from substantial amount of fields. Like if eventually we talk about the environment and what the hell's going on with the weather, it's a good example because like you could have physics that explains differential equations and heat and pressure, but you actually need civil engineers and environmental scientists and various things that are going to connect it. They're experts in earth sciences and going to connect it to the actual earth where the physics takes place on.
Yeah, I'm not expecting, some sort of like a research results of experiments in this lecture. I just wanted to see what they're going to say about consciousness and quantum mechanics. That's what I'm interested in terms of the connecting both of them. And I know Penrose wrote something about consciousness and connecting it with somehow with quantum mechanics, because why would he talk about
We call it
consciousness when
objective reduction, which refers to
it doesn't matter what I know they
that's what the conference is on. You're saying Penrose.
Can I please answer that? The overlap between quantum and consciousness is something called observation.
Sure.
That's the key thing. So given that, it's just really hard to nail down definition for consciousness because our experience of it is subjectivized and it's like really amplified. Like our experience of ourselves has the highest amplitude of any aspect of the waveform of our total consciousness. So it's like you basically have to disregard everything you're feeling or sensing or anything because you can't presuppose that because you're not the universe. You're a tiny little machine in the universe.
Right.
Or something that could be argued to function machine-ishly. I don't want to go down that, you know what I mean? But this is the essential thing. Observation, and we have to ask ourselves, what's observation, right? So you can define observation from the perspective of quantum, and you can define observation from the perspective of consciousness. But ultimately, you're going to realize when you look at what other people have written, their definitions don't hold water. They're either self-referential or meaningless. Like they're vague to the point of meaningless, or they're just flat out wrong. People who say like, oh yeah, my consciousness, they're not even a tautology. They're just wrong. It's like my consciousness is an electric field in my brain. It's like, no, it's not. That field is really unstable. And there's no way that field would actually fucking survive anything. You'd sneeze and die.
Yeah.
So why are we dying when we sneeze?
Yeah, what I was going to say is that they can get away with the tautological argument all the time, going on circle and suggesting that somehow they're explaining things, but they're not really explaining anything. It's like almost, tautological argument is like, saying, well, somebody is poor because she doesn't have money. Well, wait a minute, poverty means lack of money. Why are you telling me that? So, but anyway, that's what I was going to tell you that I sign up for it. I'm not going to go to all lecture. I think I'm going to go to the first one and then others. And maybe you guys are going to meet every day afterward, or how long are you going to meet? Are you going to discuss the lecture itself or the Q&A? Or I'm not so sure. They will be the Q&A sessions will be they will answer all the questions. There are going to be so many of them, and I don't know how they're going to do it. If you two have questions, I don't know whether you're going to give them questions to the lecturer. I don't know how they're going to do it. But how are you going to set up the post sessions?
We're thinking going live. I don't know, Doooovid, do you think 4 works for you? And then just having like I was thinking summary, explanation, conversation with people who wanted to give comments, and obviously we don't want to like. We'll have to ask them what is acceptable to share, because if they have any sort of like what do you call it, confidentiality considerations, well, we'll respect those.
No, but this is public, Jennifer. This is everybody could take notes and even record. So it's not like they're going to give us some secret, project with the military or something like that.
Well, I don't plan on recording it. I was saying if it's I think it's going to be a Zoom call. So if they have an open chat where you could chat to all of the panelists. So I mean, from what it looks like, it's going to be 3 hours of presentations and then 30 minutes question and answers at the end. And sometimes from what I'm watching, you could even so if they have an open chat where it's not just chat to the panelist, but you could chat to anybody there that I will mention in the chat that I'm doing a post stream, and
Oh, okay.
hopefully there'll be other people that will want to talk about it. And so say if I get Hammeroff himself to come on my stream, that would be great. But if it's just random people like us that are observing the seminar on Zoom, and there's let's say from last year they mentioned the numbers like 100, 150. So I don't know, it may not be that big, but let's say it's 200 people on the Zoom call, and there's a chat, and I put on the side that be streaming, and I give the link of the YouTube, and then hopefully a handful of people, and maybe put the link in the chat, and a few people come on, and I don't plan on recording the Zoom call and playing back, but if they give out handout material, they may or may not. So if they show slides and put it in the chat so that it's a separate web page that has the handout material that I could go over on my own, but I'm not even expecting that. I would not be surprised if they do slides, but or presentations, but those will not be available. I'm not going to record it, so that it might be a brief overview. So if it ends at 3:30, and there's a time difference, but if Jennifer's ready to go right away at 4, or if we do it later and do it like 7 o'clock at night, if you the first night. And
It doesn't make sense because like people can only really focus for so long. Plus, you're saying it's a topic most people don't care about, and we might be able to pump the numbers up, but how much can we really expect of people to show up to this thing / show up to an after party, which is like all the things that would normally bring people to an after party at a consciousness conference? I can't do, aka hotel party.
Well, I mean, usually what would bring people.
I just want to say something before you keep going there, Don Lemon. Look at what you just said. Okay, I'm not going to repeat it, but it's not your last comment. It's your second last comment. Is that kind of comment going to make Hammeroff want to come on this stream? Or is it going to make him think, what a bunch of freaks? I don't care if it's the best theory on the planet. I'm not going to go to a freak stream, whereas people are saying this is idiocy. So if we don't have Hammeroff on next week, look in the mirror. Because this is
saying that, that's the point. Usually what would attract people to the after party is the ability to interact with so to say the VIP, the actual people in the presentation that Hammeroff is going to be there, and you didn't have a chance to ask your question then, and so you'll get to hear more from him. But so I'm doubting that it's unlikely that we're going to be able to get any of the panelists or presenters to join the stream. Although if we could, that would be good. That's the largest desire. So it's more likely to be me and Jennifer, and possibly other people that are interested in the topic and you just want to talk more about it, because it's just going to be listening for 3 hours, and then questions, and the whether we could even ask a question is unlikely. That just guests that are on the Zoom call that maybe we'll be able to type in a question, they'll ask it, but I would not be surprised if we don't even get to do that, and I would not be surprised if we don't even get to advertise and be like, yo, I'm doing an after stream and here's the link. So if it's possible, if it's open chat and I could put in, we could put in good questions and they ask one of our questions, and, the likelihood that, Hammeroff himself would see, and, Doooovid in the chat said him and Church of Entropy are doing a post show and here's the link. It's remotely possible that Hammeroff is going to read the chat and say, Doooovid and Jennifer just posted a link to after show, and if I have time, I'll be there, encourage people to show up, but I'm not expecting that. So in all likelihood, it's just going to be me and Jennifer and our normal crowd, and if we're lucky, there'll be like a few people that were so enamored with the conference that they're searching online for more, and we're like the only post show period, because I don't think there's going to be too many post shows, and the possibility that there's going to be real people, so to say, that have credentials and research and thoughts on the topic that are going to join and want to talk to us is I don't know, maybe it's a reasonable chance. I hope it's a good chance, but it's possible it's not going to be. It's possible it's just going to be me and Jennifer rambling, probably on my channel, to the normal crowd, and I don't mind just reading papers. So like
I don't
if it,
think Jen will be rambling. I think you'll be rambling.
well, I mean rambling in the sense that is, I mean, because Jennifer's not really a monologuer, but I mean, rambling, I just mean monologuing. And, I mean, it'd be good if Jennifer ramble, but she doesn't really do that. She's not that good at doing it. But yeah, I mean, if it's me reading some papers, if it's Jennifer talking for 30 minutes about what she thinks, I don't know how likely it is she's going to do that. And, but the most likely that's what it's
It's
going to
because of the
be.
whole ego death thing, you know? That's
See,
the whole thing.
we'll see. We'll see how the lectures goes, and they might add more information at what's in written and so on. So
We give the
they
link.
might.
We don't say anything. We say feel free to show up, and the people in the chat don't act like 5-year-olds. And maybe somebody cool comes on. But if it's a nonstop, now I've changed the settings. I made it so that only subscribers can comment, because apparently if I don't do that, it's endless spam from someone who apparently has nothing better to do than try to make my life miserable.
Yeah, I assume I was going to do it on my channel. I mean, Jennifer.
Okay, that's probably better.
But saying that, yeah, I don't mind if it's open chat. Like I don't mind. I'm not going to pester and spam, but like just one post at the end, saying like I'm doing a post show. We're going to be talking about what was said, and I'm going to go over, try to explain to the best of my understanding some of the basics, and to be great honor if Professor Hamarov himself was able to join us, but any of the panelists or people who viewed are welcome to join the conversation. That, yeah, I do plan on, if it's possible, and I think it's likely that I'll be able to do that. And it's likely and possible that a few people might take up, because I doubt that there's going to be too many other people doing that. And so I said the best case scenario that Hamarov himself joins the show for a few minutes and takes a few questions. It's possible, but I'm not expecting that another big name in consciousness that people would have heard of, that's published papers, that's internationally known, that's even one of the presenters and panelists in the conference. It's possible. Hamarov seems like a pretty decent guy, that he promotes consciousness. He does interviews to kind of low-level journalists and people that are interested in the topic, but he's probably a busy man. And but that someone there would, so to say, help out a streamer that's interested in consciousness and join our stream to, help explain a few things. I don't think that's so unlikely. And that, a guy like Samish, not even a guy like you, but I mean, a person that actually has, I mean, you're a professor and educated man, but someone that actually has a field related to something. This happens to be a free conference. Last year it was online, but you still have to pay like the $300 or maybe more. And in the past, people actually traveled like to Europe or different places and stayed in a hotel and would have paid thousands of dollars. So to say that someone who is been going to the conference for years, that maybe even is in a related academic field, studying a topic interdisciplinary that's directly related to it, that's even published papers, would join the show. That's the hope. And even that there'd be multiple people like that, including Hamarov himself, would be the hope. But I'll probably do it. Even if Jennifer couldn't do it, I might try doing it the first night, and then it'd just be me probably, like going over some PowerPoint slides and reading a few papers to my general regular audience, and just hoping that that I get a few serious people in the chat and maybe someone to come on. So that's the worst case scenario. Or maybe Jennifer comes on and we actually talk about what we saw and interesting insights that we learned, and then maybe I ramble a little bit, and we and she rambles a little bit on my ideas and her ideas, and then maybe we do a little basic education where I go over a few PowerPoints, or even read Penrose or Hamarov's one of these papers.
Yeah, I think Doooovid, an idea. I mean, it would have been ideal if we had someone like some from MSU or OU or from Michigan universities that is following, the debate, the discussions that Penrose and Hammeroff were talking about, to be part of the stuff, it would have been good. But I don't know whether you know anybody in Michigan
I don't know
in
anybody
academia.
that is
Okay,
signed up for the
that's
conference, and
fine.
I mean, University of Michigan has a department of consciousness studies in the medical school in anesthesiology, like Professor Hamerov,
So,
in the University
yeah,
of Arizona consciousness studies, which is in the medical school
okay. So
anesthesiology department. So it's
sure, but
possible that in the chat that there'll be, professor
there'd
from
be
University of
okay,
Michigan,
okay,
and I'll be like,
good,
oh, I'm a University of Michigan alumni, and he'll
yeah,
join my stream. But I don't,
sure,
like I doubt I'm not going to reach out. Like I don't
yeah,
think
yeah,
I
okay,
don't even know who I do. Like if like I'm going to email a bunch of
right, right.
names from the anesthesiology department at University of Michigan. It's in the Zoom that me or Jennifer will hopefully be active in the chat, just making interesting comments. And if we develop some it's 3.5 hours. So if they have an open chat and we're making interesting comments, and
Oh,
we
that's
form a few chat buddies that they mentioned I'm doing a post stream, that that the chat buddies will will join the stream, or other people that maybe didn't have the courage to be in the chat but we're reading the chat will at least come on to be in the chat in our stream, let alone be likely to take the link and actually come on the show and talk about it. But at the end of the day, we're gonna have to largely play by ear and see what happens on the spot.
okay. That's what
It's about our
should be
first
done.
year attending just on Zoom, saying a lot of
Right.
these people have been paying thousands of dollars and flying all over the world to go to these conferences for decades. So this is actually the first time me or Jennifer is going to be part of the viewer audience of the conference, and that's just on Zoom.
Yeah, but just to be clear that it's a minority of people who actually pay for that shit out of their own pocket. Mostly is funded by schools or research programs at jobs. Yeah, you were muted, Samish. Are you
Well,
ready?
people
Yeah,
like me
I was
would
going to
pay for
say
it out
that
of. I say
I've
non-experts like me would pay for it out of my own pocket. You're saying like me, who is not be funded but interested in the topic, it would be the type guy who might pay thousands of dollars to go and attend the conference, even though no one in their right mind would pay for me to go to the conference.
I wouldn't spend thousands of dollars to hear a bunch of people that haven't figured out
I don't think
and are
so.
not authorities in physics speculate.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't even have paid, because I'm cheap, and I don't like wasting money, so it's not my style. And saying last year, last year they charged the same conference fee. I mean, usually you have to the travel and the hotel plus the conference fee. So last year they charged for the conference fee, even though it was just on Zoom, and this year they decided to make it free. So this is the first year me and Jennifer will be attending.
Okay, Doovid, you were talking about the climate. Do you want to talk about the climate?
Did you smell the smoke last week? I mean, I know we had the big power outages here.
No, I did
And
not.
did you
I
lose
did not.
power?
In Sterling Heights, I didn't smell it, but I saw the pictures and satellite pictures, and I couldn't believe that it was close by.
Yeah, I smelled the
really did.
smoke. I lost power. I had a tree cut down, that looked, like 60-mile-an-hour winds. They say there were 3 or 4 confirmed tornadoes. They say that that it was smoke from forest fires that they said in Canada that blew here, and when the rain came down, that you could smell the smoke. And I pretty sure I did smell the smoke. And just the basic climatology, like we had state of emergency flooding. My sump pump, I've been busy with my sump pump, draining it, it's pumping out water, and then it just keeps on recycling the water because there's so much and it goes back down. So then I have another pump that I drain it into the drain. And there are state of emergencies in areas across Michigan where they had flooding. There's the mosquito crisis that's related to the flooding. The
Yeah,
basic climatology, I think, makes sense that if global warming, warmer
it
air
is.
holds more water, and so
Exactly.
there's more water in the air, and then rain and the temperature fluctuations, it comes down, and there's flooding, and Michigan has a lot of water. So it makes sense that we're experiencing, if it's related to global warming. But like, no, I mean, this weather phenomenon, from my understanding, I've never seen this like this in Michigan, this amount of rain and consistent level of flooding, and even these mass windstorms. Like I had my tree,
Lots of tornadoes.
close to $5,000 to cut down this tree in my front yard, and I probably have to have the tree in my backyard cut down also, because it's like 40 years old, and it's it's got rot, and it could collapse, and it's expensive. You have these trees cut down, and they can be like $4,000, but I'm probably going to. Um, and it's saying that no, my parents have a bigger property, and a whole bunch of trees came down, and from what I understand, it's unprecedented
Yes.
environmental phenomenon in terms of wind and rain. And I know this is Gandalf's love topic, and I don't know. And Chicago, my sister's in Chicago. We talked about the infrastructure a few weeks ago with memes, and I was saying that most of America's infrastructure was built in the building booms like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and is near the end of its useful life. And Chicago, just like you had the Surfside collapse, that they say most of downtown Chicago is built on a water basin that really is not meant to last long term. And so I thought it's an important topic. I don't know how much you've been following Gandalf, or you have something intelligent, or Samish, if your background in
Ah,
environmental sociology, if you have expertise
yes.
on like what the hell's going on with the weather.
I mean, go ahead, Gondov. You want to say something?
Yeah, I've just we've had in Michigan, although you've had like a fair amount of tornadoes, I mean, including a couple that might have been EF2s, EF3s, perhaps at the beginning of last month. It's pretty rare to have that many tornadoes as late
In
as
our area, it was just
July,
straight
because you
60
just
mile
don't
an
have
hour
that
wind.
amount of cold, dry air that can form behind dry lines to form rear flank downdrafts for supercells. So that you're getting so many tornadoes in such a kind of
Well, even without the tornado, which is a
low shear
funnel,
environment is pretty amazing.
by saying the tornado like a funnel, as opposed to what we said, just 60 mile an hour straight winds that didn't form a tornado funnel. And these 60 mile an hour winds, you'll hit vast swaths of territory and knock
Oh, you're
down.
talking about a derecho.
I don't even know what these things are called. I just know that the power went out.
Supercells.
Thousands of trees were knocked down. Power lines, hundreds of power lines were down, and it was emergency warning of 60 mile an hour winds. There were a few tornadoes like funnels that destroyed houses, but there were huge storms that covered tens of square miles and moved across hundreds of miles of 60 mile an hour winds, which I think is somewhat unprecedented.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I follow the global climate stuff, and what you see in Turkey, in Italy, in China, in Japan is unbelievable in terms of rains. Even in Pakistan, places where they hardly receive any rainfall. It's just amazing. I mean, I don't know whether you follow it up or not, but it's devastating in China.
Well, if they
I
say there's
mean,
1 degree of global warming that's already happened, which is disputed, and I don't know the exact calculation, but I think you could probably even make, like probably even right here, we could look it up, the amount of water that the air will contain if it's the world is 1 degree warmer, that's a significant amount of more water in the air, which is going to come down and rain
it,
and flooding.
it should have been a warning last winter. Australia it was the spring and summertime last, in December, have received, it was inundated. I don't know whether you knew that, or in Australia, it was amazing. And I thought to myself, this summer is going to be probably at the Northern Hemisphere, and that's what is occurring. Now, the issue whether global warming exists or not, why people do not believe in it, to me is puzzling, because the data shows that it is the average temperature all over the world through the buoys is increasing. I mean, you could look at the data increasing every year. And about 6 months ago, Earth CO2 level reached the most highest level ever recorded. 6 months ago, ever. I can send you the link to see that paper, and it was like a big deal among environmental scientists, among them environmental sociologists, of course, because they think the environment plays a big role. Now, I do not understand why the majority of Americans do not the majority, I don't know, the survey research, whether people believe in global warming or not, it's really hazy, because people do not understand the science of global warming. They think, well, look, it's fine with me here. There's no rain, temperature is fine. Why are you talking to me about global warming?
Well, I'm content with just ignorance is the natural condition.
It's an
Ignorance
average
doesn't surprise
whole
me.
world.
Ignorance is the natural condition.
Yeah, but
no.
the issue is what scientists have empirically proven, that this global warming is anthropogenic, meaning it is due to human activity since the industrialization.
Wait, hold on.
Global warming have occurred geologically long time ago, through volcano, through natural processes, geological processes. It did occur, glaciation too. But now we are at the moment where we can see the effect of the CO2 level increasing in the atmosphere, not due to geological processes, but to human activities. CO2, it's so I don't know. Some people say, "Oh no, that's not human activity. That's not human. It could be just natural."
Wait.
Well, how much would you want to? How much proof do you want when you see the graphs of CO2 levels increasing and temperature increasing at the same pace? It's incredible. But
it doesn't surprise us. Like ignorance and selfishness is the natural condition, so that that you're going to change that fact. But just the science behind it, that I mean, and I want to hear what Gandalf says, but you're like PV equals nRT squared, and as if temperature is a degree higher than it was a few years ago, that means that the ice caps have melted a certain amount, and that warmer air holds more water and more liquid, and like the winds that in weather climatology, that changes in pressure cause changes in temperature, cause changes in pressure, which causes wind and weather events. So if the world is warmer in different places and it's uneven, that causes changes in pressure, which will cause extreme winds. So it's not the flooding. It makes sense that if it's a degree or whatever amount warmer, whether it's man-made or whatever, that's causing flooding and extreme winds. Like from my understanding of basic climatology, that's I could almost do like napkin calculations of that.
I think you got one thing totally wrong about why people don't believe in the science of climate change, global warming. It's not ignorance and selfishness so much as people increasingly just don't trust scientific authorities for a whole range of reasons that if you've basically lived for the last 15, 20 years and watched things degenerate in the production, creation, and sustenance of knowledge, scientific authorities that are promoted and shilled in front of the public don't have any credibility. And the NPCs can't explain why, but I think they sense that these people just aren't credible because they keep changing their minds and they don't have anything coherent to say, and even dumb people can sort of see that.
But the other issue
I'm not so
that
concerned
you,
with the psychological phenomenon of why people don't understand this. I mean, if you guys want to discuss that, you can. But like, I'm more concerned with the actual phenomenon of what's going on. And like, I know I drove
what
this.
thing?
let me inject something here
What
that
thing are
that
you trying to understand? I'm lost.
The
Sorry.
crazy weather that you're saying, that Michigan had flooding
Okay.
and
Yeah.
massive winds and power outages that are largely unprecedented. And my understanding, like, yeah, it like global warming is an extremely good explanation for why that may have occurred, and whether people reject it or not. And just the incidental story that I was driving my rabbi. I was working for him. He owns a apartment complex in Saginaw, and he's a global warming denier. And so I just explained, like, we're driving this car, and the engine is, even without the carbon emissions, but just the fact that the engine is like a huge fire that's producing a bunch of heat, and that human activity produces large amounts of heat, let alone the carbon emissions, that is more complicated. But basically, all human activity, all industrial processes produce heat. But honestly, I'm not so concerned. I didn't really want to know your guys' opinions on why people don't trust science, or global warming denial. I'm not sure if I mean, do you deny global warming, Gandalf?
I have doubts about it because the people shilling for it either have insane depopulation goals, or they want to manipulate financial markets, or they're
Well, I
closet
would say I agree
communists.
with all of that, and I'm not concerned with the psychology of why people don't trust science. But it does seem clear that that phenomenally, that it is warmer. The winters have, although Michigan right now is unusually cool, but the winters have been less harsh. And in the data that we've had, some of the warmest years on record, like 7 of the last 10, like, seems relatively clear. And even if I'm agree that the scientists are untrustworthy, and the people pushing global warming clearly have altruistic intentions, doesn't change my larger acceptance of the evidence that the planet is warming, and that it's likely that these extreme weather phenomenon that we've experienced here in Michigan the last month is related to it. And like, so I wasn't that interested in why the masses accept or don't accept, or the corruption of the scientific establishment. But
Well,
I
I
mean,
think
if that's
those
what you guys
questions
want to
are
talk about, that's
interrelated.
fine.
I think those questions are interrelated. You can't disentangle them.
Well, I mean, if it's going to come, how do you know what you know? So if you're rejecting the measurement of, is it warmer already? Is global warming already happened? Are we currently experiencing some the global warming that it is factually a degree warmer than it was decades ago? And just, if that is what we are, that it is factually warmer, is the climatology likely that these extreme winds, storms, and flooding directly related to warmer temperatures?
It's possible it's related to it. I just don't know how you can tie any specific sort of weather event or brief weather period as being indicative of
I just said that
planetary
warmer,
trend. I just
okay, guys.
that
Can
warmer
I
air
inject something here?
holds more
Can I
water.
inject
So the
something
flooding
here?
is clearly, that flooding would clearly, besides for melting of the polar ice caps, and that the warmer air would contain more water, and that water would come down in rain that would cause flooding. seems relatively elementary. That yes, warmer temperatures causes flooding.
Okay, cool. So Effluent for you says, given what I understand is arrogant to suggest anything we do alters the natural cycles of the earth. So human minimizing, I'm not sure what this, but how would you
Yes, I'm
respond
trying to
that, David?
avoid this topic of human-induced global warming, because I'm just saying that, is it warmer, whether it's caused by human activity or not, and is that why we're experiencing flooding and higher winds?
It is. How much evidence do you want?
Well, I'm trying to avoid these other tangential issues, like is it man-made causing it?
That it is
So Gandalf seems to be
human
denying.
activity.
Gandalf
So
seems to
you're
be
not
disagreeing.
even
Let me
you're not
finish.
going to address
Let
it.
me
You're not going to
finish.
address it.
Let me
Sorry,
finish.
go ahead.
Now, there are some people, I believe me, there are some people even in the scientific community that says even human activity is natural because we are part of the natural world. We're just animals with brains. Therefore,
I actually have a
it's,
friend who makes that argument.
you know, I mean, to
I
me,
like
like
that
say, wait a
argument.
minute, but we do have the option to change things, but it's too late now. Just to suggest that it's not due to human
How the
induced
hell could you know
activity,
that?
it's crazy. Well, you go to CO2 level.
It's
Do you
really
want to
hard
see
to know
CO2
what's.
level and temperature? How
Well,
they
can we
correlate
separate
to
these
each other?
arguments? Can we separate these arguments and see what we agree or disagree on?
What
And in saying the
what are we
complication
disagreeing? What are
of,
we? Look,
of
look,
global
listen to
warming,
me, Doovid,
man-made global warming.
Doovid.
I want to talk about three different issues. There's the current, what I'll call environmental crazy weather. There's whether that the current crazy weather is directly related to warmer temperatures, and then there is, if there is warmer temperatures, whether that's directly related to human action. And so looking at three different points. So if Gandalf is
If
saying he
it's
doesn't think it's
okay,
warmer,
if it's
he doesn't think
okay,
human action is causing
okay,
it to be warmer,
okay,
then he's
okay.
saying, well, what's causing these
Let
current
Whoa, wait, hold on.
merde.
You're putting words in
Laisse-moi
my mouth.
punir merde. If it's not human induced, what is it? What is it?
Well,
If it's not human induced, what is
the
it?
first question I'm asking is about the
What
current
is it? Tell
weather
me.
that
You
we're
say
experiencing.
some people say
And
it's not
so
human induced. What is it?
well, I say
What
I
do
want
you
to work.
think it is? What is the
I want to work with
possibility?
this point last, because this point
Gosh,
is
this
a
is
separate
terrible.
point that is. I want to talk about the current weather and whether the current weather is related to warmer temperatures, and the issue of whether man-made actions are causing the warmer temperatures, to me is important. But I want to establish whether it's warmer temperatures that are likely the culprit of the current weather crisis we're facing.
I think
And
it
then
is.
after that, we could talk about the cause of the warmer temperatures. But I want to
Yes,
talk,
I
the
think it
cause.
is.
We're talking about the cause of the cause. And I first want to talk about the weather that we're facing right now, and
Cause of
whether
the cause.
warmer temperatures is the
What's
most
that?
likely explanation.
Okay,
And you
listen.
want to jump
say
straight
sure.
to
think-
you
I
want to
don't
jump
know.
straight to man-made actions causing the warmer temperatures. So I first want to establish that the weather that we're facing right now is caused by warmer temperatures before we jump towards the cause of the warmer temperatures.
Okay, I'll say yes with an asterisk that I have no idea, but I'll say yes just for the sake of coherence.
Well,
I just
maybe
don't know
I'll.
how you would know that, right? Because like I
Yes to what you're saying. I'm
Professor.
asking two questions. Is the current weather crisis we're facing due to warmer temperatures? And then the
I
second
said
question that I'm not really
unknowable.
asking is
I
the
Yes.
global warming question, whether the
unknowable.
warmer
I
temperatures.
said it was unknowable and it was fine, and I was going to concede what you said, even though it was unknowable, for the sake of the convo. Now, please don't make you repeat that again, okay? Because I don't want to say be wedded to this view that I can't establish is true. It seems reasonable. It's just that,
You're the one who
like,
studied physics. These are basic physics questions. Warmer
yeah,
air
and part of being
holds
good
more
at
water
physics is not overstating your certainty. So why do people suck at science? Mostly is they're overstating certainty. At least
warmer air contains more water.
that is true. That's not the point. So the individual effects in the causality chain, that's only part of the answer.
Winds. So that higher temperatures explains flooding and extreme winds. That's basic physics and climatology from my understanding. That higher temperatures is going to be more water in the air, and that's going to come down and raining and flooding at some point, and then
But
go
that's
back into
based
the
on
air.
presuppositions, isn't it?
Temperature and differentials are not equal in all areas, and if you have higher temperatures in one area than the other, it creates pressure differentials that cause extreme winds.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a better question is why were Al Gore and all the shill scientists that made that movie 16 years ago wrong about?
I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about the environment and weather, and it's got nothing to do with people. I want to talk about just the weather without talking about people first.
Okay, Doovid, do you understand what I said? That it's unknowable as to whether your first proposition is true, but
It's not unknown.
grant
This
it-
is
I'll
basic
grant it.
climatology. That higher temperature.
Well, now you're making
causes-
me not want to grant it. There are
Why
too
don't you
many
want to grant
assumptions
something
in
that's
that.
basic physics?
Because there's too many assumptions about physics in that. Density of water, first of all. How does the density of water work exactly? You want to explain that to me? How does density work, and the people making these assumptions know about
Why
density?
does higher temperature
can't
mean
even
that
get the
there's more
causality.
water in the air?
You should ask Jen.
You
how
are
density of water-
assuming a lot about how water works to say that higher temperatures implies higher water level.
Doovid, you
Higher
should.
water level in the
Doovid,
air.
Doovid,
The water level is constant.
Doovid, I would suggest you should ask why the quantum periodic table proves the polarity of water first. Let's get to very basic things.
I mean, I understand the water
Jen
on the
explained
Earth is
why-
constant. That
No.
we don't have a different amount of water.
Basic,
That if it's warmer, it just means there's going to be more water in the air as opposed to on the ground.
basic principles.
There's going to be more water in
Jen
liquid form than in
proves-
gas. There's going to be more water in gas form than in
Jen-
liquid form.
Jen proved on a stream why water is a polar molecule, and it's because of the quantum periodic table. Why don't we start there? Like, you're not you leap to consensus opinions by scientific shills rather than going to fundamentals. That's your problem, Doovid.
So just to be clear on the chain of logic you're using is higher temperatures, therefore more evaporation, therefore more precipitation. Is that the argument?
Yeah, that the flooding is because there's higher temperatures, which means more water evaporated and came to the air, and then their temperature differentials it caused it to come down and rain and flooding, and I mean eventually we'll go back into the air, but water cycles back and forth between the air and liquid. And at higher temperatures, you're going to have more of that cycling, more evaporation, and more precipitation, more flooding. And I also said that the winds and tornadoes and higher wind is also caused by the higher temperatures.
No, it's not. Tornadoes are caused by shearing of wind.
Yeah, what's
By
behind the
pressure
sharing?
differentials, that temperature differentials cause pressure differentials, which leads to wind.
Well, if Doovid's causality is correct, shouldn't deserts have the most rain because they have the most evaporation?
No, desert do not have any water. Maybe desert receive water from other part.
We're talking humidity.
Gosh, I mean, what the
The
heck
point is that
why do
you
I want to
understand
go
how complicated this is. So it's
No,
like,
no,
I
no,
can't
it's-
guarantee you that that's the cause, but I'm willing to grant it for the sake of the argument because I agree it sounds reasonable. It's just that this stuff isn't always directly intuitive as to what causes what. That's all. 'Cause you haven't even taken into account the buffer effects of the ocean. I'm sorry, but buffer effects of the ocean likely will trump a lot of these other effects. That's why I hesitate. Go ahead, Sam.
Listen, there is a lot of island, like Fiji Island, it's going underwater. Now, to suggest that this is just
Citation
because,
needed.
huh?
Citation needed. Fiji is drowning and going underwater.
Not drowning, but I'm saying that they're losing a lot of areas, beach areas, and they're doing engineering stuff to stop it. So they are doing some work to stop it. Okay, there are islands in the Polynesia that are just already gone. Okay, now with the ice cap melting, the water, the sun reflection is there's no sun reflection. The ice used to reflect the sun back, the heat. Now with fewer ice caps, the heat is absorbed by the earth, and that's why there is some temperature change that have occurred since 20 years ago. Okay, so to suggest somehow that there's
Or
no
the
global
depletion of
warming,
the what about the ozone layer that was depleted by a certain type of chemical that functions as a literal accelerant, and so it doesn't decay by virtue of going through the cycle? What if there's just no more ozone layer left, and that's why it's
I
warmer?
don't know what ozone layer. I mean, with the hydrocarbon phased out, that helped.
But it doesn't matter that it was phased out because it functions as an accelerant.
No,
It
but
functions, what's the word?
there was
Uh,
there was no Jen,
enzyme.
there was
It
no
functions as an
ozone.
enzyme, so it doesn't get exhausted by the interaction. So
Well,
it can just keep eating up all the
they,
ozone layers. So maybe that's
they
why
used
it's fucked up, which would
they
explain
used
other effects. It can't be
there used
explained
to
with
be
just like
an ozone problem long time ago, and then they realized it's because of the hydrochlorocarbon, the sprays that
mhm.
used to kill all this. They stopped it. They phased it out, and the ozone layer that was in Antarctica, subantarctica, South Pole, decreased tremendously. Now it doesn't exist anymore.
So maybe that's
The
why it's
ozone
hotter,
layer,
because it
okay,
was what
you're
was
gonna get
reflecting the heat.
gamma rays. You're gonna die of cancer because we
That was
stopped
what
it.
was reflecting the heat. Is the ozone layer was reflecting the heat, and now it's not doing it anymore. So it's like maybe that's why.
I think there's more to it than just the ozone. There's like
So that you can see what's caused by the same effect, or same cause rather, so that you don't get confused, oversimplifying or over
I'm very
complexifying the
surprised that you
situation.
guys don't believe in global warming, but there was another thing that
Nobody
really
said
helped.
that. Nobody said
No,
that. But
okay,
it would
okay.
be
Look,
extremely
you're going back and
irresponsible.
forth. You're going back and
It would
forth.
be
Well, I
irresponsible to assume
listen,
that a person who
listen,
was paid to write something was correct about their interpretation.
listen. The another movement that really played a role or influenced why people were very much wary of scientists is that the oil industry, the timber industry, hired scientists to jump camp. This is proven. And they wrote papers suggesting that the global warming is only probabilistic sort of thing. And it's true. I mean, and they try to discredit the scientists. But 90% or 95% of the scientists still believe in global warming. And when you see it on TV, you'll have one scientist for it and one scientist against it, right? No, it should be 9 scientists for it and 1 against it. But you think it's the same. No, it's not. This is really what the media also
Shouldn't it
portrayed.
be everybody with a different interpretation of the phenomenon, and then see which
Who's
interpretation
everybody?
is better?
Who
Anybody
is
who has a different
everybody?
opinion, and
The
anybody
public?
who
The
has an
public?
opinion, not
The
the public,
public?
but anybody who has
Who?
the ability.
Yeah,
Holy shit, man!
we do.
Anybody who
We
can write
do.
it as a fucking scientific theory, which from what I've seen is absolutely
Everybody
fucking wrong.
does.
So I'm
Everybody.
no.
There's some people who discredit scientists, PhD, who discredit global warming. Guess what? Who's funding their research? Duh.
You can say that on both sides, though, right?
Yes, it's true, but I'm sorry. I am so
So you're
sorry.
saying
But
interpretation, but there's a difference between saying there's a problem with pollution and this interpretation of this one, person who was paid to do it by a company, their interpretation of the science, like science has data and interpretations, and those aren't the same thing. So the data, I'm not contesting the data, but the interpretation of the data is hard for me to be certain. And I agree, pollution is man-made is a problem. I don't know why it needs to be phrased as this other way.
Well,
That's
what
the part
other
I
way?
don't
They
like.
say, well, an
Well,
interpretation.
they're not saying pollution. They're saying climate change. So to me, it's just like, don't look at all this pollution we're causing. It's like,
Well,
no.
you should see the graphs of CO2 or global CO2 and temperature, global temperature, and you'll see the two graphs going together. That might be persuasive enough for you to see it, and then you just say, "Wow!" And
There's a correlation. That's
how
all.
do they measure CO2 since before the Industrial Revolution? Well, they took ice caps. The deeper you go, the deeper in time you get, and industrialization started after 50 years. The CO2 levels start to go up. I mean, it's just really amazing. I'll send you the two graphs together, and if that's not convincing that CO2 level and methane level is increasing in the atmosphere, thus blocking, having a greenhouse effect, then I don't know what it is. Now, I granted that to what effect that global warming affect microclimate, like rain falling hard in Arizona where it didn't, or falling in Italy where it didn't fall that much, or in Germany lately, in Germany and in Russia. I mean, in Russia and in China. Granted, it's really difficult to ascertain to that, but reason being that there's so much, the hydraulic cycle of the earth has been overturned to a deeper, higher, faster rate than ever before. Like I agree with Doooovid, the amount of water is constant, right? It's just never changes, but its form is changing.
But he's saying he's saying that's not. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what are we even saying
I mean,
here?
it just depends
Well,
where
what are
it
we
goes.
even saying here?
With the ice caps melting, water, heat evaporation increasing, so much water in the atmosphere is going to fall. It's just going to fall in a different area depending on the wind and pressure and so on. And it sometimes fall in area where have never seen rain at all. So how do you count that if you don't say that there is, is this natural process? Yeah, it's natural. It's due to human. A human, a part of nature. Okay, take that with a grain of salt. So I don't know. I mean, it seems to me like it's obvious the data suggests that the interpretation. Well, I'm sorry.
Well,
Global
what are
warming
you
is
saying?
now
Well, what's the
mostly.
interpretation? What are you
Well, the global
interpreting this
warming
data to mean?
is man-made. Is man-made, not complete, not 100%, maybe 95%. The CO2 is not due to volcanoes,
Oh my
to decaying
God.
leaves. It's the cars, it's the refrigerators, it's computers, it's electricity, it's the coal
So you're
burning.
saying more carbon by men equals higher temperature.
There's no sink enough, because when you change temperature, when you change energy, you're gonna have some residue, some stuff that comes up. There's no sink to keep it up. When it goes up in the air, it stays. When you drive your car, when I drive my car, that's what we're doing. And we don't have only one person, we've got a million of people, I mean, everywhere. So you tell me that CO2 that comes from the car is not enough?
I'm saying
Well,
it's fucking
I don't know.
politicized.
People-
It's politicized, and I see it as a
is.
distraction campaign
is.
from the thing that actually matters, which is the fucking pollution. And I'm not going to endorse a campaign I know it's just corporations trying to get out of problems they created. Okay, I don't have to spell it out, but like, I don't know.
It
else
is.
to-
It is.
You know what I mean? Like,
It is.
come on.
It is. It is. It is hard. It is hard because it really put into question our consumption level.
That's what I
And
try to put.
Americans and many people do not want to change. They want to have two cars. They want to have air conditioning. I mean, it's very difficult. I'm not saying that. I mean, that's why people
Ramesh, do you have air
dislike this stuff,
conditioning?
because they what?
You have air conditioning, don't you?
Yes.
So volunteer to not turn it on anymore. Get rid of it. And
Well,
lead the way.
I actually use it sparingly if there's like a temperature. If for me it's about around 80 degrees. That's so I do have some sort of like to deal with, but again, it doesn't have nothing to do with what I'm trying to explain to you as a global warming issue.
But intuitively,
But to
if
tell
you
me
just look at the
somehow that
heat,
I should cut it off, I'm just telling you the reason why people do not accept global warming, because behind the underpinning of it, the policy issues, is that you have to have a carbon freeze and so on. What does it mean? It means that we should not consume as much as we used to do, and nobody is willing to do that. Not even American, no Canadian, no Japanese, no anybody. So okay, let it go. Let's go. you know so what you going to do? It's really difficult, but to suggest that
I don't
The
think
pollution-
it's that far away from
The
Jen's.
pollution is human induced. The question is, to what extent did the human pollution and how did it lead to what we're calling climate change now? That's the part where I don't trust them to interpret that stuff, because it's based on stuff that I don't consider reasonable assumptions. Okay? That's all.
yes,
So,
if you
why is that
separated
polluted?
the
Yeah.
actual
Is
the
on
actual
the side of the
heat,
people who are politicizing it.
so like when all the things
Everything is
that we
politicized.
produce heat, in fact, like cooling, air conditioner, the refrigerator, the car, produce more heat. That even the refrigerator, that that it cools, but it creates more heat to cool than it does. But the science is going to tell you that global warming is not caused by the heat emission from our devices. It's caused by the carbon emissions, which is more difficult to understand. But if you just talk about heat emissions, like obviously a car emits a whole bunch of heat, and the electricity that we use is coal plants that are all fires that produce heat. Science, the science can say that heat is negligible to the amount of effect that the carbon causes.
We're
But
talking about the heat of cars. We're
Right.
talking about CO2.
like I'm talking about the heat, we're talking global warming,
No,
and the obvious thing is that the
no
car
scientists
produces a
say the
bunch of
heat
heat.
from the cars that causes that. It's the CO2.
But it's on
It's
an
the
intuitive
byproduct
level.
of combustion.
On the intuitive level, like of the heat that our devices produce is obvious. Everyone knows that the car produces a ton of heat. Everyone knows that even a basic level of science that the air conditioner and refrigerator produces more heat than cooling. That overall, it's a
What
net.
the fuck
heat
does that have to do with anything? Oh my god.
We're
The
talking
heat
global
sinks of
warming.
cities- The heat
and-
sinks of cities is a way bigger effect. The tar for the thing the cars drive on.
Yes, I'm
Asphalt or
not.
Whatever.
We're talking about
The fact
carbon
that
emissions.
the fact that the fucking fridges give off heat doesn't contribute to global warming. Come on.
Of course, it does. That you're
That's
saying
absurd.
It's
No,
not
that's
absurd.
like
You're
saying
saying
cow farts contribute to global warming. It's like they don't. Like the whole thing is misphrased. This is insane. Oh my god, this is insanity.
You know, I think Doooovid and Shmi should do a good job promoting our friend, the greatest scientist in the world, Bill Gates, and his plan to block out the sun, and then we'll get a lot cooler, and we won't have to worry about global warming anymore. I think Bill Gates is the answer. Let's just give him the power. I'm sure that has worked out well lots of times in lots of venues.
I mean, really, when we talk about science and the humans' power, people decisions, and we talk about that also. And so just making it easy to understand that most human activity produces heat. Cars, refrigerators, all appliances produce heat. So to say that all people in the modern age are net producers of heat, that intuitively global warming makes sense. That saying, yes, I'm a net producer of heat, and the world is a warmer place because I'm in it, because everything that I do is a net producer of heat. Without even getting into carbon emissions, because how carbon emissions lead to net global warming takes more steps, is more difficult to understand. But it's easy to understand that all of us on an individual level cause a net increase in heat because all of the devices that we operate produce heat.
What's your point? What's your
Yeah, I'm totally lost.
What's your point? What's your Sorry.
The point is that we're all net producers of heat.
Lost here. I'm totally lost.
Okay, so basically the point is, what do you call it? Fight Club. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find Jason's email, so I should be sending that momentarily.
We had that guy from Amy's stream who was the climatologist or the environmental studies.
That's him. He's gonna come on.
But is saying like how carbon increases heat is like I've studied that and we can talk about that also. But it's saying like on an intuitive level, it should be obvious that we all contribute to, so to say,
That's
global warming on a level
incontrovertible.
because we're net
silly.
producers of heat.
We've been net producers of heat for a while. So at what point, did us net producing heat have a tangible impact on the climate? That's what's contested.
Well, and saying that you'll say that it's not because the cars produce heat or because of our devices are net producers of heat. We're talking because they produce carbon emissions.
Exactly. So there's a lot of pre-supping that one might become suspicious
It was a
of.
combination. You're saying that obviously the direct heat that we produce into the environment is negligible according to the experts, as opposed to the effect of the carbon emissions of our actions, but should be intuitively understood that yes, that we are obviously contributing to some form of global warming because we're all net producers of heat.
I would say that we're not talking experts, we're talking shills.
Yes, I want to avoid the discussion on so to say people and so like intuitively that without any opinion of experts that you say like yes, I'm a net producer of heat. That's obvious.
Well, you're asking me and asking the audience.
You say like no, you think that you're not a net producer of heat.
To assume that humans change the climate, but we can't talk about how human ideological and material motivations aren't affecting how they approach the science of studying the planet. There's so much at stake financially and politically.
You ever hear of something called an endothermic reaction?
Yeah,
has anybody here? So what's an endothermic reaction?
Would it be one that reduces heat?
It's one that, yeah. So in other words, requires heat to proceed. So what's the net effect of an endothermic reaction?
A heat reduction.
Temperature fucking goes down. So the question is, out of all these complex buffer systems in the planet and all these subtle intricacies, what direction the buffer is being shifted on the equilibrial boundary? I have not heard it
on a day-to-day
that way.
basis. On a day-to-day basis, is there a single endothermic process that we do? You're saying no, every single thing that we do is exothermic, produces heat.
I'm not even.
We don't do any day-to-day.
It's not
driving
exothermic.
a car, putting on the air conditioner, putting on our oven. Those are all exothermic. None of them are endothermic.
The planet and your dishwasher don't function on the same things.
Running the dishwasher is also exothermic.
Conditions. I am not convinced that they understand how the equilibrium conditions of the planet function, given that none of the models are incorporating any of the data that would seem to suggest they did care about knowing that type of thing. So I'm not going to accept the interpretation of people with ridiculously, obviously not well thought out or flat out lying presuppositions.
And we also have to consider the fact that there have been many scandals where climate scientists have falsified their own data so they could prove climate science the way they wanted.
I'm not concerned with any of that. I mean, say you guys keep on wanting to
What,
talk
you're
about.
not concerned with scientists falsifying data?
I said, ignorance, corruption is the natural condition of man. So you keep on telling me about bad behavior of man, saying, of course, man behaves badly.
And
Well,
you're
I
making
don't need for you to
based
keep
on
on
bad
telling me
data.
stories about man
Whether
behaving
the thing
badly.
is true depends on whether it's been interpreted correctly, doesn't it? Like, that's what the argument's about, is can we trust these people's interpretation of
I don't
the
need
facts? And I'm
anybody's
saying
trust to know
at
that
this ti-
that on a
No, you don't
day-to-day
need to trust
basis,
the source
everything
to
that I
use it.
do is exothermic. I don't have any endothermic reactions that I do. They're all exothermic. There's nothing that I do that reduces heat. Everything I do increases heat.
Well, you do blow a lot of hot air out.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
talking
like-
about obvious things like when I turn on the engine of my car, there's a huge engine that produces tons of heat. Everything in my house, every appliance that I use produces heat.
buffer.
Nothing
What's a buffer?
produces as much heat as Doovidisms.
Are
What's
you
a buffer?
rejecting the obvious that all of our appliances
I'm saying the triple
tools
point
produce
changes
heat?
depending on the buffer. And I haven't seen any of these models include anything with buffers. So I'm thinking,
I'm not
what the
talking
fuck?
about models. I'm talking about on a day-to-day basis.
You're talking
every
about a
single-
model for climate change, for fuck's sake, and the
No, I'm not
presuppositions
talking
of
about a
that
model for climate change. I'm talking about net production of heat.
to marry up with your model for climate change. It's like, I'm not going to agree with all these presuppositions, but I can take them as true for the sake of the argument. Some
And
stuff's
honestly,
not
I didn't
noble.
even want to talk about. I wanted to talk about the climate, the extreme weather that we're facing right now. And if you're saying you have, whatever the explanation, say we have an emergency. I think it's still in effect here in large parts of Michigan due to flooding, and whether it's caused by warming or not doesn't change the fact that we're dealing with flooding and a lot of environment related disaster here in my area. And whether it's caused by global warming or not at this point probably makes no difference.
So
Doesn't
Project
make any difference.
Sigma just said, what about evaporation? That's endothermic.
What do I do that causes evaporation?
You're not
What
the
is
only
it?
thing in the world that exists.
Well, I'm talking that intuitively people should understand that we're net producers of heat and all of our appliances produce heat. None of our appliances cause
We're net producers of entropy,
heat.
not heat. The sun is the producer of heat. We are converters. And
Combustion is a producer of heat. Besides for the carbon emissions, electricity appliances are producer of heat. I run my dryer. I have an exhaust pipe that produces heat. Like, I know I paid hundreds of dollars to have like a metal exhaust pipe put in my basement last year, and because it produces heat and the heat is pumped outside. Like, my dryer works by producing heat. That's why it's a dryer, because it produces hot air. My microwave, my stove produce heat. And I think even the things that, like my air conditioning and my refrigerator that produce cool, I know net produce heat, even though my air conditioner cools my house and my refrigerator cools my food, that they're still net producers of heat. I mean, arguing with any of that?
I mean, that's okay. That's true. That's a fact. We produce heat, but the issue with the global warming is really global. Some countries hardly use any carbon. They have a low carbon footprint, and I don't know whether you guys understand carbon footprint.
I do understand that. I was saying
well,
that
let me
the
just
carbon,
finish. Let me
why
just
carbon
finish.
emissions
Let me
cause
just
global
finish.
warming as opposed to the
Let me
production of
finish.
actual heat.
Okay. Now, talking with Gandalf about scientists rigging the data. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scientists that rig the data. So what? 95 don't. So only
those other 95,
25%, okay, they rig the data. What is this? Rigging the data is everywhere in psychology, in physics, everywhere.
and then that's a big problem.
That's really that. It's not a problem. Yeah, it is a problem. Why are you using the moral argument? Oh, they should not rig the data. I'm glad it's only 5% or 2% stupid people try to publish something by making up the data. But to
Well,
use it to drop down the whole goddamn stupid theory is bullshit to me. Why are you using this moral
you're
argument? Oh,
tolerating
they should
5%
not cheat.
bullshit. Then I think you're
Gosh,
tolerating
come on!
5% bullshit, and
What
I
the heck?
tolerate
Is
zero bullshit.
that
my
an argument? You don't
theory.
even want to see the real data? I mean, you
Well,
should see psychology. You should see psychology, what people do to do survey freshman psychology classes to tell them about their desires or whatever. It's all rigged out.
Well, psychology is just a hugely soft.
Yeah, well,
science.
it's science,
really
right?
Yeah,
it's
they're not all
science.
equal because the
Yeah,
practices,
it's
and
science.
protocols,
Yeah,
the quality
you think
control in each of these fields are completely different. So I don't accept like the conflation.
Oh yeah, sure. Put up the higher level. No rigging. Just and the 95% of the scientists. Well, sorry, you guys, you have bad apple in your stuff. Just forget about it. That's really one of the dumbest arguments I've seen in my life. I can't believe I'm arguing about this. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna leave, and you guys have a good discussion. All right.
Okay, it's nice meeting you, Samish. But
Okay, yeah, I mean, I wasn't really interested in
I was
talking
gonna
about
say-
man-made global warming. I was interested in talking about the extreme weather phenomenon we're facing.
No, I'm just arguing about this.
Yeah, I'm surprised that
issue
I'm surprised
some
that
people
Gandalf and Jennifer are
rig
both.
the data. I'm going to show if I can talk to you. I'm going to show you. I've seen some article written by people who are financed by the oil industry and timber industry, the Southern Pacific in Northwest, that wrote papers, really almost like incredible papers. Some of them were not empirical meaning dealing with data, that really is question the global warming. And if you read it, it's really convincing.
Well, I'm not chills either.
But people did not agree with that. They said, okay, they say it's a theoretical paper. They could not produce an empirical article. Do you know what empirical means? You gather the data and show it to me that this global warming is non-existent.
And when the
I mean,
University
that's
of East
a false
Anglia,
that's really a false dichotomy to an absurd degree. But there is somebody coming on really soon who does agree, and if you're willing to wait, he'll be on soon. Jason Tom. I thought it was Jason of the Tom, not Jason of the Torn. So my bad. Maybe I need glasses.
I don't know about you, but I've read a lot of empirical articles. Empirical meaning data analysis
to save the day. There he is. Thank you for joining, Jason Tom. How are you doing? And what's on your mind? You're just muted at the moment. You just have to click unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I thought
you're good to go.
Gandalf loves weather, and he's got his avatar as a weather, and like, I didn't want a discussion debating the man-made cause of global warming that this has devolved into. I want more some sort of understanding of the current weather phenomenons we're facing, and Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with Samish. It seems kind of counterproductive to argue with Gandalf about his perception of scientific shills and rejection of global warming and like I mean we talked just a few minutes.
Don't misrepresent my position. I'm not rejecting global warming. What I'm saying is we can't trust any of the science on this because we've had some scientists falsify data, and people on both sides of this debate have ideological and financial motivations that cloud the search for truth.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that on everything. You can't trust anybody on anything. But at some point you have to look for answers, and looking for answers about the current weather phenomenon that we're facing. And I didn't even want to discuss man-made global warming. I more wanted to discuss, just if it's the weather phenomenon we're facing is related to warmer temperatures and whether we could change that, or whether these warmer temperatures are caused by our own behavior. It wasn't the issue that I was really interested in discussing. And so for the last 45 minutes, we I don't even know what the hell we're talking about.
Actually, on the meta level, we're talking about how do we have credible science that looks at complex systems. I think that's actually the meta discussion that we've been having, and people have been getting into the weeds too much and not trying to get toward that part of the discussion, which I think is actually more interesting than
I mean, it's not a fair you have a professor of environmental sociology and no offense, like in a non-troll. So it's kind of why would Samish, a professor of environmental sociology, want to have a debate with a non-troll in that sense? And maybe Jason Torn, who I think also has.
And I studied sociology myself, and after studying it, I found out that and wasting years of my life, I found out that the discipline is even softer than psychology. Most of it is just pure rubbish. So just having a PhD in sociology means nothing in and of itself to me.
Yeah, but it's a power asymmetry where I agree it doesn't pay for Samish to waste his time arguing with you.
Well, I'm just asking questions.
It's not beneficial to any of the viewers. And the issue of what is up with the current weather that we're facing right now.
Well, he believes it's because of global warming, and that's how we got on this discussion, Doooovid.
That's what I believe also. And I want to avoid the issue of man-made global warming, and and I guess Jennifer, background in physics, just doesn't know anything about climatology.
What happens if we go into an ice age in the next 20 years? A mini ice age. Aren't we going to feel kind of like?
That's why I mentioned the humor as just a sign of bad character, because it's just a waste of everybody's time.
Or you could address the point. It's like, if I don't know, I'm not going to be like, yeah, that sounds right, even if it does sound right, because I don't know, in case I end up being wrong. I'm willing to find the answer if people are honestly interested, but I try to do that and people get defensive. It's like, well, we can't agree on anything. I'm like, oh my God. It's like, are we thinking about these ideas, or are we just repeating stuff we've already heard elsewhere? Because I already know what the ideas circulating are. Want to know meta-analysis, i.e. what people thought about those ideas, whether they agree with them or not. Different thing.
I'm about ready to call it wraps. I don't know if Jason could save this conversation, but
okay, so I think you guys, it's good to have these kinds of discussions. I would say don't get heated about it. Like there are differing viewpoints. I would have a couple comments. One, kind of on the topic of scientific research, how reliable research is, and kind of the position around like climate science data being not correct, or that there is a kind of a corrupt nature to that. People can have their perspectives. I'm not saying that you can't have a perspective on that, but as somebody who publishes in the area, who works with other climate scientists, who is a scientist, I have a PhD in climatology, that the whole approach of scientific research and peer review is the process of being able to publish and have anonymous reviews, to have this be occurring all over the place. And trust me, maybe I shouldn't say trust me, but certainly if there were research out there that contradicted a particular facet that another scientist could debunk, like if somebody's publishing something that is wrong and somebody else has information to that effect, that they want to bust that bubble. They want to publish that. That makes people's careers on that. So you have thousands of scientists all doing this. I'm not saying
Wait,
that.
how do you know they're doing? How do you know that that's what they're doing, and they're not just competing to mudsling and increase their ego and their prestige within their own kind of bubble?
They could be attempting to increase their prestige, but the science is the science. When people publish papers, those papers go out to the select peer, like disciplines of the set of scientists that publish in that area. Those scientists are reading those papers. And if anything, first of all, it's got to go through review. Then it's got to get passed by the editor. Then it's going to go out and get published. And all the subdiscipline and discipline is going to be looking at it. And trust me, papers get published that are crap, and they get attacked. They get other papers published to cite why that paper's wrong. And that result over and over again results in the cream filtering to the top. The papers that
has never been established.
No,
it's never been established that attacking people.
This is the scientific method.
It's the Socratic method. The Socratic method has not been established as bringing knowledge. This was the point that I made. I can literally disprove that the Socratic method brings knowledge. And just attacking people.
Our entire scientific process and all disciplines are based on this premise. If this was the case,
Socratic method, which is a flawed premise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're going to get past this argument about the nature of science. I wanted to talk about the current weather that we're facing, and it's saying if we can't get past what we agree upon about how science works, like that's not the conversation that I want to argue about now. Like you guys can feel free to talk, for whatever time, do a bunch of streams. I want to talk about what the hell's happening with the weather, and if you can't agree about how science works, like, let's just end it and not have this conversation and have a different stream on how science works.
I mean, we can talk about that. I mean, but it could eventually then devolve to being that those perspectives being criticized because
there's so little disagreement that no one can add anything interesting about what the hell is up with the current weather.
Well, wait a minute. It's extensive amounts of research published on the connections of weather variability and the changes in our weather and the relationships with climate and the change in climate. So increased, climate variability, the variability that is caused due to increase of temperatures based on primarily greenhouse gases. That there obviously are other things. I mean, you mentioned like chemical weathering, orbital cycling, things like that do have an effect, but predominantly anthropogenic climate change and the effects of greenhouse gases being added to the atmosphere are increasing the long-wave, it's trapping more long-wave radiations, increasing temperatures. Those increased temperatures cause more extreme weather events. I mean, and I don't want to get into like the differences of weather and climate. It's like
specifically that we're facing here that in my area, unprecedented amounts of rain, flooding, and high wind speeds.
When you increase temperatures, you naturally amp up the atmospheric and oceanic systems. And that causes more variability in terms of, and this is why we say climate variability. It could be increased temperatures. It could be more rain and snow in different areas. It's changing the variability of those extremes of climate. So, that's why people tend not to say global warming, because the effects of increases of temperatures can have dramatic effects. Not just on the variability of climatic atmospheric systems, but the effects on biology, ecology, etc. So the effects that you're seeing of increased temperatures and droughts, increased weather events, or
we're not seeing droughts, we're seeing flooding. I'm here in Michigan, obviously, but think Germany, China, but look, Michigan, it's flooding that we're seeing right now.
Fair enough, but look at the West Coast. The West Coast is drought, and we've had the most. The level of drought and increase of temperatures is I don't want to say completely a result of climate change, but climate change is having a predominant effect on that. And it's well established. I could pull out papers from Mendeley to show and support that. Now, people could say, well, you're just cherry picking. But the consensus of the group of like 500 climate scientists in these areas are highly, oriented in those positions.
How do we know that consensus isn't just groupthink?
Okay, good. I think that's a good question. I'm not saying that we shouldn't always.
Said he didn't want to have this combo.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about the nature of how we know about science and peer review.
Look,
And
we
like
can
you and Jennifer
that
already
when
talked
Doooovid
about that for
signs
like an
off.
hour and didn't agree on anything. And so you and Gandalf talking about that for an hour and not agreeing on anything is not going to help anybody understand what's happening with the weather going on. And it's a waste of
I agree
Jason's
with you,
time,
but
probably.
you had a problem with my halfway agreeing. But yeah, I don't know, Doooovid, do you want to stick around and keep talking and try to salvage it, or do you want to?
I want to talk about the weather and say I don't really
Sure.
want to talk. No offense, Gandalf. I don't want to. I'm not interested in your science. Skepticism.
Well, what I'm trying to okay, then let me answer.
Feel free to make your own stream on science skepticism. If Jason, you want to debate him for hours about science skepticism, feel free. But I'm interested in what the hell is happening with the weather. I'm not interested in clearing up Gandalf's science skepticism.
All I'll say is to settle it, at least because I'm a big weather lover, is I don't think we really know why we've had such rude weather this year. I don't think we can know, given
So why don't you just drop out of the conversation? Because that's what I'm interested in talking about. So that's what you said. No, you can't know. And so why are you taking part in this conversation?
Well, I mean, we could play with some hypotheses and try and figure it out.
Well, that's not what you're doing.
That's
what I want to do. I want to play with some hypotheses about what is going on with the weather, and instead you're talking about science skepticism.
I'm just saying I'm skeptical of the other explanations.
I know you're skeptical. I'm skeptical of everything. What the hell does that have to do with what's going on with the weather?
Gandalf, what is your hypothesis?
Hey, Cookies, could you stop capping everything? It's like Clown Town. Remember what I said? We're trying to dial back Clown Town. It doesn't go hand in hand with all caps like some clueless boomer. Sorry, go ahead.
My hypothesis is, and it's just a sense, is that I think, there's other things that might let's just say impact weather and climate that might not be things that can be measured, say physical computer models that turn into climate science. I just suspect other things are going on. Maybe something in the spiritual or astral realm. It's just my own intuition. I can't go on much more than that.
So if you can't go on, it's not a conversation.
Astral, what the heck are you talking about?
Okay, whatever. You can't explain it. It's not a conversation.
I mean, look, people can have those perspectives. That's fine. But you could be like, okay, it's God, or it's demons, or it's ghosts, or it's the astral plane. I mean, technically, I can't prove that that's not the case. But I'm a scientist. I'm dealing with.
It's just not a conversation. I mean, I don't care. You could believe what you want, but I want to have a conversation.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, one interesting facet in terms of this specific issue of weather events is how much is climate having an effect on increased weather events? What are the relationships of other factors that are not that they're still climatically related, but as an example, Jennifer talked about an ice age. Ice age typically are a result of things like orbital cycling, over long periods of time, the planet changes its elliptical aspects, its orbit. It changes the wobble of the planet. It changes the orbital rotation. Those things, all those cycles, when they cycle and they end up all cycling at the set, the planet is getting a little bit further away, a little bit closer, a little bit further away, or when the angle is a little bit wobbling further away, when those all hit at a certain point, then we just have less solar radiation, because that's what drives that we're getting all of our heat from the sun, you know? So it's heat, it's sun, it's the sun, it's albedo, it's the reflection, and it's greenhouse gases. Those are the things that drive the feedback systems of how much energy is on the planet. So if it's not, so it could be that there are like, and again, over long periods of time, we could have other effects which are impacting our climate. But ultimately, weather, we're talking about short time periods. So weather is what you get, climate's what you expect. So climate is more long-term. With climate analysis, we're trying to factor out that weather variability that you might see from year to year. This year's a little cold.
Wait a minute, you just said the exact opposite of that. You said that what you're observing is heightened variability, but you're also trying to reduce the variability.
No, I'm saying that there's variability in the climate signal that could be a result of weather events, just pure weather events that are like, okay, let's say that let's give an example. Like, let's say that when we
give the example, it just cost me $5,000 to have the tree in my front yard removed because we had 60-mile-an-hour winds that made it in danger of falling on my house. And the guy who took the tree down told me that probably in the next year I have to spend another $4,000 having the maple in my backyard taken down because it's not going to withstand the 60-mile-an-hour winds that we're facing.
Yep.
You're saying that these 60-mile-an-hour winds that occurred multiple times in the last few weeks are weather events. The 3 inches of rain that happened in an hour or two, it was a weather event.
Of course,
and it's saying, yeah, it cost me thousands of dollars. And it's going to cost me more thousands of dollars because it's the price of being a homeowner. And Michigan is dealing with a disaster situation due to weather events. If you're in the West and there's forest fires and these various factors, yes, they're weather events, and we have to deal with them instantly. Like the mosquito crisis, Michigan has more mosquitoes than in history. My arms are eaten up. I had like 50 mosquito bites on my arm from doing gardening the other day because from what I understand, it's related to the flooding.
What I'm saying is that, and I think Jen asked a good question. I'm trying to be clear about this, that there is a level of variability from year to year with weather outcomes. But when we look at the long-term implications of climate, we can look at the longer-term signals of that, and we can see kind of what direction are we going in particular locations with regards to effects on temperature, humidity, evapotranspiration, etc. And what we're not interested in doing is like looking at very small windows of time and saying it was super hot this year and it was super cold last year, or super hot last year and super cold this year. Like some of that may be due to this natural variability that we've seen for a long time with regards to weather, but that's still affected by climate. We're trying to tease out these signals to understand that. And like, so an example also might be like, we sometimes see this cherry picking of information about, like, if you go back a few years, we saw a very cold year. People are like, look, that's one of the coldest years on record. Planet's not necessarily getting, it's not global warming. Why is that so cold? So there is a level of that variability. But when you look at the long-term perspectives, we see a long-term trend of increases of temperatures and increases in variability of those weather events. So it's the hotter year and the colder year, that variability is getting greater and greater. We're getting hotter hots, colder colds, and the overall signal is tending up in terms of increased temperatures. And we can make an association of that with the energy balance aspects, increased CO2 and methane in the atmosphere, the trapping. We can track how much CO2 and methane is in the atmosphere. We can track how much long-term radiation is coming from the earth, coming from the sun, and back being absorbed from the earth and being re-radiated back out. So one of the and I'll end it on this. I don't want to ramble, but one of the difficult things is that climate science naturally involves many different disciplines. And so it's a complicated, multidisciplinary science, and it's not easy to explain to a person. And this is some of the problems I think climate scientists have, which is being able to be very clear about what we're seeing and explain it in a way that the populace can understand. Because when we don't do that, it creates like, oh, science is invalid. This is just a bunch of bullshit. Climate scientists are making money on this. They're trying to tell us stuff that is, in their best interests, and it's not really the truth. It's a problem that we have. It's a problem what science has, is being able to effectively articulate these positions. And I'm not saying that we have all the answers. Far from it.
Yeah, like what about coming up with some models? That's the problem. Is I'm thinking if the models actually were validated, they would maybe show some stuff that
we have tons of
people
models.
think
We have
was
all kinds of
inconvenient.
we have all kinds of
There's a
global
difference
climate
between a model that explains data and predicts things. It's two different things.
Well,
No,
people
I-
are worried their day-to-day concerns. So it's why did I lose power multiple times this year? Why am I going to have to spend $10,000 cutting down trees this year? Why is there flooding? Why is there record number of mosquitoes?
Nobody felt that they owned the public utilities. So that's a spiritual problem. Why was there
But this is-
flooding? Because there wasn't enough preventative measures taken. Like I would have flooding here if I didn't take preventative measures, right? Which is why I always do.
But David's bringing up a good point, which is oftentimes, I'll say a lay person or like a person that isn't necessarily a scientist is not so concerned about climate change until it hits home. Until they're like Sandy. Remember Hurricane Sandy? Like lots of people on the East Coast were like, when Sandy hit and their house got like destroyed due to flooding, they were like, you know what? God damn it. Now I think there's something to this climate change, like they see
Well,
these
then why
effects.
didn't those people have that same reaction in 1991 when a same storm happened but occurred several hundred miles eastwards, and it was in that movie with George Clooney, what, The Greatest Storm or whatever, the same weather phenomenon happened then, and people weren't attributing that to global warming in 1991, 92.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. That's before my time.
Yeah, it's the movie The Perfect Storm. The exact same weather phenomenon that gave rise to Superstorm Sandy happened, but it happened over the ocean and didn't hit New York City.
But
Yeah, so we have to say, is what we're experiencing right now out of the norm? And from what I know, that what I've experienced this summer is out of the norm. Is okay, now I'm a man and I have to maintain a house, and budgetary wise, like it's a huge expense. Having a sump pump, flooding in the basement could cost a person tens of thousands of dollars. Having a sump pump water system could cost up to $10,000. Having trees removed costs thousands of dollars. So when it hits a person and you get the bill or health or just the mosquito crisis or whatever it is, and so I'm not a climatologist. I have a background in science and I follow this stuff, but it's yes, from my understanding, what we're seeing right now is out of the norm. And does it matter? So Jason can be like, well, you should have known, and now it's finally hitting home.
I'm not saying that.
But yeah, I mean, from what I've spoken to, my parents and other people around in the area, and just the power company and the explanation of the leaders for the why the roads are flooded and why we're in a state of emergency is because what we're seeing right now is out of the norm.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
These extreme weathers that are occurring right now, they are occurring at the most frequently than ever before. If you look at the data, extreme weathers before they used to occur once every 20 years, every 30 years. Now they are occurring once every 5 years. It's like one of my professors suggested to look at the dice. The dice that we roll? He say, okay, let's put a sticker into one face. Roll it. Okay. It didn't show the sticker. Okay, we're fine. 5 years from there, put another sticker. So you've got 2 out of 4 to be a bad weather. Another 5 years, put another sticker. 3 out of 3. Now we are almost 3 out of 3. When you roll a dice, the weather it depends. Like Jason says, it depends on a lot of variables. But the occurrence of the bad weather is occurring more frequently than ever before.
We only have records
1990s
going
and
back
2000s
130 years.
recorded the highest level temperature. How much do you need evidence on that? What models do you want to see? You have the data, what there? Highest recorded temperature ever occurred in the 1990s, and they're still occurring right now. So I don't know what else do you guys want to say, well, this is something out of ordinary. It's like really throwing a dice.
You're making these sweeping conclusions about weather, given at least the duration of human civilization, based on detailed records that we have only since what, 1870 or 1880. I don't accept that is enough of a sample size.
It goes back a little bit further than that.
Well,
But
Mark Smith is in the
you're
chat
right.
saying
You're right.
solutions, please. And saying, okay, Jason, you're not going to give us solutions if you give explanations. So the solution on my end is expenditure of money. Install a sump pump, have trees cut down that maybe you thought had a few 5-10 years left, but because of expectation of extreme winds, and so the solutions on the level of a homeowner is expenditures of money. Have a generator installed because expectations of power outage,
Right.
cut down trees sooner than you thought because they might fall on your house. Have a sump pump system. And so at the personal level, you're saying Jason might be right. And maybe there's policy action in Washington and lobby your local congressman. But on the personal level, it's an expenditure of large sums of money just so my house doesn't face disaster.
We've been saying, I mean, scientists have been saying, and I think policymakers have been saying that this is happening.
Are you a homeowner, Jason? I mean, these basic
Yeah.
things like, sump pump, trees falling due to
I don't
higher
have to worry
wind
about.
speeds?
I have to worry about fires. I'm out west. I have to worry about like brush around my house.
So you have completely different homeowner issues than me and Samish in Michigan are facing.
Exactly, like pores, like smoke, like the levels of like.
But on a practical level, you're talking about expenditure of money that you probably didn't plan on expending due to just trying to save your house from disaster.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, and it's different for different people. And I'm not trying to make light of any of those
Have
issues.
you considered a moat, Jason?
I wish. That'd be great. I'd like a moat just to keep the riffraff out.
My neighbor has one, but I was just thinking in your situation, because you're low on water, right? So you make your like inner desert paradise surrounded by the moat, which keeps the fire at bay.
Keeps all the vagabonds out.
When we're talking about societal, Mark Smith is attacking me in the chat. You're talking about societal solutions that we could collectively come together versus a singular solution of just what can I do to maintain my house and my property and see to continuation of my own protective layer, as opposed to how do we come together as a society, like saying, okay, there's probably going to be continuing power outages and I don't expect society to come together. So should I spend a bunch of money getting a generator installed versus what we're going to try to do collectively to save humanity?
I don't have an answer for it. I'll be honest with you. And this is why I think that this issue of a climate crisis, I know people don't like to use that term, but the fact that it is such a pervasive problem that is so difficult to solve, we've kind of put ourselves in a corner. If people want to have a perspective that it's not anthropogenic, it's not man-made, okay. And if you want to say
COVID-19
I don't actually think anyone's saying that there isn't something that's man-made. We're just questioning the presumptions of the interpretation. I don't think I don't know about the others, but I don't disagree that there are issues with the environment due to pollution.
Okay,
even COVID-19, the continuation related probably to climate I would call it climate change, but deforestation, speciation, that in whether the variants, and I say that's also probably directly related to environmental disaster, the COVID-19 and the continuation of this crisis.
Yeah, there's literally no scientific evidence for that, Doovid. Come on.
Well, I mean, the general evidence of the mainstream narrative that it's coming from animals that are normally not in contact with humans, and due to deforestation and expanded human activity, that the viruses are coming to humans due to the environment of bats being taken away from them, and now having increased interaction with humans. That was the mainstream narrative of the cause of COVID-19. When me and Jennifer first did a stream on it, when it first came out, was that the reason COVID-19 happened is largely due to deforestation and
I'd prefer not to talk about that subject because of its sensitivity, but just in general, mainstream narratives about most scientific things are just usually almost wrong, always wrong. I think that's kind of
that the mainstream that it came from a bat, and the reason why it came from a bat to humans is because there's more encroachment on nature and there's more interaction between bats and humans. I mean, I don't know, Jason, do you have an opinion on COVID-19 being connected?
Why did you guys jump to the COVID? We're talking about climate.
Because it's related also. That I'm mentioning that
This
likely
conversation
COVID-19
has not made much sense for.
It doesn't have any connection. COVID.
Why is it? No, I mean, COVID-19 is also most likely caused by man-made destruction of the environment.
Well,
do you agree with that,
know.
Jason?
But
me and Jennifer talked about that on our first stream a year ago, but I'm not sure if are you in agreement that COVID-19 is also related to the environmental crisis?
I mean, certainly the issue of so-called zooitic diseases is a problem. I don't want to get into the issue of like whether COVID-19 is a result of a natural transmission from an animal to a human. I mean, there's some question about that. I know in the beginning that was the premise, and I know that now that there's been some discussions as to whether that's actually the case or not. But certainly zooitic diseases and the encroachment of like kind of the urban-rural interface is
Revenge of the Pangolin
is a problem.
Church of Entropy and Revenge of the Pangolin.
The West Nile disease is probably due to global warming, and West Nile disease is going up north more and more, coming up to temperate temperature. Usually it stays always below.
Well, I would say that the reason I brought up because we could probably expect more of these diseases, according to the mainstream scientific narrative, that COVID-19, God forbid, is just probably one of, God forbid, many outbreaks that are likely to keep on occurring.
I mean, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Jason. Go ahead, Jason.
We wouldn't have to get too tiered up, but I did want to throw that in there.
I mean, only two brief things. Like one is that I think that the issues of like population density, our abilities to travel, and like those issues are, I think, more predominant in terms of pandemic types of situations. But certainly I think it's zoonotic, like the diseases where there's an animal to human transmission, that has been a known issue for a while, and that as humans encroach upon like natural systems where there's not so many humans, that's an issue. But to bring it back to the climate component, that when we compare things like COVID-19 and this pandemic, and everybody's like, holy shit, this has been the worst year. It has. Look, and the impacts of COVID. As a climate scientist, I'm thinking, you know what? COVID's got nothing on the climate. I mean, the effects of what's going on with our climate affect such a broad span of areas that are intertwined, and it's so diffuse that it's been happening for 100 years that to reverse that, like you're talking about, look, the trees, the wind's blowing down my tree. What do I do? You know, there's not a simple answer. It's not like go put a mask on, don't go be around anybody. It's a lot more complicated. It's a lot harder to resolve. And scientists themselves don't have answers to this. We can't just say, stop burning fossil fuels. Just stop it. Like there are political implications. There are underdeveloped country implications. There are a lot of issues that are wrapped up in that. And so I think because of that, it's I don't want to say it's a perfect storm, because I know we just talked about the perfect storm, but it is a perfect storm of situations that is very difficult for the planet to address. I'm not sure. I don't think we have a grasp of the severity of the situation or even how to handle it. So
the Iron Charlotter in the chat, he's saying to ask Jason, but if the permafrost is thawing and the dormant viruses become active, but saying yes, viruses, according to mainstream scientific understanding, are related to environmental change. And if it's like, I call Revenge of the Pangolin, like the defense mechanism of the bat and the pangolin is carrying these deadly viruses, that the pangolin that has no defense besides to curl up in a ball does have the defense of possibly harnessing these deadly viruses that it keeps in its stomach. And if it's bats or if it's thawing out, but from understanding of zoonotic change, that there are countless viruses that are likely to be deadly to man that exist all over the world and are just waiting for us. And environmental damage will cause those viruses to come to humanity quicker.
There's one thing that also needs to be talked about. It's within the political dimensions. It's the environmental refugees. Some people do not. They always think about political refugees, but believe me, in Africa, most of the people who are migrating north towards North Africa, where I was born, try to reach French and Italy and Spain, are all environmental refugees with their family. They cannot, the Sahel region used to be like the buffer zone. It's just going south more and more. The desertification of the Sahel region down below, it's just amazing. And people are moving to Europe, and they're having a lot of trouble. In fact, the UN recognized them as environmental refugees because their country are not experiencing wars or strife or civil war. I'm talking about Mali, Guinea, Senegal, Libya, Chad, Niger, even Egypt, Lower Egypt, and Sudan. I mean, Sudan, of course, there's wars, but it's amazing, and it's so global warming or desertification, in terms of not like a rainfall or floods or whatever, it's really creating havoc on many different countries. So that's one issue. And another one that I was going to bring about is this year, the first ever higher temperature recorded in Washington State, ever. They were really smoldering heat, and people, guess what? Doovid, they're really thinking about installing air conditioning in their homes. Oh, yeah. Imagining that, which is they never had, Washington State and British Columbia never had homes with air conditioning because their summers were very, very, very mild. Never goes to up to 90s, maybe 80s. They reached 100 this summer.
Well,
now, it's really amazing. Go ahead.
There are portions of Washington that do get really hot, like in the Columbia River Valley and along like the Dalles, Hermiston, those areas do get like 110, and like I'm at the University of Idaho. Like I can tell you, we're in northern Idaho. We hit 110 this year. So like when it isn't in the last 30 years. And again, this is anecdotal. I'm not trying to make any claims at all. It's just personal experiences. But I know that in the last 30 years, it's not uncommon for the area that I'm in to get snow in June. And like That's just not happening anymore. We're not getting snow in June. And again, that's anecdotal. I'm not making any claims around whatever. I'm just making a personal observation.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you take a naturalistic that there's God forbid going to be a purge, mass death event, and if it's not like man inability to get along with each other, the reverse Flynn effect, and people not being intelligent enough to maintain the infrastructure, but environmentally that the earth will cure itself through a mass purge event of God forbid this, multiple mass death events. And like if mankind could only pull together and work together, we could solve this. But the direction is that you say, okay, there's natural solutions, and the natural solutions, God forbid, are usually mass death events that will naturally reset things, God forbid.
This wouldn't be a week in review if Doooovid didn't have some horrible premonition about either mass violence or mass death or a mass purge at some point. So
related also that that as society breaks down in things like you can't even keep the electricity on, or crisis in the environment, that people are just going to start killing each other in the streets, like in Chicago. But I mean, even more bad news. Michigan had like 14 beaches that have been closed due to contamination because the mass flooding, overflowage of the sewage, and pollution that is usually separated, but due to the flooding has now seeped in to regular waterways, that there's now 14 new areas that are closed off. And we talked last week about the Surfside building collapse, that generally in America most of the infrastructure is, civil engineering is my field, is past its useful life. And just like the Surfside building had its 40-year inspection and it didn't come up good, and the bill was going to be millions of dollars to make it past in use, that the reality is about 50% of America is like the Surfside building. It's past its useful life, and it's a money pit. It's generally not worth the money to put in to keep it up, and you can't really just tear down and rebuild America because the crisis is hitting at too much at one time, because so much of America is already past its useful life. And so
how do we
somehow if we could pull together and all work together, we could fix the infrastructure. But God forbid, it's more likely we're gonna kill each other in the streets, fighting over who gets to have the last house that isn't past its useful life.
Wait, how do we know that fixing infrastructure isn't worth the money when no one knows what the money is worth?
Well, I mean, at a certain point, it becomes a money pit, and it's cheaper to demolish and tear it down and build new. So, I mean, if you have a 40-year-old building and you look at the engineer's report, and they say, you need new concrete foundation and new steel and this, and that, and the price tag is, like $15 million, and the whole building is only worth $25 million. You say, well, what happens if we put the whole $15 million in? It's like, well, in another 3 years, you'll have to put another $5 million. It just means it's past its useful life, and it's going to be more expensive to keep on repairing it than to demolish it and start anew. And that the state of most of America's infrastructure is that it's a money pit trying to keep on repairing it.
Yes, because it's a money pit. I think we should just let America die. I think that's
just let it die. But there wasn't proper planning. So like civil engineering, we've had these warnings on the state of the infrastructure for like a decade. We've known what's been going on, and we didn't really do it properly. So now we're in a near disaster situation where a huge portion of the infrastructure is past its useful life, and in disaster situation where there could be multiple building collapses and bridge collapses and things like that.
So what's the solution then?
Well, the solution is
thinking
everybody's got to work
danger.
together and pull together, and we have to, respect scientists and engineers, and you have to be charitable, and the rich have to care about the poor, and people have to, like work hard.
Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Where are you from, Doovid? No,
I mean, more likely,
I thought
saying,
you
like,
said laughter was degenerate.
well, it is, because you're saying you're really just laughing at yourself. You're saying, like, of course we're not going to fix the problem. Of course we're just going to kill each other in the streets. Like, don't you know anything about human nature? Haven't you read about history?
That's
of course,
not
what's going to
actually
happen
what
is
I
we're just going to end up killing
saying.
each other in the
That's
streets. There's
sort
no
of the
way in
opposite of
hell
what I was
that we're
saying.
going to pull together and fix these problems.
What was it
So let's
about
just at least have a good laugh
intestinal
about it.
strangling and Democrats and socialists that one ANCAP guy said?
We can't even
Probably
accept
some truth to that.
the current state of reality of the truth of what the engineers reports have been saying, is that we're in dangerous situation, and the infrastructure, like 50% of America's infrastructure, is past its useful life and is
Right.
actually a danger to continue using.
And there's so much doubling down of despondency. People would literally rather watch society implode than contribute to it on these terms.
Yeah, I mean, human nature is human nature. So say if just accepting the reality of the current situation is a large percent of the solution. That if we can't even accept the reality of the situation, saying like, and it's it's my turn, damn it. Saying like, all the, like, I took low birth, and I don't want you telling me that all the dreams I had can't come true because America's on the decline. I'd rather, party in its destruction, have my last chance of fulfilling my fantasies, which you say that's the essential part of human nature, and that's the historically what happens with the nations on the decline. And if it's saying it's going to be everybody for themselves, he's saying like, no, it's not possible that we're going to pull together. So we have to prepare for the eventual everybody for themselves, even though
I said a Kang Tater could fix it, but I can't see it getting fixed sans Kang Tater. That's all I'm saying. You're saying, let's get together and give each other hugs, and it's like you couldn't even prevent a disaster on your own property. Now you're going to contribute to saving everyone's property?
It's not, I think it's a matter of at least acknowledging what the problem is. So
if I did, I'm saying my own property, just say that if I'm in a situation where I could afford the $20,000 to cut down the trees and put a sump pump and a generator, so at least when the disaster happens, the trees aren't going to fall in my house and my basement's not going to flood, and I'm going to have a generator for the power outage. But what if my neighbors, God forbid, killed me because they didn't have the money to do that for their house? But
yeah,
sorry,
it seems
Jason.
to be a big problem. Yeah.
I mean, it's like, can you pay your way out of it? I mean,
if you can't control
if I could build
you
my
don't
own
deserve
castle,
the fucking resources. Period.
If I could build my own castle for
this
myself,
idea of being entitled to all this protection from the state, ritually pissed on.
Well, I'm saying if I'm preparing for for Armageddon, where everyone's going to stand to their own and say, okay, like, no, I was able to prepare, for myself. But then when society breaks down and so many other people are in disaster situation, God forbid, they're probably just going to kill me and take my house, no matter how hard I tried to prepare.
Fair enough. But I actually think, I mean, not to bring up this topic again, I'm not trying to do this, but but I think that this is the basis of this issue, is this items that Gandalf was bringing up, which is we have to be able to, for whatever reason, regardless if it's climate science or vaccines or pick a topic that, I don't want to say it's just America. It's probably not just America, but America is it's happening here a lot, is like the divisive nature of America, our inability to acknowledge like if we have a scientific consensus on a particular subject, that there is kind of a revolt against acknowledging that scientists actually have valid positions on particular topics. Like we feel that there's this conspiracy aspect around these, not just things like climate science, but just pick a topic that is controversial. And there in the last 10, 15 years, there are more people congregating into an area that says, I don't believe anything of what these people say. And that creates a really bad scenario where we can't even come together to acknowledge that we have a problem. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but that problem has to be overcome before we're like, what are we going to do about it? Like, if we can't even agree that there is a problem, or that scientists are making legitimate positions on a particular topic, and that we can agree that what they're saying has some truth to it, and we can come together and try to say, what are we going to do from a policy perspective? Then we're really lost. I mean, if we're just going to get to a point where we're like,
Here's the thing, Jason. I've been stating facts about science since I was probably 19, 20. And I get the brush off a lot. So you're saying, well, we should all listen to these people. It's like, they didn't fucking listen to me. They didn't earn my respect. As far as I'm concerned, they used a prestigious subject to justify doing whatever the fuck they wanted, largely, paying only lip service to its core principle. And now that they're losing the public giving a shit about what they say, only then do they come crawling back and say, well, why can't you just give us a chance at some truth? It's like, someone tells me some truth, something is part true, I'll a dog ear it for probably being nothing. Something's either true or it isn't.
Look, if I was a person that didn't have, I'm just going to pick a topic that hasn't, like,
I'm not blaming you for this at all. Like, I'm sorry just to like sort of lay this on you in crankiness, but it's
agree.
Like,
I
a
understand
lot
what
of
you're
us
saying.
have gone through this, I think.
Well, but if I was a person and I didn't know anything about computers, and I was like, I'm not saying you don't know anything about what this subject, but I'm saying if you were a person that you did not have a degree in computer science, and you're like, you know what, computers are causing problems, and the scientists are ignoring my position, and therefore I don't know why scientists aren't listening to what I'm saying. And the scientists are like, look, we do research in this area, and our assessment is that what you're saying is not true. But if you were saying, look, people are blowing me off, they're not listening to me. They're not blowing you off. They
are, though.
Well, but if you
they are blowing me off because I'm right, and then when I prove that I'm right, they can't even admit it. So they have no honor to even say, guess what, I was wrong. So that tells me they're not principled people, which means they can't possibly hold knowledge.
If you're right on a position, then you should be able to write it up and publish it. I've talked
Yeah,
to
so
you about
become a Republican.
Exactly. It's like
on Armageddon
that is
Day.
itself based on so many fallacies. It's like you need that to be true for your worldview to be coherent.
How else?
But you're just leading into the conflict theory.
It's as many presuppositions as the Christians. So it's like, no, you have to be able to. The thing that legitimizes science isn't the fact that it's academic. It's the fact that it can address the laity questions. And if those questions and the answers to those questions become divorced from anything practicable, yeah, people are going to say, this is all just gibberish. And then that's the time for the educators to look in the mirror and say, I fucked up, but no. That isn't happening, is it? So it's like honor. You have to behave honorably for things to work. Otherwise, civilization just implodes.
You've got to be able to prove your point, Jennifer.
I think I have proven my point multiple times.
How?
Because I'm right. It's like
that's not right. Circular. That's not proving it. You're just saying I'm right. I can prove it because I'm right. And it's like, well, how are you right? Well, I'm proving it because I'm right.
The mind is a quantum computer. The mind is a quantum computer. I've been saying that since I can point to a guy who will tell you that I've been saying that since I was like 20. Okay.
I understand.
So
like, if you can't show your work,
it's being accepted.
You got to show your work
now. And it's been a while since I was 20.
When a student doesn't show their work, like that's a problem.
That's the point. I shouldn't have to show my work because I'm right. The one who has to show their work is the one who's wrong. The teacher is only legitimized by virtue of recognizing when the student is right. If they can't do that, they eschew, they lose their authority. The credibility is gone. It's like you took your desire for authority as more important than your credibility as a scientist. That was your choice.
There are certain
Have consequences.
situations when the student is right and the teacher is wrong. There are certain situations. It's very,
The point is that science, if you understand science, you can tell whether a scientific theory is valid or not. And from my conversations with people who pay lip service to science, because you can just see what predictions it makes and how it lines up with universality.
It's not as simple as that. That's one component, but it's not as simple as that.
You're
It's
saying
not just about. It's just not about.
Wise to assert a negative.
Look, all I'm saying is that if you have a position that you feel is contrary to the mass of science in a particular area, you're going to have to be able to show that. You can't just say it is because it is.
That's the thing. I have shown it. Mine is a quantum computer. Mine is
where have you shown
photons? I've said it. I can
do
research that validates it. I'm right.
We function like the way science works is writing it up. You have to write it up. So
that's the thing. You're putting the cart before the horse. You're saying this is how science works because this is how I do science, and I'm saying no. You've destroyed your credibility. You've taken science, and you've tried to say like this is. You're trying to say that a blow-up doll is a wife. It's like I noticed that you switched my wife for a blow-up doll. I noticed that.
What I'm saying is if you have an opinion, you have to be able to at least articulate that opinion in a way that other people can evaluate it.
Or I say the correct thing, and if nobody can articulate a counter thesis, they say, yes, you are correct. Period.
No,
and then
that's not right. That's not correct. Just because somebody can't contradict your position doesn't mean you're right.
Jason, look, I encountered Church of
Think
Entropy
about what you just said there.
Just because you can't, I think that's absolutely valid. Go ahead, Dan.
Jason, I encountered Jen when I was a Poopertarian, which was a very dumb philosophy cult that I was kind of in when I was kind of trying to search for a natural law, and everyone was calling her kook and crazy and all this other stuff. And I started looking at her blog. I'm relatively scientifically literate. I'm not a trained scientist, and I read the blog, and it's like 85 to 90% of it just seemed kind of logical and right. And the other stuff I didn't quite understand, but it just, I'm starting to bit by bit. And it's like, well, none of these other people that call her a kook actually read the damn blog and were honest enough to come to somewhat of a conclusion than I did.
I'm not making any aspersions about Jen. I'm not saying that she's a kook. I'm trying to be respectful. I think we're having a decent discussion here. I like Jen. We've had some good interactions online. However, what I would say is on this position that you've got, like, I understand. I think what you're saying that you may have an alternative way of framing the information and hypotheses that you have on a particular topic. But nonetheless, other people have to be able to evaluate what you're saying in order to legitimize it. Could you be right? Sure. But if you can never explain what you've done, then nobody else is going to be able to evaluate it.
I can evaluate it, and Jen's more right than pretty much anybody else I've come across that talks about science.
What, like, do you have a physics degree? Are you like, do you do any research?
Jason, it's not about physics. It's about logic. It's about philosophy. We're evaluating the ideas on their merits.
So there's a philosophy. So your hypothesis is philosophical. I thought your philosophy had to do with like the mind and the.
It's theological. My I would say, whatever center is theological.
Okay, well.
But I understand that this is a secular society, so I'm relying on the method of science to establish my points. And philosophy, you have to talk about it because that's the only thing that sets up the context between subjects.
Yeah, I'm not a philosopher. I don't claim to be. So, I mean, if this is a philosophical religious discussion, I would, I'm not an expert in those areas. I'm a scientist. So if it's a scientific topic, a scientific hypothesis, then okay.
It is though, yeah. It's all those things.
Okay, but you said it's more of a within the realm of philosophy, right?
Philosophy is something I have to refer to, because it's really the only thing that talks about, metaphysics.
Okay, you
Like,
can
'cause
still write up
even physics
a
doesn't
philosophical
mean its own
treatise.
metaphysics.
You could still write up a philosophical treatise for everybody to read and evaluate. Doesn't have to be a model of or some research project or anything like that. You can lay out the ground by which what are you thinking about this issue that you have in mind that is really dear to you. Maybe by then when people read it, they're not going to reject it. They might give you an idea of how to improve it and how to make it even better for the wide audience.
That's very much based on a fallacy, right? It's like this peer review thing, right? It's like
Well,
democracy is a fallacy.
right. You're
I've got a
against
thing on the
you're
screen
against
right now. It's like, that's the quantum mind. That's
no you
some of the nodes
you're
of the
against
quantum mind.
you against the norms of scientific community.
I'm pro science. I'm against things that don't actually bring greater knowledge.
No, you're against the norms of how you share information and how
Well, first of all,
you
it's not even
publish.
clear what peer review even means. So it's not clear that there's anything to agree with when one sort of says that, right? So I'm not against the idea of people checking my work, but the idea that somebody could improve my idea is itself a fallacious idea.
Why?
Really? Okay.
Because that would be
So
like
then,
approving. Can you improve on the number 1? It's
So
like, I don't
you're-
really like the number 1. I kind of want to make it simpler. It's like it's a line.
Okay.
We've had this discussion before where you were like, nobody, what I'm saying is right. Everybody else is wrong. Nobody can improve on what I'm doing. I honestly think that attitude is dangerous. That is not the case.
It's the other attitude that's dangerous. I'm telling you, truth is absolute. That's the safe one. The dangerous one is, it's whatever the hell you want. And then you get this idea that you can like define reality. It's like, that's where the psychosis starts. Not when you're like, let's be absolutely sure we're not overstating our certainty here. You can be very sure about, like, can you see what I'm putting on the screen right now? It's not on, our Meet thing, but it's on the YouTube. And it's like,
okay,
that's the light body. That's not the entire light body, but it's the main part of it. It's the light body, not including the appendages. Because the appendages, they're obviously there, but it would sort of just be in the way. Like, the most important part of the light body is the spine and the skull, right? So it's like, no matter what you philosophize, you can philosophize the cows come home, but it won't change that this is what your consciousness is made out of fundamentally. There's no fucking debate to be had. That's it. Not meant to be offensive.
How do you know this is correct?
I know because I've tested it. I've been through the possibilities.
So if you tested it, you should be able to write it up and let other people look at your test.
I have, right?
And where was it?
I have done that all around. But the fact is, teaching is much easier orally. Writing stuff down is really only something you can do in support of learning. It's not a substitute for learning.
You could you could even put it in a PowerPoint if you really wanted.
And I do have some PowerPoints, and I can put a link for that. And it's like, the truth is that if you deny this, you're opening the door for all sorts of believing in all sorts of demons. And look at the things people believe about consciousness right now and how sick and fucked in the head they are. So I just don't understand how something being absolute, which then contextualizes all the other non-absolute things and depotentiates the extremism, how is that dangerous?
It just blows my mind that you're like, what you're saying is correct, and nobody else has an opinion to evaluate your work.
Other people already agree with me, okay? It's not like I'm the only person on the planet saying this stuff.
I agree with her.
Okay.
And it's like, it's not
honestly don't even know the position. So I mean,
can you see what we're on YouTube right now?
I don't even know what it means. I don't know what this means. I see like neck crest, thorax, mid back, back curve. I don't even know what this.
It's not self-evident what that is. Okay, so
no,
the line in
not
the
at all. Not at all. What is it?
The thicker line in the center is the spine, and then the ball at the top is the skull, which has like a figure 8 in it. Where it
what
says
is it supposed to represent? Is this energy?
It's a light body.
And what's a light body?
Your consciousness is a giant sphere of light twisted
What's a light body?
through your spine and skull.
And how did you come to this conclusion that this exists and that light body exists? How did you come to that conclusion?
It's just part of my religion, which just happens to be correct.
Okay. So, okay, fair enough. So if you have a faith-based position where you're like, I believe this, I don't really have any evidence scientifically for it.
But I do have scientific evidence for it.
Okay,
That's
then what is
the people who deny it are the people who deny it don't have scientific.
I'm just saying, what's the evidence?
What's the evidence?
What's the evidence? You said you had scientific evidence for what you're showing on the screen. What is the scientific evidence? If you don't have scientific evidence, that's okay. But you said you did.
I'm just not sure you understand what you mean by that.
Do you have quantitative evidence that you can show that identifies that a light body exists and that it has some reference to what you're showing on the screen? If you don't,
the body has it's well established that the body generates an electromagnetic field. And it's well established that electromagnetism is mediated by photons.
Okay, so do you have any literature review on any of this type of stuff?
The literature review, it's like, what?
Right. What's wrong with what? You have such a hang up on like other people who do work and publish it. I'm not sure why.
I'm eating my barbecue outside. I don't think it's going to be any problem.
I'm going to call it a night. So if you guys want to continue, feel free.
We don't have to talk about this, Jen. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I get either way. So if you want to, maybe me and Jennifer will be in contact, and hopefully Tuesday the Science of Consciousness conference.
We're doing it. Can't wait.
We'll maybe we'll talk tomorrow, and maybe I'll schedule the post stream tomorrow. So have a good night. Thanks for coming on, Jason, Gandalf, Samish in the chat. You feel free to keep it going.
Hey, your hair's looking really good. No offense. I'm glad we got on this topic. Honestly, I love this topic. But
I do too.
It ends in an impasse is what happens. It ends in an impasse because people are like, they realize that they're part of another religion that they don't want to leave.
Don't say it's science. Don't say scientific. Science is a religion.
Well, every ideology functions theocratically. That is another teaching of my religion. So it's like, well, of course I'm going to agree with my own opinion.
All right. Well,
but I mean, it's like there's such a thing as secular too, right? So science is secular, but then it's like a question of what does secular mean?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, absent of a religion. I don't know.
Right. So it's like, what does religion mean? Because to me, every single ideology functions like a religion. So it just becomes self-referential. So I would say that something is either rational or superstitious. And the stuff that's superstitious comes to be associated with religion, and the stuff that's rational comes to be associated with science. But really, every single ideology I interface functions essentially indistinguishably from how a theology functions. It's just like it's like a definitional thing. It's just like, what's an ideology? It's something that orders your thoughts according to hierarchical values. What's a religion? It's the same thing, except for the thing on the top is God. So, I mean, you can agree or disagree. To me, it's just a way to understand people better.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I quite understand, but that's okay. I mean, and I just want to say, like, I actually enjoy chatting with you, Jen. I mean, we may not necessarily agree, but I enjoy the interaction. And, I think I mentioned this to you before that, like, long ago when I was like in my 18, 19, I studied astrology and that stuff. And so I'm always intrigued by this stuff. I mean, I don't accept any of it as valid, but I am interested, and I'm interested in kind of the philosophical aspects of our world and understanding it and its interactions with science. So I find these topics to be interesting, but I think that you would do yourself justice by writing some of the, maybe you've already done it, maybe I'm just not understanding, that you would do yourself justice to actually documenting some of this and trying to vet it with like other philosophers, and that it would make you more credible. Not that you're not already credible, but I'm just saying it would help with that. So,
But like who?
I don't even know. I don't know. Whoever you said that does this type of work, that
I'm not saying no. I'm just saying like basically I have kind of done that, but I've done it in the sense of like if somebody comes to me and they're like, "This philosopher's awesome," and a bunch of people do that, I might take a look at it. But it's like, Nietzsche, what the fuck is that's not particularly great.
I'm saying do the literature review. I mean, I bet if I like took like a couple hours, I could go out and create a bibliography of literature, of published literature that touches upon some of these topics. And so then it would be reading that literature and then maybe even making connections with some of those people to get their feedback on some of your positions. And they may say, I agree with this part, I disagree with this part, and it may lead to insights for yourself to think about your ideas on these particular topics and how to frame them in such a way that they're more digestible. That's all I'm saying. That's just a thought.
Yeah, definitely making them more digestible is valuable, but like if we're gonna just accept the premise that the mind is a photonic quantum computer, how exactly does one improve upon that thesis? I mean, it either is or it isn't.
That statement, the mind is a photonic quantum computer. Like, I don't know enough about these topics, but like
that's the thing, nobody does. So it's like, I want to do a research review. I want to go in. It's just that like anybody who's talked about the subject on this level is like, I'm going to peer review Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. And then I have to presuppose a bunch of things that it's like probably improper to presuppose those things.
Wait a minute. I'm going to write this down. Mine is a photonic quantum computer. I'll bet. Now, you may not believe this, but I feel like I'm being charitable on this, because if I said that statement, the mind is a photonic quantum computer, and I presented that to other people on my research team, of which there are physicists and molecular biologists, they would say that doesn't mean anything. That's incomprehensible. That it's not factual. Now what
they're trying to say is, I don't understand that. So the fact that they can't be honest about the fact that they can't understand something is a little bit sad. And then it's like, okay, so you're coming at me with this, inverted sort of perception. And I was like, I don't know what to say. It's like, you can accept it or not, but I'm right.
So these are people that have. And again, don't attack me on this. You may disagree that having a degree, having a PhD in physics or molecular biology, doing a postdoc, becoming a professor, publishing research, and doing that kind of work. Then when they read that and they say, I don't know what that means. And you're like, well, of course you don't know what it means because you don't understand it. But they should be able to, if they were a genius, if they were truly genius, brilliant, they would be able to tell that it's right. The implication then is that you are a genius. I suppose I am. Right. And how do you know that? Is it just like self-evident? I think it should be self-evident. If other people want to consider themselves smart, they should definitely not deny that I'm smart. No, I came up with a 3D periodic table. I don't need to take a dumb test to prove I'm smart. That's a myth thing, in my opinion. You may disagree.
She's pretty fucking smart. She makes me seem kind of dumb, and my IQ's almost.
Yeah, you're like a normally like the big brain guy, aren't you?
And I made a fool out of myself trying to pretend I'm as big brained as Jim.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Gandalf. You were the guy that were just telling me that about climate change and the astral plane, right?
Well, I'm the
Hey,
guy that said what?
Aaron, why are you being so grumpy, Aaron? We got to do the calculus thing. You're getting in a bad mood, buddy.
Now you know what those
Jason's a
science-
cool guy. You know, I've known a lot of scientists. I love scientists, and I think that
What's
you know
wrong with
there's
being
a
gay?
good
Who
aspect to
cares?
science, and then there's a bad aspect to science. And to be honest, a lot of people's naivete gets taken advantage of, and that makes me sad. I don't want to be cynical any more than anyone else, but
He said those scientists are gay.
I said they have naivete. That's
Oh,
an
I know.
N.
I was just reading what Aaron wrote in the chat. So
Oh, it's Aaron. Yeah, exactly. How could you say like exactly? That's what I'm saying. It's like, why would you say that?
yeah, whatever.
Aaron.
It's fine. It's fine. Aaron. Yeah,
He,
no doubt.
he just needs a group hug. That's what we need to do. We need to chase away all the sad vibes with a group hug. Hey,
He just needs.
come on over here. Hey, Aaron. I'm gonna give you a
Can we
big
eat yogurt
hug.
with him on a live stream?
Maybe I should.
Well, I gave him a recipe for turmeric with honey. Maybe we'll bump it up to chia and yogurt next time.
I'm gonna read.
It's so
Somebody
good.
asked- Somebody asked me a question if I read the blog, and I said no. So I guess I should. I guess I should read the blog.
The last thing I put there is just mostly pictures. So I try to give people a break. Yeah, my latest one is mostly pictures, but there are some incredibly long ones, but it's just like the intention is for them to be as short as possible, but also with no chance of communication or minimizing chance of miscommunication, right? Like some stuff you just sort of have to explain it super in detail. The thing I point people to in terms of like an actual prediction is Hubble's law. My thing predicts Hubble's law, and it's funny because it's like bubbles. Bubbles for Hubbles. And it's funny because Doowovid was talking about the bubbles thing with the foam thing. And it all sort of links together, doesn't it? It's just
I'm gonna get out.
basically, you know,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
science. It's just science.
Does science say that what Aaron says, that group hugs are gay?
I don't actually think science has. I think science might actually be able to disprove that, because if you deny your need for a group hug, next thing you know, you're getting a suck job in the closet because you just couldn't hold a lid on it anymore.
You know, people that
sounds a lot gayer than a group hug.
People that make references to other people being gay may actually may have some underlying gay tendencies. So, Aaron, maybe you're gay and you just don't know it. So, I'm just saying. Maybe you need a group hug. Aaron. Maybe that's really subconsciously what you want.
Oh dear.
Which is totally fine. I say go for it. You know.
He wants some type of group hug. We just haven't quite zeroed in on which type of group hug. So basically, my philosophy on science is that all your diagrams should fit on a placemat, fit for a child, you know, that you would laminate in plastic.
That's a good
That's
idea.
sort of my goal.
That's a pretty good idea.
Logic. It's like higher order logic. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's just basically like inevitabilities. You know, it's what happens when you take logic to the next state of inevitability, of like proving things that seem that they shouldn't be provable, but actually they are provable. As long as you accept axioms, obviously. But I guess I think they're pretty reasonable.
All right, I got to get out of here. It's getting late for me. I have work tomorrow.
Thank you so much for joining and being part of the combo, and I look forward to the next one. And we can go into whatever you want. We don't have to. If this stuff is boring for you or whatever, like I didn't mean to turn.
I like chatting with you guys.
I
like chat. Yeah, I'm sorry. I like chatting with everybody. I didn't mean to make any disparaging remarks, Gandalf. I'm sorry. I like your handle.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, cool.
You were cool. I enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah.
I thought we, I haven't been on Week in Review all that often lately. I mean, I just work a lot of long hours, wage cucking, unfortunately. But
You know, I like that a lot of meta issues about the nature of science and the authority of science are brought out. I mean, I think one of my personal objectives, at least for this show, was to kind of steer the conversation back in that direction, because that's kind of what first attracted me to, entropism as a philosophy, for lack of a better term, or as an approach to things. And I think we constantly have to kind of go back to, what are the authoritative positions and approaches and to handle complex questions of, how we deal with science, how we deal with statecraft, cultcraft, ecology, and all these other complex issues. And unfortunately, we have all these debates about, vaccines, climate change, you name these hot button issues, and then no one gets to the issues that are really behind these debates. Like, who has the authority to speak on these issues? Who's benevolent? Who cares? And who ought to have the responsibility for producing and disseminating this knowledge? Who ought to have the responsibility for, once this knowledge is produced, to have it enacted so that it can improve society? And then how do you get the people in society on board with obeying proper authority? See, those are the real issues.
I totally agree with you, and just to kind of wrap it up, for me is that these aspects of science communications and understanding why people believe the things that they do, why do they accept certain scientific premises and not others, and the aspects of cognitive dissonance. I'm really interested in this aspect with regards to science. Like, how do people, when faced with like groupthink and then their own intellectual ideas, and they have a conflict, they're like, their brains can't, it has to go one way or the other. Like, how do people make those decisions? And I think that those are important aspects on these complicated topics, particularly if, like what you're saying, if people have ideas around like who should be making these decisions. I don't trust my government. It inevitably has an effect on people's perspectives on science and scientific views, and scientists in general should be aware of that to better present their information in ways but to better communicate and be transparent on what they're doing. So I totally agree with you on those topics.
Sadly, a lot of scientists lack, I'm not including you necessarily.
Thanks for coming on, Jason. He said he wanted to get off. I don't want to be
Oh,
one of
sorry,
those people
sorry.
who never wraps it up. I even made a thing, I think. Here you go. I found that in the T-Jump server.
T-Jump. You know what? That guy's been driving me crazy, man. Like, when every time I listen to him, I get so irritated. I don't know why. He's so he's so argumentative, and like, so he thinks he's right about everything, and I'm like, man, it just gets on my nerves. So I don't know. Whatever. Maybe it's just me. So anyways, I'll leave you guys to it. So but nice chatting with everybody.
You too. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Should be
Real
fun.
pleasure.
Yeeclaw. Well, Gandalf, it's just us two, and I know it's probably really late there, so I don't want to keep you up. So if you want to say anything last wordy, and we can wrappy uppy.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, how did you feel this show went? I felt this has got to be one of my favorite episodes for a long time. I mean, I haven't listened to every single one recently, but at last couple.
I was disappointed that things couldn't progress from the point of like having a nuanced conversation, right? With I was like, I'm not gonna agree. I don't agree, but I'll play along with agreeing for the sake of the combo.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. But no, the conversation couldn't progress.
If anything,
Still not even fucking clear to me what the fucking thing is about. The weasel words just get on my nerves real bad.
Well, if anything, it seemed like the fact that you agreed for the sake of argument, basically, to push the conversation forward, actually created, or at least resulted in an argument, which is kind of just funny.
It's like, okay, well that didn't work, and it's just like, okay, fuck it. Like, I don't even know. So it's like, yeah, I got my pet projects, and that's basically it.
Well, it's funny. I mean, Doooovid is a member of the Chosen, but the Chosen only like to argue with God. That's something that just came to my mind. It's like, I think there's just the natural way of things with a certain approach to religion. They'd rather argue with God than bask in God's natural beauty.
Little concerned at the phrasing of that, but okay. But yeah, basically my issues with the current people that I'm talking to, Socratic method on steroids, it's just like, no.
I remember
Using
a
the
post you put
Socratic
on-
method doesn't make you fucking smart. Or
No,
it doesn't make
it doesn't.
anything other than asking a question, probably in bad faith if you're fallacy
Yeah.
hunting. If you're on a fallacy hunt, you're in bad faith.
Didn't you make one of the first memes? Was it a meme or a phrase you put in Normie book? Is that you can use the Socratic method to destroy the Socratic method. So what's the point of it?
Yeah, exactly. Something that can't stand up to that obviously is going to be limited. And it's like, it seems really good. Okay, prove it. Give me empirical evidence that the Socratic method works. Like, technology. Like, look at all the science we have. It's like, you're going to attribute science to the Socratic method? How'd that work out?
It didn't.
There's not been anybody prove that empiricism is valid, arguably not possible, or the Socratic method. Yet, they're both being used obsessively. Woo! So that tells you what? It's political. There's an emotional attachment to it. What's the emotional attachment? Belief that you're smart. Is that worth torpedoing civilization over? Some Hellenic blurb?
I think
I don't think so.
I think it was in Zuby Music's big tweet thread that people would rather be wrong and ruin everything than admit they were wrong and then learn what was true. It was the 20 lessons learned.
Yeah,
from
they
the
don't
COVID
even have to
pandemic.
learn. They don't even have to learn the truth. They can just, shut up, right? Like they don't even have to go that far. No one's saying learn the truth. It's just like stop actively obstructing the path of truth. And then to put the extra cherry on top to say that, if you don't use the Socratic method and empiricism, that you're wrong. That's insane. Because you haven't validated those two things. You should be ultra submissive to the point of extreme humility. Like rolling over dog on the floor type thing, being dominant by comparison to your own attitude. But it's not like that. It's, I'm sure I'm right. Hello, profiling.
Well,
Whenever
no one
people
likes
are
it.
wrong, they're always really fucking sure. It's called Dunning-Kruger. So
And
if you want to see who's fucking wrong, what do you look for? The person who's the most sure. Duh. That is fucking science.
Yeah, and no
Identify
one likes.
science but after you do it. That's
Yeah.
why just being like, I believe in science is like, that doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. And no one likes a dog that's untrainable and unhousebroken. Everyone likes a dog that rolls over.
An unvalidated technique should not even be considered, period. Yet it's the main course. It's literally all anyone does. It's like, why? At what point was it decided that the only valid means of inquisition was the Socratic method? Who made that choice? Because to me, it's like he was executed for that.
Well, on some level,
maybe this is the first time I've thought it. Maybe he was right that Socrates was made to drink hemlock because he was corrupting the youth.
Well, didn't he like do it as some like base protest thing?
Kind
I
of,
honestly,
yeah.
I'm embarrassed that I don't honestly know this that well.
Well,
But
we
yeah,
can't
that's
really
what-
know it all that well
yeah.
because a couple people, Xenophon and Plato, both use Socrates, and Socrates sounds very different in both their writings.
Sorry?
Well, Plato wasn't the only one to make dialogues with Socrates,
Oh, okay.
so we really can't know. So your ignorance on that point is not a sign of ignorance of it.
Well, it's also like we can't establish that what we know is the Socratic method in the modern day is what was originally why he A, pissed people off, and B, was eventually executed.
Oh, that's true as well. Yeah, I think that's a good point. There's
But
very little we
seems
can.
odd. It seems odd. This is what
Yeah.
I'm saying is like that a guy would be executed, yet memorialized. That's odd.
It is, but
So
I've made the mistake a couple of times, even after I thought I got a little bit wiser. But classical Greece, that we all were made to like worship, as once was like, oh, this is the fountain of Western civilization. Well, was actually always pretty degenerate, especially after the Homeric period.
which was
Homeric period was like 1200 BC.
mhm. Well, these things don't happen overnight, and they also don't happen in a vacuum. So yeah, I mean, you could point to a lot of problems that never got turned around at, like I said, Pythagoras' time, right? Like him too. It's like,
Pythagoras' time is the worst time.
what's so great about Pythagoras? Nothing.
Well, that whole era was the beginning of what Jaspers called the Axial Age, was kind of the beginning of the end of real high civilization. We've been in constant degeneration pretty much, ever since.
And we don't, we're not going back towards something better. We're just heptupling down on badness. This is never a good sign.
No,
People are
it's
just,
not at all.
sapped. But yeah, I think it's, I think it's easier to understand now than it would have been.
It's, I've had some boomer relatives of mine say recently, and it actually filled me with joy while it filled Jason and Shamise with dread. Well, they said, we can't, whether it's NOAA or the Department of Energy or the CDC or all these universities and all these other institutions, we can't believe anything they say at all anymore. Like, there are no institutions that are worthy of any trust at all. It's like mom and dad and aunt and uncle. I was telling you that 5 years ago. Now you see like why it's so difficult having this position when it's so plainly obvious. And now you know what I felt like for the last 5 years.
Yeah, people believe things because they're convenient, not because they're true necessarily.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jason was asking about like how to tell about. I thought I mentioned cognitive dissonance there, but
He said cognitive dissonance, I think.
yeah, I have a bunch of stuff written about psychology, so hopefully that, and I'll share that in the chat. It does. I mean, it does make predictions. It's just like you have to actually understand the model, right?
Yeah.
Like I can't just move into your head and science it, right?
Well, see, this is also why, and this is why like democracy and liberalism and egalitarianism are so bad. And so it's like, the sad thing is not everyone's really going to understand high level science. I mean, I'm probably, at least not in this lifetime, ever going to understand high level science quite as well as you. Like
Well,
it's
it's
just
not
not going to
just
be
science,
possible.
it's philosophy. The thing that people aren't understanding is philosophy, aka metaphysics.
Ah,
Everything is all like the level of misunderstanding is pretty much 99% of the time on that level. It's just a matter of like if we can frame it that way, we'll actually fix a lot of these problems faster. But we have to identify that it's this meta. I mean, you can say metaphysical or metalogical or whatever, but it's a framing problem.
you know, did I ask better questions to steer things back toward meta level where you want things because you want improve meta conversations, particularly around meta analysis. I know you said that many times on this program.
We'll see. We have to sort of look at the thing as in its totality. I'll be able to judge, afterwards. So there's quantum psychology, and yeah, it's like it makes predictions. So the prediction it makes is people want to minimize cognitive dissonance. The variability is everybody gets cognitive dissonance for different reasons. The shared thing is everybody wants to minimize it, but the cause is something that's individual to the person. But then there's these like overlaps, right? Because humans are sort of archetypal in a sense.
Yeah.
Or at least that's how I look at it. It helps frame things. Again, metaphysics. Like things aren't really archetypal in any real sense. The archetypes are something we use to help ourselves frame things.
Well, they have a heuristic function. I think
exactly. It's like, yeah, exactly. Something.
Yeah.
They do something. They serve some function, even if it is a palliative or what would you call it?
Heuristic.
What is it in medicine when it's like placebo effect?
Yes.
Like that's not an argument because you can argue like people need placebo effects for their mind. Otherwise, the nihilism gets them and they become, full of despair, I guess is the way to say it.
I was reading just as evidence for I think that this is happening because there is no placebo effect and nihilism is spreading is, I keep getting this sponsored ad from the Wall Street Journal talking about how the economy is open in the United States, but no one wants to go out and go back to work anymore at the same time. And like you see everywhere, people are just kind of retreating from social life and wanting to stay in their homes and not wanting to associate with anything or do anything anymore. I think people think there is this kind of despair creeping in. Like the social mood changes very frequently now, I think. Or at
I don't
least
know what that means.
I'm trying to come up with the right way to say it. But I'm just saying I should say this. Just be more precise. The social mood is definitely a certain amount of despair and nihilism is setting in because people know there's a lack of authority and structure, but they don't know. They only can sense that subconsciously. I think they just don't know how to consciously express that and move in that direction.
Maybe we should just be like Kang Tater, and if people are like, "What?" It's like you heard me.
Yeah.
And then if they don't like it, just be like, license. You got a license for that, mate? You got a license for that opinion, mate?
Yeah.
Do you know who Ralph from Right Reaction is?
No, I don't know about him very much.
Man's got a crowd of clowns. Stellar J. Atkins, do you remember him off Babs?
Was he a Shitler worshiper?
I don't think so. I think he was some kind of American Christian.
Oh, okay. I'm mixing all these
Like, this
people
is
up.
way back in the day. Like, I have no
Uh,
clue who you're talking about. No, but he had like his name was Stellar J. Atkins. Like, if you don't remember that name, you probably never met him.
no, I don't remember that name. I just assume
Anyway.
all these crazy people were people that were worshiping Hitler a couple years
Yeah, I
ago.
really think that's like almost no one.
Oh yeah,
Because
I
it's
think
like
that
it was
gone.
around for a while and then it's like gone, so it's like whatever. Inorganic, right? But anyway, yeah, they're Christian. They're neo-reactionaries. Sorry. You know,
Oh,
it's just like he said he wanted to debate me, and I guess I'm a little bit pissed off that it's like never gonna happen, probably. Yet there was like this lead up to it. It was like, I feel like the blue balls equivalent of debating.
yeah. Well, I just always think that it's always funny. I mean, I don't know if this guy behaved this way, though. I wouldn't bet against it, knowing just how Christians are. Christians don't talk about debate; they talk about apologetics.
And the
Which
truth, which, as it turns out, means the Bible. It could have saved us a lot of time.
Yeah.
And just said the Bible. So it's like, by calling the Bible the truth, you're lying. So gets things off to a very bad start to have the first thing you say be not true. And then to have the first thing you say is identify people as like pagans. Just someone of an insulting title.
Well, it's meant to be like country bumpkin or idiot.
I just don't take it personally if people say it, because I doubt they have intention to necessarily be offensive with that. But it's like identifying as that is just like, oh, I'm sort of taking the bait in a way, in my eyes. Yeah, Aaron, slow mode is because of I'll tell you later. Go ahead, Gandalf.
I'm just from your interactions, both on. I mean, unfortunately, I work such crazy hours. I've just been not in the streamosphere nearly as much, and I'm like gotten bits and pieces. But the couple things that I do notice on social media and from streaming is panpsychism is taking off. It is a much more mainstream idea now than it was maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeeclaw!
So I'm right about that, right? That's good. Oh, and
I just got giggles because I have this like text to speech thing, and I always use this like really pompous British accent, and it pronounces it as panpsychism. Really
speaking of Britain, or just the Anglosphere, I think the shill who's the head of state of Canada used entropy several times in a speech recently. Talk about it was great that entropy just destroys things. While country he rules over is crumbling. I thought that was funny, and I've seen just the word entropy pop up more often just all over the internet in general. So it's not just someone as famous as Justin Trudeau, but entropy is being just that word's being used a lot more. So that's something
I
else
originally thought it was invented as a troll word, but as it turns out, it's actually a Greek word. My bad.
Oh, really? Entropy comes from the Greek?
Yeah, and has like an actual something root. I guess a root is the right word. Here's a little bit more complicated, but it's like if you want to have control of your, faculties, you have to learn how they work and realize that You're eventually trying to slow down your perception to be able to tell the difference between light and gravity. Very little difference. You have to have ultra supreme sensitivity to be able to do that if you're going to be able to perceive, quote, temporality on that level of finesse. So first step is to just sort of acknowledge that the problem, the complexity of the problem at present may not be conceivable, and to attempt to conceive of it may actually cause problems.
Yes.
With presuppositions.
Or
I don't want to, Mark Smith. I only want to have a conversation if there's a chance I'm going to actually have a positive impact.
Or to put it in maybe layman's terms, the 1 billionth thing Donald Rumsfeld says, remember the known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns? Well, most people don't realize how large a percentage of the pie the unknown unknowns really are.
Okay, I think that needs to be reframed as knowable versus unknowable.
Maybe, yes. Yeah, that would be
because like unknown unknowns is basically a worthless sack of shit. So it's like, what's the dominant factor? Depends on what? Oh, you guessed it, metaphysics. So to have a primacy of mind when we don't understand what mind is seems, horrifying, obviously, but it's like the philosophers thought about it, realize that the grounding of being was observation. Because we're subject to a relational. There's no such thing as a inertial reference frame or an objective reference frame, right? Because objectivity, in that sense that we're sort of thinking of, in the same sense we think of point particles, isn't real. There's something that's real, it's just not that.
So you can have absolute truth without objective truth.
Objective knowledge doesn't exist. The concept is incompatible. Because objectivity means what? Without relation to a subject. But all relations are between subjects. So you've got an issue.
It's almost it's a fundamental logical issue with just the concept.
Well, that's why it's, that's why you need pramans, and you need to have an acceptance of Vedanta to know how these questions are answered, because this idea of, the universe is conscious sounds wrong. But it's like, it doesn't matter if it sounds wrong. Nobody gives a shit that you don't like how an argument sounds. What matters
But you know what?
Can you reasonably disprove the argument, and being like, ha, 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 I don't agree, is like, shove it up your ass. I don't give a fuck if you agree.
But that the universe is conscious, it certainly feels right in the gut.
It seems ridiculous to think that there's some person hiding behind the clouds judging you. Doesn't it?
Well, that's absolutely insane.
But there are entities hanging around beyond the clouds judging us. So it's like, just because it sounds crazy from a certain perspective doesn't make it not correct.
That's very true. I mean, I've always believed that there are other entities and realms out there. It's just the idea that the supreme God would be doing that has always seemed a bit ridiculous to me.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The monad is the unmoved mover. So if something is unmoved, it can't change. And anything associated with the supreme is also subject to this unchangingness, right? So that's basically where you can show the argument falls apart, is like you're trying to invoke impermanence as a means of demonstrating superiority or preferential whatever, and it's like, that's literally inconsistent with the concept.
Lambie is asking, where is this universe consciousness located?
I want to grab I'll see if I can grab my diagram there. Okay, honestly, like, this is a hard question, and like, to expect it to have an easy answer is sort of like dumb. Because if there's an easy answer, we'd already all agree on it. Okay? But I think people sort of incorrectly estimate the degree of actual validated overlap in cognition. Like, people do not really like. We're sort of like, what is it? Like in the thing at Doctor Who. What are those Daleks? Yeah. Daleks are sort of creating a uncanny valley feeling. Because it's like, yeah, we can't get past the Cogito. But it's like, yeah, we can. We just have to do it in a non-dumb way. That's all. Because it's like, if we couldn't get past the Cogito, we couldn't make all this cool shit. So fuck off. Obviously, this tautology, this modus ponens tautology, yet another useless fucking position. Like, what is this tautology so important for? It's like, literally, like, this is not philosophy. Anyway, so consciousness accepts multiple definitions, so that's probably not self-evident either. So there's two ways you can define it that I would consider to be acceptable. And that means that they conform to the condition of Occam's razor, which when expressed physically is called the principle of stationary action or least action. I call it the least action principle, but I looked up, apparently there's another way that people refer to it, which is the stationary action principle. But anyway, that. So it's like, you just take whatever that tells you, and what that tells you is that, yeah, consciousness pervades the universe. Why? Because if it didn't, there would be a boundary to it that we would be able to observe. Why would there be a boundary? Well, because it crops up in places. So if it exists somewhere, but not everywhere, there should be a boundary between where it exists and doesn't. But you can't find that boundaries. And the thing is that people have tried. They've tried and tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. And now people still do it. They're like, well, consciousness is like an electric field in my brain. It's like, are you sure? That sounds crazy. Like, if you've got, static electrical discharge in your finger, your entire personality would collapse like a Jenga fucking thingy. Does that happen? Did Gandalf fall asleep?
No, I'm actually
Okay.
wondering, does it happen or not? Like, I'm not sure.
Well, it doesn't happen, obviously.
Sorry, I'm
Makes
just
no
getting
sense.
just thinking trippy shit looking at this fucking diagram. Sorry. Sorry.
The thing is that I can answer the question either way. That's why I was saying earlier with Doooovid, it's like, I don't know enough information to agree or disagree with what you're saying, but because it seems reasonable, potentially, I can, play along. And here I'm saying, I can play along with both of these because they're both consistent logically. But any other definition, what it's going to be doing is introduce a energetic step that is not corresponding to anything in physical reality. So the model cannot possibly be right. Because to be right, it has to accord with the stationary action principle. There are boundaries that arise, but you can't isolate a boundary between consciousness and non-consciousness because we can't even identify really what non-consciousness means, because consciousness is a process more so than it's something It's something that a thing does rather than something a thing is, even though it feels like it's the opposite. I
And
think of
this
which
that's
diagram.
and that might be the
Go
same
ahead.
reason why when you were attacking Doovid's position in the cogito, you can't really define the boundary between the body and the mind or the spirit. Like that's just a conceptual framework that
Well, you could say the brain is something. I don't know, but a boundary? Yeah, exactly. So the closest thing to a boundary would be like the skull is the boundary preventing the further expansion of the light field. It's a three-dimensional quote, boundary. But
yeah.
then you're stretching the definition a bit. But I'm not saying I'm
It's,
against it. I'm just saying that this
it still
boundary
seems a bit
problem
arbitrary.
is important because it's like, did you see
Yeah.
any of the Thad Roberts stuff? It's like this topological solution to basically predicting the constants of nature based on a construct, a mathematical construct of minimum complexity. Fucking awesome. So
Oh, I haven't seen it,
thing
but
that, yeah, when you see it, you'll be blown away. Like if it's right or anything. Like I still don't know for sure, but like it's a really cool idea. And like, yeah, oh my god, if it's right, it's like this thing also obeys the least action principle. So it's like every fucking physics law is just least action principle. Crazy. Anyway, what was I gonna? I had a diagram because like I'm starting to feel so sad that like there's like literally people who um don't agree with Platonism. They think it's debunked. It's like I don't even know where to start with that. Like, how did you get to that? How can Plato
well, a lot of
be debunked?
people are taught falsely that Aristotle debunks Plato, which is not true at all. So they have that in the back of your mind, the mind that Plato was refuted so rapidly. And that's not really true. But people aren't very literate about those things anyway.
Jeez, that's really sad. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to find it, and okay. The thing is that I don't know if I actually made the diagram or not. It's possible I didn't make it. Like when you think about making a diagram, but you don't, and then you try to find a non-existent diagram. Sorry, I'll bring up a different one. I may actually already have it. Oh no, I
Oh,
have to
don't worry. I have
cognitive.
so many memes that I've just lost track of because I've downloaded so much stuff from the Chans and I've mixed it up with your stuff.
All right, I thought I had it, but right now I guess my computer's being difficult because it's like,
Yeah.
it's just, god damn it. I try to keep stuff like in a basic good structure, but then the number of diagrams just becomes like insane, and then it replicates yeah, I have a bit of an issue with that. Did you see my Big Bang debate?
Only parts of it. Hold on 1 second.
What did you think
Open
about
this door.
what you saw?
Yeah, I saw parts of it, and then I fell asleep because I watched it when I was coming back home from work. So unfortunately, I didn't see as much of it as I wanted. I saw only like the first 30 minutes. Which is unfortunate. I still have to watch the rest. I work nights now, so
Did you get any impression from it though?
I think that's been a couple weeks since I saw it, but the impression is that it's my general impression of just all discussions of the Big Bang for a while was reinforced, is that the people who believe in the Big Bang believe in it almost like occult religious reasons. Like the Big Bang is a religious idea. It's not a scientific theory at all. Like it's basically just like Jesuit Kabbalism. When it just assumes that light just appears and singularities exist where we just say they exist. Big Bang is very arbitrary to me. I don't like it. I haven't liked it for a long time.
All right, I finally found the thing I was looking for. Okay, so
Uh,
can you see this one that I've got up now?
the three
And it's
cognitive
like-
imperatives.
No, this is a diagram about the three realms. So this is sort of one way to see why defining consciousness is really hard.
Oh, I see it now.
Because, like, okay, so let's put consciousness into the garbage for now and pretend it doesn't exist. And let's give the definitions without invoking the term consciousness even once, okay? Because we have this basically constant stream of our own consciousness distracting. So if we try to invoke consciousness in a diagram way, it's probably not going to work. So what we can be sure about is, like, the unobservable realm dictates the photonic realm, which then dictates the material realm. So there's like a tripartite sort of puppeteer thing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a triangle. It's the delta symbol. The Trinity. There's an elegance to the threeness of it, for the lack of a better term, that just resonates, I guess.
Yeah, here's another one. It's a little bit sort of similar. So basically, obviously it's something, it's like morality. It's like, obviously something is there and we're referring to it, but we have our subjective sort of tacit axioms or, human presuppositions, whatever you want to call them, that we're sort of by definition not aware of. So it's like, if this is what's happening, where is consciousness in this? It's like, there's no consciousness in that, is there? It's just pure emotion.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So if you're going to go and identify consciousness in this thing, which has no consciousness yet describes the motions that we associate with consciousness perfectly, what's the answer?
Well, at the very least, you'd have to think it's non-localized. Right?
Well, not really, because what about this says non-local?
Just because it's not in any one place doesn't mean it's non-local. Okay, so I think I see your point.
I mean, this is localized. A sphere is localized. That's any finite geometry is localized by definition. Because finite stuff is localized to the volume of the localization. Like, its volume is localization. That makes sense? So this would be localization. Can we prove non-locality is a thing?
I don't think so. At least.
Well, it's not self-evident. It's not really clear what we can prove here. I think this diagram is what we can really prove, but this diagram doesn't define consciousness. It's just saying everything is essentially converging towards the pure form, but it's also, I guess, retarded by the concrete. So there's a principle of inertia, as well as a principle of perpetually driving towards this pure state. And those two things sort of together can be shown to dictate all the causes in the universe, because it's just general enough to be easily applicable to everything. So what is consciousness then? I would say it's the thing that makes all this interconnectedness possible. It's the entanglement, which is what you're misattributing to non-locality.
It's the entanglement that manifests.
Well, you have to
and-
understand that entanglement is something that the inside of geometries are subject to by definition. So it's localized to its region, but within that there's entanglement, which is the same thing as saying that it's delocalized within its volume. So to say something's localized to a volume V is the same as saying it's delocalized within V.
Wait, repeat that one more time. That very last sentence.
To restrict a size of, to restrict a volumetric size to a finite size is also to de-restrict within that size some amount of its total information.
So let's say consciousness was a cup of water. Could you make an analogy out of that?
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's more of a consciousness is the reason we can make analogies. It isn't something we can make analogies out of, right? So what I'm trying to do here is just show you that what consciousness is, what you call consciousness almost doesn't matter as long as you identify part of the cycle, which is identified as consciousness. Any part of that, because it's an infinite cycle, because it's transcendent, doesn't really matter what assumption you make. So I'm saying, like, there's probably what do you call it, the roller coaster, the merry-go-round of consciousness. There's probably innumerable ways this phenomenon could be identified, and it would theoretically work to one extent or another, right? But I'm giving you two. I'm saying you can have one of those two. Other than that, though, I don't see much coming out meaning much that you can't find in those two definitions. And that's all I'm saying. Because right now people seem to think they can define consciousness as whatever the hell they want. That's a ridiculous assertion. And they think that consciousness is something that emerges. It's like, no. Consciousness is always there, and it can become more complex. But if you're saying it's emerging at some point, what's the problem with that? Physically speaking, what's it violating?
Well, the laws of conservation, I would
think about any time there's a boundary, there has to be an energetic basis for the boundary. There are no spontaneous energetic differentials. No uncaused ones is what I'm trying to say. Any energetic differential is caused, because what the universe does is spontaneously unmake the differentials.
Well, because
force
it's really
of the unmaking of the differentials on the totality of it can cause local increases in differential. That's what life is. So it's like, yeah.
Well, it's the position that E. Michael Jones always makes fun of. Where he says, "Oh, those crazy Hindus think it's turtles all the way down," but maybe
it's
it is
not fucking turtles all the way down. No, nobody ever said that, right? Nobody ever said it was turtles. I'm pretty sure that's just like, yeah. But anyway, it's like, obviously, whatever it is, it's metaphorical.
Yeah.
So if you want to say consciousness is turtles, it's like, I don't know if I go that far. I think it might be one of the panpsychism things. Like you need to pick a transcendent concept. I don't know if turtles are. Then it comes down to whether turtles are transcendent, I guess. I'm gonna go with no.
I'm going to go with no, too. This is, it's amazing when you talk about these subjects, and I think I'm sort of grasping it better than most, but not nearly to the level you do. This is trippy shit.
Somebody said when I was on the debate thing that I was talking about the Matrix. I'm like, I never said the Matrix. But yeah, I guess the thing about consciousness is trippy because it's like, well, what is it? It's like, where, like, it's this like merry-go-round that you can't get on or off. There's no boundary. And remember, boundaries always, you have to pay the toll. Cross the bridge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You literally fell asleep. Oh no. Are you going to come on, Ralph, and get BTFO'd again? I love you, my Indian friend. I don't want to have to BTFO you again. Why can't we just, agree to disagree? Instead, you got to come at me, bro, with that harsh Christian posting. Bringing out my dark side here, bud.
I know it was in a very normie publication, but it was in the Washington Times, which is a conservative. I think it's run by Reverend Moon out of Korea. I think at one time they owned it at least. But they're talking about how Christianity is just getting so fake, and everyone feels that Christianity is fake. And in that article, it's talking about how Christianity, at least in America, has descended into like a health and wellness cult. And
yeah, when I think Americans, I think health and wellness. No.
Well, I think when you look at Americans, you see just as much fat slobs in your brain. But Christians, like if you watch Christian programming, which is really quite torturous, it's just like, let's put your seed in and pray to God for money, and you're going to get money and good health because Jesus loves you. And that's really all it is now. Like, there's no real, and the Washington Times article was talking about it, is like the depth of belief in Christianity has declined. Like, there's no longer even any interesting fights between the
Also, a spider's piss puddle got shallower. How fascinating.
Well, the fascinating part of it is I think there's recognition of that finally, even among more conservative people who might be friendly to Christianity or may have been friendly to it in the past. So that is new to me.
Yeah. Guess
I don't think I would have seen
watch how the Christians act towards me, and then they'll be like maybe rethinking their precepts. I guess it's a cognitive dissonance thing. It's like, I can't believe that people could be that evil. And I'm just like, I wish I could share your... No, I don't. Just kidding. I never want to be unenlightened.
Well, in that thread, one of my favorite Twitter threads of the year by Zuby Music, 20 Things I Learned About Human Nature During the Pandemic. I think number 19 was, one thing that the masses always underestimate is how malevolent actors can really be. And Christians really underestimate their own malevolence. They think it's impossible for them to be as malevolent.
They presuppose that they're good people. So anyone who tells them they're not, they're going to want to kill them pretty quick or destroy them. So as you can see, very moral supposition there.
It's like they're a bunch of rabid dogs that who've been.
I don't even want to acknowledge it because it's like, I don't want to fan the flames of their persecution complex, Well,
that's good. That's true. I mean, it's best not.
We shouldn't be, because it's just like, no, N-O. N-O.
The approach should be,
pandering.
You're really ridiculous. We don't pander to it.
No pandering. And if you don't like that, well, crawl back to whatever hole you crawled out of, because I didn't come to you for fucking help with my problems. Okay? You don't have a solution that isn't shoving your head in the sand. Not a big fan of anal rape. Not going to be doing that. Thanks.
How has your approach to Christianity and Abrahamism more generally changed during this incarnation as opposed to when you wrote Light of Truth in the 1870s?
Obviously, my goals are different now. People are different. Yeah. And the, quote, Overton window is different. The fact of the matter is, I don't want to have religious debates. They're cringy.
Yeah.
It's always this thing of presupposing. But it's like, if you're going to presuppose you're right and then not change your mind based on any evidence, there's no point in having a debate. people don't change religions based on logic. That's something I used to believe and no longer do. Because there's just my own projection of idealism, right? So I guess I could say I've tempered my projected idealism to the point where it's like, no, I don't want to have a theological conversation with you. I will talk about science and philosophy, and that's it. Theology's become impracticable. It's too political. And that holds things back. Because anything that's not going forward is either staying still or going backwards. So it's like you want to filibuster with the Socratic method and think that makes you smart. I'm just going to say, you're wrong. And no matter what you say, you'll never be right. Because it's not a traditional accepted way of knowledge. There's things that are accepted knowledge traditionally for a reason. And I can't take in stuff that sounds nice and say it's a traditional to make people feel better about themselves. If I do that, all I do is destroy the credibility of the system. And then no one can enjoy it. So there's a choice between no one enjoying it and a few people enjoying it. So people need to decide, does the anger of those who can't enjoy it justify nobody getting to enjoy it?
But I'm not going to stay on too much longer because I do have to get to bed eventually. I have in my normie life, I have one article of your blog that I've shared to good success. People find it interesting. Is silver-based currency. Like I share that one, and they all find that one fascinating right now. Because I was talking with some people at my job who are making decent money right now. I won't say what they do, but they're making decent money, and they're just everyone's talking about inflation. Like it's something that among the normies at work, they're always talking about the gas prices and the food prices. Like it just comes up all the time. And so I would take a napkin or a sheet of paper and say, hey, look at this article on this website. And then they'll come back to me a day or two later saying, we really have to think about these currency things. Like I never thought of any of this stuff before. And I think if I'd been at this workplace and doing what I was doing 3 or 4 years ago, I don't think the interest would have been there. So I think that's another positive thing going on. Just reporting from the wilderness, I'm guessing. But that article is very popular among the half dozen or so fairly intelligent people I shared it with.
Sorry,
So,
which one?
The silver-based currency article.
Oh, yay, sweet, yeah. That's another conversation I'm tired of having. It's just like, that's why I sort of put some of these things out. It's like, hopefully that. I'm trying to basically, it's like, boom, let's not be so dumb next time we talk about this subject. I could sum up my intention. That article. It's like, there's 6 ounces per person? Ridiculous.
Yeah.
You want to play Monopoly with $6? That's what it would be.
You won't get past Baltic Avenue.
All right, we all have the Baltic Avenue. Sweet. We all have one TP.
Hey, but it's perfect communism.
It's so perfect. Nobody's ever. That's the thing. It's perfect. You get rid of money in the process because nobody's willing to spend any of their 6 doubloons of silver. Okay, because everyone just has way too much pride. Oh God,
That would actually be a funny world. That would be a funny world because in a world like that, just assuming the world were that constructed that way, there'd be a lot of pressure for voluntary interactions if no one really wanted to spend their money at all. People would have to find some other way to voluntarily exchange the goods and services necessary for any type of social arrangement or social living.
Yeah, that's one thing about humans that's weird, is that we're really social but really antisocial at the same time. It's like one of those mysteries or almost paradoxes of humanity.
Well, we're capable of such great love and such great hate and violence at the same time. Any other animals are.
It is weird, isn't it? It's also what do you call it? Mysterious. Are you going to try to check out this conference, or probably not because you're working?
It's on Tuesday, right?
It's Tuesday to Friday, and we're thinking of doing an after show. Probably like Doooovid seems to want to do it right after, which would be, I want to say 4 or 3:30 Pacific.
I might be able to catch some of that.
Actually, I'm not even sure.
The first half of set shows I could meet up before work. Yeah, that would work. I mean, it seems like it's a pretty big conference. I'm so out of touch with the news and all this stuff.
Why does it seem like a big conference? Doooovid just said before it was not big because consciousness is there's like 4 people that study consciousness. So when they have the conference, it's just like the same 4 guys. They're like, hey, you come up with anything there?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking around. I'm sure it's going to be exciting. I'm sure it's going to be like fun. And also it'll improve debating. You know, worst case is a couple points of rhetoric. And maybe certain people can stop losing debates to me so badly going forward. It's good to have goals, right? Sorry.
Really
I'm a little
is.
tired and hungry here. I'm a little hangry. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I wish things could be better. But frankly, Ralph, you leave me little choice. With your mean things you have said, I cannot tolerate these mean things. Any last words, Gandalf, before we say good night? And thanks to everyone for showing up.
Ralph, I hope Jesus comes back to prove you right, man.
You can't win, Ralph. Try to strike me down, I'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
And I want to thank Don Lemon of CNN for coming on our chat.
Oh my God, that's actually Don Lemon from CNN. I didn't even recognize that.
That is Don Lemon from CNN. I mean,
I wonder if it's the real Don Lemon.
That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool. I mean, I wonder if it could.
I bet it's not, because the real Don Lemon would probably have a space between Don and Lemon.
I don't know. But if that were the real Don Lemon, I want him to tell me how much Joe Biden was farting. I don't know. I just thought ridiculous things, because Don Lemon is pretty funny, and I definitely turn on the CNN for good comedy, the Comedy News Network. It's great stuff. It's good to see Aaron in the chat, by the way, too. He's always good for a laugh.
Yeah, Lambie, don't I need theology? Yes, theology is important. Not going to give champagne to dogs, okay? Getting education in certain topics is something, privilege that has to be earned and not pissed out the window by disgusting defiance and arrogant, disgusting Socratic undermining. I have suffered my last Socratic condescension. I am not the type to try to enjoy narcissism through the back door, as this is, flattering my love of knowledge.
Last thing just came to my mind. Sorry, I'm just stream of consciousness trying to roll and jive with you here. Nietzsche and Spengler, following Nietzsche, said that the influence of the Socratic man, meaning the kind of rational man that pursues deconstructive arguments, has a sterilizing effect on culture. What do you think of that metaphor?
It's a bit vague.
Perhaps.
I would say it would cause the learned masters to become resentful of their pupils, and the pupils to disrespect the teacher's authority.
Because there's too much
In
incentive on both.
no sane understanding of education is that something you look at and say, great, let's do more of that. Unless you have an attachment to being perceived as a certain way.
You know, it's funny. I have a crazy IRL friend who's interested in all sorts of spiritual stuff, but he keeps dabbling in all this left-hand path nonsense. And one thing, and I finally broke him not too long ago. I said on one thing, I said, dude, if you want some goddamn spiritual knowledge, one thing you just do not get is you need to understand that the key to any deep spiritual tradition that roots you and changes your life is obedience to tradition, and in particular to a respected teacher who has authority within that tradition. And without obedience there is no spiritual development. And he's like, well, I thought spiritual development is all about exploration and feeling all this stuff. It's like, no, that's what an overly feminized new agey bullshit approach to spirituality tells you.
It's not so categorical. Like different things, like different truths become more obvious at different times. It doesn't make the truths any less true. It just means that some situations, particular situations, bring out the truth, different truths. Right?
Yeah, I think that's better. I was maybe a bit too categorical, but this particular person just, and I find this with a lot of people. It's maybe more pronounced in America than where you are, but a lot of people just they're their own seeker. They're their own judge and jury of things. Like, no, if you really want spiritual knowledge, you just have to accept authority. And people just resist that, and it's like, well, okay. Then you're going to be blind. And if you mess with things that you don't understand, you could really head down some dark paths. But
I transitioned out of that to Socratic absurdism. I was like, was it bad? Because they were like, there's no way to go from an is to an ought. I'm like, ought you punch yourself in the face?
yeah.
And he couldn't answer me. It's like, if you don't know if you should punch yourself in the face or not, I don't really give a shit about your dumb takes. I need a little more certitude than that.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah.
doesn't that just see? Sorry, what were you just saying, though? Because I feel like I sort of took it on a different tangent. But what were you just saying before I took it on that tangent? Because I had something to say in relation to that.
Oh, well, my whole point is just like all these people that want to be all spiritual just want to feel all the upcomings of exploration and experiencing, different conscious states. And I'm like, that can be quite dangerous. You need to mostly obey an authority within a tradition.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
if
Because I
you
was more
really
focused on the idea of like Socratic method being a midwit meme for people who wish they were smart but aren't, trying to LARP as smart, and me going to rail hard on that until I get satisfaction.
Well, I imagine
Take too
this
long?
Socratic. When I think of the Socratic midwit, I think of that dumb British comedian John Oliver with his like milquetoast progressive politics and the Socratic snarking he uses to like try and tear down everything that doesn't agree with his shit lib worldview.
Well, it's like, yeah, we just have to be Socratic ourselves. And I started being Socratic, and they're like, well, you're not supposed to ask questions because like that means you're like trying to religiously indoctrinate me. It's like, What, you want a monopoly on indoctrinating people into your shitligion because it's so shitty you can't operate on challenge? Oh, just kidding. I already knew that. Just Socratic things.
Yeah. Well, anyway, girl,
Talk to you
It's been a-
soon. It's been a
it's
good
been
one.
a real pleasure. Though this was a
It's
great
been
show.
a long one. It's been almost 7 hours, so dang. That's all I have to say.
Dang, but it was a great one. I learned a lot, and I think we got to like real issues. Even though Doovid was very frustrated, I thought actually more real issues were discussed in this one than in the last 4 or 5 I heard parts of.
Well, it's good that we didn't have to, question the fundamental basis of all existence.
But
Let's hope we've sort of gotten past the need to do that.
I think we'll
It's
be
episode 113. It's about time we started axiomatizing our own existence.
yeah.
Thanks for
think so.
joining Gandalf and Doovid and all the other panelists that we had. And I feel bad that I think it's James. I thought I was reading it James Tom, but it's James Torn.
Oh,
Sorry about misreading. And Samish, thank you for joining us. And Gandalf as well. And all the commenters in chat. People who made it all the way to the end.
thank you. Goodbye.
See you. Actually, we'll see people on Doovid's channel pretty soon for the consciousness conference. Ye Claw. Looking forward to that. And yeah. Take care, everyone. Until next time.
Yeah, but so to say, a worthless opinion of
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy in her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
they control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself